Chapter 41 Gu Yuina, the unlucky one, can't sit still anymore. Having naturally become a true level 1 soul master, when Xiao Hongshan heard that I was preparing to diligently cultivate my soul power, he immediately said that I didn't need to go to such lengths. He would provide me with pills so that my soul power could be improved as quickly as possible. Although the daily reward of a fixed level increase in soul power from the diary means I don't need those pills, it also helps me conceal why my soul power is increasing so quickly. Having been pressed and bullied in the White Tiger Duke's mansion for so many years, the first time I felt kindness from outsiders was with the siblings Xiao Hongshan and Meng Hongshan. There's not much to say, but in the future, if I have anything good, I must think of them first. But I just heard from Xiao Hongshan that Wang Donger and Di Chou'er came to see me. I wonder what they want. Never mind, I'll stay away from women for now. Focusing on my career is what I should be doing right now. I'm the kind of man they can't have. Upon seeing this content, Meng Hongshan became very happy. When she learned that Huo Yuhao wanted to join the Sun Moon Empire, her decision to call on her brother Xiao Hongshan to go to the border to find Huo Yuhao was indeed the right one. Although Huo Yuhao's past experiences made him less innocent than he appeared, his experiences with the White Tiger Duke over the years have made him deeply remember any kindness he receives. Only, Yuhao, if you really want to thank me, why don't you mention my name more often in your diary? I want a reward. Seeing that Huo Yuhao had written the last sentence and then there were no more new entries in the diary, Meng Hongshan was immediately annoyed. Especially after counting. When she found that Gu Yuina, Wang Donger, and Di Chou'er had all met the criteria, Meng Hongshan felt a great sense of loss. She really wanted to rush to Huo Yuhao right now and make him write her name a few more times, no matter what. However, she managed to suppress this impulse. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Just as Gu Yuina said before, there is no need to keep focusing on the reward of a particular day. If you accidentally expose yourself, it is very likely that you will never be able to get the reward again. After all, when I tried to tell Yuhao about the existence of the diary copy, I always felt a sense of unease. Yuhao will reach level 17 tomorrow, and in 3 days at most he will meet the standard of a great soul master. He will definitely need to hunt for a soul ring. We absolutely cannot let anyone steal the task of helping Yuhao hunt for a soul ring. I've reserved all 3 rewards from that day. Meng Hongshan had originally planned to flirt with Jing Hongshan these past few days to get some effective pills, which she would then give to Huo Yuhao so that he could use them to cover up his actions and at least prevent people from thinking that his rapid advancement from a first ring soul master to a second ring great soul master in just a few days was too astonishing. However, Xiao Hongshan beat her to it. Just as Meng Hongshan was determined to help Huo Yuhao hunt for a soul ring in a few days, Wang Donger and Di Chou'er, who were feeling WN because they hadn't been able to see Huo Yuhao, were returning to their dormitory side by side when they suddenly saw that Huo Yuhao had mentioned their names in his diary, which just met the criteria for receiving a reward. The 2 women were almost perfectly in sync, simultaneously clenching their fists in excitement. Very good. Upon hearing these unanimous words, Wang Donger and Di Chou'er exchanged a glance. The feeling of shared misfortune vanished instantly, as if sparks were beginning to fly where their eyes met. It seems we'll remain competitors from now on. Wang Donger's gaze swept over Di Chou'er, finally settling on that protruding area. She glanced at herself out of the corner of her eye, feeling a little frustrated. After noticing where her gaze was fixed, Di Chou'er deliberately leaned forward and said with a smile, "Aren't we already competitors? When it comes to the diary copy rewards, I won't back down to anyone." While comforting herself that she was still young and would definitely grow tall and strong in a few years, Wang Donger met Di Chou'er's gaze without showing any weakness. "From now on, let's rely on our own abilities." As soon as they finished speaking, Wang Donger and Di Chou'er both snorted and turned to walk in different directions. After returning to her dormitory, Di Chou'er saw that Gu Yuina was still awake. After hesitating for a moment, she still wanted to reconcile with her. Even she had to admit that she had acted impulsively just now. However, Gu Yuina completely ignored her attempts to be friendly. Did the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, have no pride? Did she think she could be forgiven so easily? No way. Di Chou'er was also displeased. So what if she was the ruler of all soul beasts? Wasn't she also an imperial auspicious beast favored by the will of the Douluo plane? Anyway, she had been raised by DTN since the day she was born. She had no concept of Gu Yuina, the ruler of all soul beasts. In addition, Di Chou'er was very proud, so of course she would never lower herself to please Jiu Yuina. Even if they know she is the ruler of all soul beasts. The next morning, as the diary copy in their minds started flashing, Jiu Yuina and Di Choer opened their eyes almost at the same time. They also tacitly began to check what kind of reward yesterday's achievement had brought. However, when she saw the list of award recipients, Di Choer couldn't help but burst out laughing. Reward 1. Soul power increased by 1 level. Winners: Jiu Yuina, Wang Donger, Di Choer. Reward 2. Receive a magical blessing. Winner: Wang Donger. The magical blessing effect is healing after use. It can perfectly heal any wounds suffered by the body and soul. Reward 3. Receive a random reward. Winner: Di Choer. The random reward is Soul Ring Absorption card. After use, it allows you to absorb soul rings of any age, regardless of your physical limits. PFFT. Looking at the list of winners, Di Choer couldn't hold back anymore. Although Jiu Yuina had met the reward criteria twice in a row, she only received the guaranteed reward each time and didn't receive the 2 random rewards even once. So, is this the luck of the Lord of Soul Beasts? Even though Jiu Yuina was always incredibly rational and calm, upon seeing the list of winners and hearing Di Choer's laughter, she was still filled with anger and turned to stare coldly at Di Choer. Why are you laughing? Di Choer's expression turned serious, and she waved her hands repeatedly. I wasn't laughing at anything, I was just thinking about some happy things. Jiu Yuina's face darkened, and her fists clenched. She felt that she had only obtained the most useless human soul king level 1 soul power twice in a row, which would definitely make her a laughingstock among the women who possessed copies of the diary. When has she, the Silver Dragon King, the supreme ruler of all soul beasts, ever suffered such humiliation? However, after she saw the explanation of the reward Wang Donger received, her purple eyes widened slightly, and she suddenly sat up in bed. Healing. A magical blessing that can heal any wound. There will be 3 updates today, and 1 more this afternoon. Chapter 42 Donger's New Life. Butterfly breaks through spider web. Ever since she was severely injured in the God Realm and fled to Douluo continent, Jiu Yuina has been recuperating in the Lake of Life, located in the center of the Stardow Great Forest. Even if the Lake of Life is filled with the gold of life, it will still take Jiu Yuina at least nearly 10,000 years to recover from her injuries. Now that the God Realm has lost contact with Douluo continent, Jiu Yuina is even more eager to fully recover from her injuries so that she can cope with any unexpected situations in the future. The most important reason she left the Stardow Great Forest, transformed into human form, and came to the Sun Moon Roy Al Soul Guidance Equipment Academy was to obtain something from the rewards of the Diary Dungeon to heal her injuries. Now that Jiu Yuina has seen Wang Donger receive the reward she has always dreamed of, how can she sit still? The usual calm suddenly vanished, and Jiu Yuina could no longer care about anything else, rushing straight to Wang Donger's dormitory at top speed. Seeing this, Di Choer couldn't suppress her curiosity and followed. She knew what Jiu Yuina wanted to do, and of course she was curious whether Wang Donger would agree to give her the healing item. However, when Di Choer arrived at Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao's dormitory, she immediately saw Jiu Yuina standing there dumbfounded, Wang Donger seemingly in a meditative state, and Xiao Xiao looking somewhat at a loss. Seeing this, Di Choer asked somewhat blankly, what happened? Jiu Yuina didn't answer, she just stood there, her eyes fixed on Wang Donger, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. On the other side, Xiao Xiao spoke timidly. Yin Gaiweina originally wanted to trade with Donger for the reward she had just received, but Donger had already used the reward before Gaiweina arrived here. Oh, this. Even Di Choer couldn't help but glance at Jiu Yuina. She didn't know how to comment on this situation. Wait a minute, why is Wang Donger in such a hurry to use the magical blessing she received? Does she have any injuries? Upon hearing Di Choer's question, Xiao Xiao looked at Wang Donger with pity in her eyes and said softly, have you forgotten? Donger's soul has never been whole. As soon as she finished speaking, Di Choer suddenly realized what was going on, and even Jiu Yuina's emotions gradually calmed down. Just now, she was filled with anger and doubt, and she couldn't understand why Wang Donger was in such a hurry to use the magical blessing she had received. Now, after hearing Xiao Xiao's explanation, she finally understood. Wang Donger's soul was split off by that guy named Tang San. Even though the copy of the diary had devoured the fragments of Tang San's consciousness in her mind, if it was left unattended, there would definitely be deep-seated troubles. This also left a shadow in the heart of the seemingly cheerful and lively Wang Donger. After using that magical blessing that can heal all injuries, from now on, Wang Donger is truly a complete person. Not a puppet that has been created. Sigh, if it weren't for her incomplete soul, why would she have been so eager to use that magical blessing? I was so close, so very close, to completely recover. It's all that bastard Tang San's fault. Although Ji Yuina outwardly maintained her usual calm and collected demeanor, she had already begun to hurl insults at Tang San of the God realm in her heart. Although they no longer had the chance to exchange for the magical blessing with Wang Donger, Ji Yuina and Di Choer still did not leave immediately. Not long after, Wang Donger ended her meditation. Abruptly stood up from the bed, as if shouting and fighting against fate and the high and mighty Tang God King. I, Wang Donger, will never be replaced by anyone again. No one can replace me. As the shout echoed throughout the girls' dormitory building, 2 lines of tears slid down Wang Donger's cheeks. Since the day she obtained a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary and learned the truth about her existence, Wang Donger has not had a single good night's sleep. Xiao, who has been with her all along, has heard her pleading and crying several times at midnight, asking why she is being treated this way. Why she is destined to be a temporary puppet substitute, and why her fate is destined to be replaced by someone else. Xiao could clearly see that even in her sleep, Wang Donger was always trembling, and would always involuntarily shrink into the corner, with the thin blanket covering her as her last barrier. It seems that in her dreams, every time it was the legendary sea god Tang San who personally wielded the sea god trident, tore Wang Donger's soul apart, erased her memories, and merged them into the so-called Tang Wadong's body. However, after waking up, Wang Donger would appear lively and cheerful in front of everyone, making it impossible for anyone to see the fear and gloom in her heart. This made Xiao feel heartbroken for this GI.RL who had always been proud and confident and should have had a wonderful life. Xiao was initially disappointed because this was the second time Wang Donger had received a reward, while she herself had never received one. She even unconsciously developed a rift with Wang Donger. But now, seeing Wang Donger crying and laughing, looking so relieved, she felt completely at ease. She's a girl with twin martial souls. Even without those rewards, her future achievements would definitely not be low. There's no need for her to have a falling out with her best friend over such a reward. Besides, there's a long time to get rewards in the future, so why fixate on just 1 or 2? Although Ji Yuina and Di Choer were unaware of these matters, they could understand Wang Donger's current behavior and did not disturb her rebirth. However, after her initial ecstatic shouts, Wang Donger noticed something was amiss. Upon discovering that not only Xiao was in her dormitory, but also Ji Yuina and Di Choer, her face instantly turned bright red, and it even seemed as if wisps of steam were rising from her hair. Wang Donger. Her cheeks flushed, stammered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. Ji Yuina, though still maintaining her aloof demeanor, looked at her and spoke softly. Congratulations on your new life. Di Choer followed suit with a smile. That's right, from now on, even that guy named Tang San won't be able to take away your existence. Wang Donger was suddenly stunned. Feeling the sincerity of their 2 words of congratulations, her eyes trembled. And she quickly pursed her lips to prevent her emotions, which she had finally managed to calm down, from spiraling out of control again. However, at this moment, Xiao also stepped forward to Wang Donger. Looked at the stunningly beautiful girl with red eyes in front of her, and gently hugged her, speaking in an extremely gentle tone. Donger, we must be friends for life. If anyone tries to hurt you, no matter who that person is, I will stand firmly by your side and fight them to the very end. For some reason, Wang Donger suddenly felt that the scene in front of her was a little blurry. As Xiao finished speaking, she could no longer contain her grief over her fate and her joy at the wholeness of her soul. She hugged Xiao tightly and burst into tears. From this moment on, she has finally broken free from the spider web woven by Tang San and become a true, free, proud, and beautiful goddess of light butterfly that can spread its wings and fly. Donger welcomed a new life on Shishi Festival. Which feels quite fitting. Actually, when I was watching Douluo Continent 2, I really liked Donger. I wonder if anyone else felt the same way. It's a pity that the passionate and outspoken Donger and the dashing Choer were combined into such a result by combining these 2 SSR cards. Chapter 43 Jing Hongqian. Thanks to Xingluo for sending Huo Gua. Wang Donger's shouts that echoed throughout the girls' dormitory building, coupled with her current wailing, attracted the attention of many girls nearby, who came out to see what had happened. However, before they could rush over, the other girls who had copies of the diary also came over and quietly told everyone to disperse, as there was nothing exciting to see. After trying every possible way to get rid of the people, the girls finally entered the dormitory. Seeing Wang Donger hugging Xiao Xiao tightly and crying uncontrollably, even these competitors couldn't help but feel sorry for her tragic fate. If Huo Yuhao hadn't known what would happen in the future, and if he hadn't possessed that mysterious and unpredictable diary with unimaginable functions, Wang Donger, the goddess of light butterfly, would probably have been bound tighter and tighter by the spider web woven by Tang San until she was completely devoured and replaced by another Frankenstein's monster. While the grow up of beautiful girls were sending their blessings to Wang Donger's new life, Shu Tianjun in the crowd felt a pang of regret in addition to her blessings. Just like Ji Yuina, after seeing that Wang Donger had received a magical blessing that could heal all wounds, Shu Tianjun rushed over immediately, wanting to make a deal with Wang Donger. As long as Wang Donger was willing to give her this reward, Shu Tianjun was willing to agree to any conditions. After all, her father is currently suffering from illness, and her brothers are scheming against each other to inherit the throne of the Sun Moon Empire. Although she, as a princess, was not affected by this power struggle, Shu Tianjun would naturally hope that her father's injuries could be healed if possible. Just like Ji Yuina, seeing Wang Donger's bittersweet expression, even though she still felt a little unwilling, she was genuinely happy for Wang Donger's new life. As for restoring his father to health, at worst, it'll just be a little later. Anyway, as long as the diary copy exists, sooner or later I will be able to get a reward similar to Wang Donger's magical blessing. After Wang Donger had completely vented her grief, her emotions gradually calmed down. Seeing the group of beautiful girls in the dormitory watching her cry her heart out, Wang Donger's fair and delicate face suddenly turned red. Gone was her usual boldness, replaced by a hint of girlish shyness. Seeing her like this, all the girls spontaneously smiled kindly. Ji Yuina, who was standing to the side, watched this scene. After looking around and seeing that all the girls who had copies of the diary at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy had gathered, she slowly spoke. If anyone else receives this reward that can heal all wounds in the future, they can choose to trade with me, whether it's a spirit ring or a spirit bone. If it's a soul bone, I can exchange it for even one that's 100,000 years old. As Ji Yuina finished speaking, the atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone turned their attention to Ji Yuina, even Wang Donger, who had just experienced a freshman rebirth. Trading a 100,000-year-old soul bone would probably make even the top powers of the Sun Moon Empire and the original Douluo Empire think twice. However, after considering Ji Yuina's status as the ruler of all soul beasts, they felt that this was only natural. Putting aside everything else, in the Stardow Great Forest alone, there are probably quite a few 100,000-year-old soul beasts, or even ferocious beasts, that failed to transcend their tribulations. Their soul bones would naturally be collected by other ferocious beasts. If we could offer a 100,000-year-old soul bone in exchange for Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, to fully recover from her injuries, I'm afraid all the ferocious beasts in the Stardow Great Forest would be vying to make the deal. Seeing that Ji Yuina brought up the matter first, Shu Tianjun, who was standing to the side, also hurriedly spoke up. I'm willing to trade. Although I can't offer a 100,000-year-old soul bone, if it can restore my father to health, he will do his utmost to fulfill any request I make. Ji Yuina frowned slightly and looked at Shu Tianjun with some displeasure. Although Shu Tianjun was intimidated by Ji Yuina's aura, he still mustered up his courage to meet Ji Yuina's gaze. Thinking of his father's suffering from illness. Seeing that the atmosphere on the scene was becoming tense again, Wang Donger thought for a moment, wiped the tears from her face, and made a suggestion. How about this? If we receive any rewards in the future, and they are not necessities for us, we can temporarily store them in the diary copy. If anyone else needs them, they can exchange them for items or rewards they already own. Upon hearing Wang Donger's words, the women present exchanged glances and immediately agreed to her suggestion. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased again, Meng Hongchen spoke up. Yuhao is about to reach level 20. He also mentioned in his diary that he plans to have Xiao and me take him to hunt for a spirit ring. I hope no one will interfere this time. To Meng Hongchen's surprise, her words received no response from anyone. In fact, she could clearly see that after hearing these words, the eyes of all the girls present began to flicker. Obviously thinking about how to hunt for soul rings with Huo Yuhao. Even the noble Silver Dragon King Ji Yuina was no exception. Ji Yuina is now eager to get rid of her reputation for having the worst luck. She really doesn't believe that when she gets the diary dungeon reward for the third time, she will still get the guaranteed reward. You guys. You're despicable. I'm telling you. Even if you want to take it, Yuhao will definitely come with me in the end. Just you wait and see. After saying that, Meng Hongqian ignored them and angrily left the dormitory. Sure enough, given the rewards from the diary copy, there's no way they wouldn't take action. After Gu Yuina reiterated that anyone who obtained a reward that could heal wounds could trade with her, she left with Di Choer. Just like Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao's reconciliation, the two of them also tacitly did not take the previous small conflict to heart. As the friendly atmosphere here was shattered once again, in the dean's office, Jing Hongqian looked at Lin Jiayi, the head of teaching affairs, who had just entered, put down the brand new level 1 soul tool in his hand, and asked, "So, is the truth as Huo Yuhao said?" Lin Jiayi nodded emphatically, and couldn't help but grin as he thought of the information he had obtained earlier. Huo Yuhao is indeed the son of the White Tiger Duke, and the experiences of him and his mother are exactly as Huo Yuhao said. They have been oppressed and bullied from beginning to end. Even his mother's death was caused by those guys in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongqian burst into laughter. Those guys from the White Tiger Duke's mansion really don't know what price they'll have to pay for their actions. They sent a genius like Huo Yuhao to our Sun Moon sect. I'll definitely thank them in person someday when I have the chance. Chapter 44 Soul Contract. Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor? Lin Jiayi was somewhat surprised by Jing Hongqian's behavior and couldn't help but ask. Besides his outstanding mental abilities, Huo Yuhao also possesses a mental detection and sharing skill that is considered a divine ability by us soul masters. Does he have any other special talents? Jing Hongqian picked up the level 1 soul tool on the table and tossed it to him, smiling broadly. Of course. Before coming to our academy, he had never even touched a soul tool, but in just a few days, he went from a complete novice to a genuine first-level soul tool master. Do you think he has a talent for soul tools? Lin Jiayi examined the small and exquisite level 1 soul tool in his hand, his face unconsciously filled with surprise. Was this made by Huo Yuhao? Although spirit attribute soul masters have a greater advantage in soul mastery, Huo Yuhao only truly became a one-ring soul master at the age of 12. In Lin Jiayi's view, apart from the soul skills of spirit detection and sharing, he might not achieve much else. But now it seems that he had clearly underestimated Huo Yuhao. As if sensing Lin Jiayi's thoughts, Jing Hongqian chuckled and asked in return. Do you think Huo Yuhao could awaken any level of innate soul power given the treatment he received at the White Tiger Duke's mansion, where he couldn't even get enough to eat? Since what Huo Yuhao said is true, his successful awakening already proves his talent. Okay. I can guarantee that if Huo Yuhao had received even slightly better treatment, not to mention the fact that he would have been given highly nourishing pills or soul beast meat regularly, his innate soul power would definitely not have been lower than level 6 based on his original martial soul. Although innate level 6 soul power may not be considered a peerless genius, it at least provides a passport to becoming a strong person. Jing Hongqian, with her large belly disguised by a soul tool, said with a smile. Wen Xiao handed me this first-level soul tool that Huo Yuhao made entirely. He also said that he would give Huo Yuhao all the pills he had collected so that his strength could improve faster. At that time, I made a decision. I not only agreed with Xiao's decision, but I even gave him some of my stockpiles so that he could give them to Huo Yuhao. Just wait and see. This time, perhaps Xiao and Meng have really found an unexpected genius for our Sun and Moon sect. Despite being praised as a genius by Jing Hongqian, Huo Yuhao did not lose himself. Even after receiving various precious pills from Xiao Hongqian, he still insisted on going to the laboratory to learn about soul tools. No matter what, Xiao Hongqian is still a level 4 soul master, and he has been exposed to soul tools since childhood, so he has very unique insights and experience. Huo Yuhao, who already possessed a high talent in soul tools, greedily learned all the useful knowledge from Xiao Hongqian, and his level in soul tools increased day by day. If things continue like this, even if the diary stops giving him rewards related to soul tools, Huo Yuhao can still become a level 2 soul master in the shortest amount of time. Of course, there is a very important prerequisite for becoming a level 2 soul master. You must reach the level of a great soul master in terms of soul power. After careful consideration, Huo Yuhao felt that he should at least demonstrate some value so that Jing Hongqian would know that choosing to invest in him was definitely a very wise decision. Since Huo Yuhao wants to completely transform the world in the future, he must have a very high level of influence and status. While pretending to be weak to take advantage of others might be a little satisfying, it is not actually suitable for Huo Yuhao at present. It was precisely for this reason that Huo Yuhao ended his studies with Xiao Hongshan early, and instead returned to his dormitory under the pretext of wanting to improve his soul power as soon as possible. However, to his surprise, after hearing about this situation, Xiao Hongshan took the initiative to explain the effects of those pills to Huo Yuhao, some of which even had the effect of enhancing innate soul power. Huo Yuhao only learned after questioning that part of the pills and medicinal herbs were taken from Jing Hongshan's private vault and specially given to him by Xiao Hongshan. Yuhao also realized Jing Hongshan's thoughts. The reason why he did not show himself throughout the whole process, but instead had Xiao Hongshan deliver it, was to deepen the relationship between Xiao Hongshan and himself. And to give this great favor to his grandson. If Huo Yuhao truly achieves something in the future, regardless of how much he repays him, at least Xiao Hongshan will have a trustworthy partner. Huo Yuhao would certainly not refuse such a kind gesture, and he didn't even need Jing Hongshan to do so. Huo Yuhao had already accepted Xiao Hongshan as a friend, and he would never forget the painstaking teachings Xiao Hongshan had given him these past few days. Having made his decision, Huo Yuhao wasted no time and consumed a portion of the pills that very night. Thanks to the effects of the marrow cleansing pill he had previously obtained, Huo Yuhao was able to consume pills without the same concerns as others about having their potential capped. Huo Yuhao even felt the reason why there was a saying in Douluo continent that taking drugs would affect one's potential was because the alchemy technology in this world was just too crude. Unfortunately, he didn't have any insights into alchemy. But if there's an opportunity in the future, he could try to improve it. As the chosen one of destiny by the will of the Douluo continent, Huo Yuhao naturally needs to give back for the favor he enjoys. He should try his best to make the entire Douluo continent stronger, or even upgraded. After using drugs to raise his soul power to level 19, Huo Yuhao stopped and planned to take a good nap. He thought that after receiving the diary reward for tomorrow, he would be able to naturally advance to level 20. He only needed one more soul ring to become a 2-ring Great Soul Master. However, when Huo Yuhao saw the reward brought by the diary the next morning, he was obviously still somewhat surprised. Achieve the milestone of writing a diary for a week consecutively. Triggering a lucky critical hit and upgrading the quality of the reward. Day 7 Diary Rewards. 1. Soul Power increased by 1 level. 2. Soul Bone Absorption Card, after use, 1 can. Absorb soul bones of any age regardless of physical limits and pain. 3. Soul Spirit Contract, after both parties sign a contract, the target soul beast can become a soul spirit. Hiss. Looking at the reward in the diary, Huo Yuhao was immediately excited. Although he could guess that the reward on the 7th day would be more generous than before, the diary's generosity this time was clearly beyond his expectations. Most importantly, a soul bone absorption card and a soul spirit contract are practically a direct invitation for him to go to the far north to obtain his second martial soul. If his previous guess was correct, and the 2 ice and snow emperors of the far north could also see the diary he wrote, then there is a high probability that they would not refuse to become his soul spirits. Souls that become chosen ones will no longer need to worry about calamities, nor will they lose their self-awareness. They may even have a great chance of gaining infinite life. Such treatment is probably something that no soul beast could refuse. So, which of the 2 ice and snow emperors should they choose as their second martial soul and soul spirit? Chapter 45 Scheming against Jiu Yuina, the obsessive ice emperor. Huo Yuhao could roughly guess that if, as he thought, the ice and snow emperors could also see the contents of his diary, then perhaps he wouldn't need to do anything at all. The ice and snow emperors would, like Jiu Yuina and Di Choer, find a way to come from the far north to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy to find him. After all, the ice emperor is nearing the end of his 400,000-year reign, and the snow emperor is about to face the great tribulation of 700,000 years. According to Huo Yuhao's memory, without help, they would not have been able to successfully overcome the great calamity. Now they only have 2 choices. One is to be reduced to ashes under the lightning tribulation, and the other is to become the soul spirit of the chosen one. Who is dedicated to changing the way humans and soul beasts coexist? Is there even a need to choose? Huo Yuhao shook his head slightly and said in a low voice. No, I can't be so blindly confident. Who can guarantee that the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress will willingly become my soul spirit just because I'm the chosen one? What if they want to keep me in the far north at all costs to get the diary reward in this way? Faced with such enormous profits, I can't guarantee that the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress will remain rational. Especially for them, the spirit beasts of the far north are what they truly want to protect. It's hard to say whether my idea of changing the way humans and spirit beasts interact is attractive to them at all. So, if I want the trip to the far north to be more secure, I must at least ensure that I have the power to threaten the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, so that even if they really want to forcibly keep me in the far north, they will eventually have to give up. In this regard, I'm afraid that among the people I know, only Gu Yuina meets the requirements. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao's eyes flickered. He knew very well that the Rizo Ngu Yuina hadn't tied him up to the Stardo Great Forest wasn't because she didn't want to, but because as the ruler of all soul beasts, Gu Yuina had more things to consider. Since he has already clearly stated in his diary that he wants to change the way humans and soul beasts get along, so that humans and soul beasts can stop killing and being hostile to each other, but instead grow stronger together. Gu Yuina, who had not sealed her memories and had split off a second personality, and who remained calm and rational throughout, would certainly not attack him. Most importantly, although the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is currently blocked by the diary, no one knows how long this situation can be maintained. Even if Gu Yuina fully recovers from her injuries, she will still die in the face of the gods and will never be a match for those god kings. Perhaps Gu Yuina wanted him to grow up as quickly as possible, ideally putting into practice all the things he had written in his diary in the shortest possible time. If Huo Yuhao suggested that Gu Yuina go with him to the far north, she would absolutely not refuse. Huo Yuhao felt that his upcoming trip to the far north would definitely not be peaceful. There was a high probability that the two princesses from Xingluo and Tianyun would lead people to ambush him and try to take him back to their countries. With Gu Yuina around, I don't need to worry about this at all. All that can be said is that Huo Yuhao doesn't know what those who haven't had contact with him yet think, but he will eventually be able to discern what kind of thoughts Gu Yuina is harboring when she appears before him. Then let's just mention it in the diary so that Gu Yuina and the Ice and Snow Emperors know about it. It's a new day again. Just as the diary explained before, the reward for writing in the diary for a certain number of consecutive days is indeed more generous. This time, besides increasing my soul power by 1 level and successfully reaching level 20, I also obtained a soul bone absorption card and a soul spirit contract. Soul spirit, what a familiar yet unfamiliar term. Allowing soul beasts to relinquish their bodies and merge with the souls of human soul masters, their consciousnesses coexisting, while also granting the soul master more than one soul ring. While this could indeed slow down the rate at which soul beasts decrease, it's ultimately not the most correct approach. Even in the original story, if it weren't for a certain god king scheme that forced me to abandon everything and rush to the divine realm, there was a high chance that I could have further improved upon the soul spirit. But now I have a better plan. If it succeeds, then in the future, humans will not only stop hunting soul beasts, but will also become their most reliable partners. Moreover, this not only allows soul masters to continue growing stronger, but even soul beasts will no longer need to cultivate so laboriously, requiring a full 100,000 years to become true powerhouses. This will significantly reduce the time needed for soul beasts to grow up. We still need to study this carefully in the future. And we must make this idea a reality. However, the diary gave me these 2 rewards, which is practically a veiled invitation to go to the far north. But Tianmeng is gone now. Can I really still make Ice Emperor my second martial soul? That's right. I can have Gu Yuina come with me to the far north. With the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all spirit beasts, present, even if I can't make Ice Emperor my second spirit, at least nothing else will go wrong. I'll go to the far north in a while and see. If there's no opportunity, then I'll just have to find an ordinary Ice Jade Scorpion and make it my spirit. Before that, it's time to hunt for my second spirit ring and advance to become a true great spirit master. Go find Xiao Hongshan and let him know that the pills and herbs he gave me weren't wasted. Also, let him go out into the wild and enjoy my mental detection and mental sharing abilities. Speaking of which, with your help in hunting for spirit rings in the upcoming trip to the far north, those beautiful girls won't be vying to come with me, will they? Thinking of that scene, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but click his tongue and headed straight for Xiao Hongshan's laboratory. Meanwhile, in the far north, the Hyote Empire became incredibly excited after seeing the contents of the diary copy. Snow Empress. Snow Empress. Did you see that? Huo Yuhao is still planning to come to the far north to find me. Hyote shouted as he waved his 2 large pincers, the scorpion in a state of frenzied dancing. Before Shui Di could say anything, Bing Di couldn't help but burst into laughter. I could only watch those women receive rewards before, but if Huo Yuhao really comes to the far north, I must keep him here. As the chosen one, his arrival will surely bring the favor of the plains will to our far north, just like the three-eyed golden lion brought to the Star-Do Great Forest. Besides, all the rewards from the diary copy are ours. Hee hee. Hehehehe. Chapter 46 Xiao Hongshan. I'm super. Ultimate Ice. Hearing the slightly infatuated laughter of the Ice Emperor echoing in this vast, snow-covered far north, even the usually aloof Snow Imp Roar couldn't help but glance at her speechlessly, then shook her head helplessly. Can't you calm down, Ice Emperor? Didn't you see what Huo Yuhao said in his diary, that he planned to bring Jiu Yuina with him to the far north? Do you think we have a chance to keep him in the far north with the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, by our side? Even if Jiu Yuina's injuries haven't healed, she's definitely not someone we can afford to mess with. Otherwise, would those ferocious beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest really be willing to acknowledge a Silver Dragon King, whose strength is inferior to theirs, as their supreme ruler? Snow Empress's words shattered Ice Empress's beautiful dream, instantly extinguishing her joy and replacing it with uncontrollable anger. Why can she go to Huo Yuhao to get the reward of the diary copy? Why can't we leave Huo Yuhao in the far north? Snow Empress truly had no way to deal with Ice Empress. She gently rubbed her temples and said in a helpless tone, if we also transform into human form and go to the Sun Moon Empire to find Huo Yuhao, Jiu Yuina certainly won't have any objections. But if we want to leave Huo Yuhao in the far north, she will absolutely not allow it. As the ruler of all soul beasts, Jiu Yuina clearly hopes that Huo Yuhao's idea can be realized, rather than confining him to the Star-Do Great Forest or our far north. Hayote's face fell, and he asked with a blank expression. Then what should we do? Am I really destined to become some kind of soul spirit of Huo Yuhao? The Snow Empress's eyes flickered. And after a moment of contemplation, she looked at the Ice Empress in front of her and spoke slowly. If you don't want to become his spirit, then let me do it. You can choose to take human form. Or I can mention you in front of him often, and get Huo Yuhao to mention your name in his diary as many times as possible. Upon hearing this, Hayote's breath hitched, and his face was filled with disbelief. For a moment, Ice Emperor couldn't tell whether Snow Empress was thinking of her or trying to compete with her for the chance to become Huo Yuhao's soul spirit. Hiss. You're not kidding, Yuhao, are you? You're already level 20. Inside the laboratory, Xiao Hongshan stared at Huo Yuhao in disbelief, unable to believe that he had already reached level 20. In response to his question, Huo Yuhao smiled and nodded. It's true. But I still want to thank you and Dean Jing Hongshan. If it weren't for the pills you gave me, I wouldn't have been able to reach level 20 so quickly. Xiao Hongshan looked at Huo Yuhao with amazement and waved his hand repeatedly. If you really consider me a friend, then there's no need for thanks. But Yuhao, it seems you really are a genius who w. As almost buried by those idiots in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Come on, let's not waste time. I'll take you to hunt for spirit rings right now and make you a true great spirit master. After saying that, Xiao Hongshan abandoned the soul tool he was making and immediately set off to take Huo Yuhao to find a suitable soul beast. However, just as the two of them stepped out of the laboratory, Meng Hongshan, whose face was flushed from running all the way, blocked their way and shouted at them. Xiao Yuhao, where are you two going? Don't just stay cooped up in the lab all the time. You should come out and wander around occasionally, right? Staying cooped up in the lab all the time can easily make you irritable, and that kind of mentality isn't good for your soul tool making. Huo Yuhao, who realized Meng Hongshan's true intentions, remained silent. However, Xiao Hongshan, who was kept in the dark, immediately spoke with great interest after hearing this. You've come at the perfect time. Meng, you'd never guess. Yuhao is already level 20. I was just about to take him out to find a suitable spirit ring. Do you want to come with us? Meng Hongshan pretended to be extremely shocked, looking at Huo Yuhao with wide eyes, but in reality, her eyes were already full of smugness. Yuhao, are you really level 20? And you're planning to go hunt for spirit rings now? Huo Yuhao was somewhat speechless at Meng Hongshan's acting skills, but still nodded in agreement. Yes, Senior Meng, do you want to come along? Upon hearing this, Meng Hongshan agreed without hesitation, and even grabbed Huo Yuhao's arm. Her face beaming with excitement. Let's set off now. After all, no one knows how long it will take to encounter a suitable soul beast, so the sooner we set off, the better. After saying that, she didn't give Huo Yuhao a chance to refuse at all, and directly pulled him towards the academy gate, leaving Xiao Hongshan standing there blankly, not knowing what to do. Xiao Hongshan blinked as he watched Huo Yuhao and Meng Hongshan's retreating figures, and asked in a somewhat confused tone. Is there something between Meng and Yuhao that I don't know? Oh well. Never mind. Let's get out of here first. This time, I'm going to show Yuhao just how powerful a soul tool really is. There was a reason why Meng Hongshan was in such a hurry to pull Huo Yuhao away. Not long after the three of them left, one girl after another arrived at the location of the laboratory. Seeing the closed door, they immediately realized they were too late. Damn it. How did Meng Hongshan get here so fast? Is she really determined to have Huo Yuhao all to herself today? She's just going to hunt for spirit rings, it's not like she can't let us come along. Shu Tianjun was furious. It was only because she had been taught a lesson by Meng Hongshan earlier that she was furious. Otherwise, this little devil would probably already be thinking about how to settle scores with Meng Hongshan. Although Ji Yuina was somewhat displeased with Meng Hongshan's behavior, she remembered that Huo Yuhao had mentioned in his diary that he wanted her to accompany him on the upcoming trip to the far north. So she decided not to dwell on today's gains and losses. After looking around, she said calmly. Since there's no chance anymore, let's go back. If you all rush up to Huo Yuhao now, it will only make him realize something is wrong. You all know how sensitive he is. Although the women really wanted to find Huo Yuhao, they had to admit that Ji Yuina's words made a lot of sense. So they had no choice but to return to their respective places. However, the name Meng Hongshan would appear on the copies of the diary in their minds from time to time, which made them even more envious of Meng Hongshan. The fact that Huo Yuhao first felt goodwill ultimately gave Meng Hongshan a significant advantage. However, not long after, the contents that suddenly appeared on the copy of the diary made their expressions serious, and they were filled with the thought of watching a good show. Holy crap! How did Meng Hongshan's martial soul suddenly reach the ultimate ice level? Am I dreaming? Huo Yuhao's shock and confusion were feigned, but Xiao Hongshan, as his older brother, was now truly starting to question the meaning of life. As Xiao Hongshan watched Meng Hongshan's EYs suddenly turn crimson after she used her martial soul, his voice involuntarily became sharp, and he couldn't help but shout loudly. A dream. What's going on? Why did your martial soul suddenly upgrade to the ultimate ice level? What did you do? Am I dreaming? Chapter 47 Huo Yuhao, the humanoid auspicious beast, questions life and laughs at the mortal world. They laughed at how foolish the people of the mortal world had become. Upon seeing Meng Hongshan's martial soul upgraded to the ultimate ice, his first thought wasn't that Meng Hongshan had encountered some extraordinary event, but rather that he was hallucinating. Perhaps because he had woken up too quickly in the morning, causing him to be somewhat disoriented. To prove that he was hallucinating, Xiao Hongshan immediately decided to have Meng Hongshan try to freeze him, so he could personally verify whether this was truly the ultimate ice. Meng Hongshan didn't hesitate at all in response to his request, as if afraid that he would regret it. She immediately released the ultimate ice, and in the blink of an eye, Xiao Hongshan was turned into an ice sculpture. It gleamed and shone brightly under the sunlight. To Meng Hongshan's satisfaction, she finally experienced what it was like to perform miracles in front of others. After seeing her freeze Xiao Hongshan into an ice sculpture with a single move, Huo Yuhao's eyes widened. His face filled with disbelief and existential skepticism. Meanwhile, the copy of the diary in her mind began to beat wildly. My god, what's going on? Why has Meng Hongshan's martial soul become ultimate ice? If I remember correctly, Meng Hongshan's martial soul was the Crimson Ice Toad. Unlike the Ice Jade Scorpion, the Crimson Ice Toad didn't abandon poison to maximize its ice attribute. But now, Meng Hongshan's Crimson Ice Toad not only possesses ultimate ice, but it also incorporates poison attributes. What on earth is going on? Surely this isn't some kind of change brought about by me, the Chosen One. I don't even have a second martial soul yet, and Meng Hongshan has already upgraded his martial soul to the ultimate ice realm. Just because someone is close to me, the Chosen One. Does that mean they'll receive the same favor from the will of the plane? So, Di Choer is a mythical beast of the Stardo Great Forest, while I'm a mythical person of the entire Douluo continent. Looking at the contents of the copy of the diary, Meng Hongshan almost burst out laughing. She forcibly suppressed her joy and looked at Huo Yuhao triumphantly, asking him a question. How was it, Yuhao? How was my ultimate ice? Huo Yuhao swallowed hard, looking utterly shocked, and gave her a thumbs up in praise. You're amazing, senior sister Meng. But is it really okay to keep Xiao Hongshan frozen like this? Ah! Meng Hongshan screamed as she realized what was happening and quickly removed the ice covering Xiao Hongshan's entire body, completely unaware of anything unusual from Huo Yuhao's reaction. After Xiao Hongshan emerged from the ice sculpture, he couldn't help but shiver as he looked at Meng Hongchen, his lips trembling uncontrollably, partly from the cold and partly from anger. Meng, you're so good to your brother. Meng Hongchen stuck out her tongue, looking embarrassed. I didn't mean to. Don't be angry, laugh. Xiao Hongchen kept panting heavily, basking in the sunlight to relieve the cold in his body, while also looking at Meng Hongchen and asking, Meng, what's going on with you? Why did your martial soul suddenly turn into extreme ice? This shouldn't be happening. Seeing the confusion and bewilderment on Xiao Hongchen's face, Meng Hongchen shook her head and said, I don't know what happened, but I always felt that my Marty Al Soul's upgrade to the ultimate ice was probably related to Yuhao. Before, when I was with Yuhao, I always felt very comfortable, and even my martial soul seemed to be subtly changing, but I didn't pay attention to it before. Then yesterday, I suddenly discovered that my martial soul had inexplicably turned into the ultimate ice, and the poison attribute hadn't disappeared. Upon hearing this, after a brief moment of stunned silence, Xiao Hongchen disregarded the cold and rushed to Huo Yuhao, grabbing his arm tightly and shouting, Yuhao, Yuhao, I'm begging you, please let my martial soul evolve like Meng. I also want to experience what kind of changes extreme attributes will bring. No, brother. I'll call you brother. As long as you can help my martial soul evolve like a dream, you'll be my brother Hao from now on. Huo Yuhao was caught off guard by Xiao Hongchen's actions and said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Don't laugh at me like that, senior. I have no idea what happened. How could senior Meng's martial soul evolving like this have anything to do with me? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongchen looked up at Huo Yuhao with suspicion, but did not find anything unusual in his expression. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that apart from Huo Yuhao's extremely high talent in Soul Master and Soul Instructor, his divine skill of mental detection and sharing, and his self-discipline that even he could not match, there seemed to be nothing special about him. Will being with Huo Yuhao cause my martial soul to mutate? You have to understand that NCE Huo Yuhao came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, Xiao Hongchen is the person he has spent the most time with. He has never felt this way before. Surely there can't be gender discrimination in this kind of martial soul mutation. Right. Xiao Hongchen couldn't understand why this was happening. Just as he was questioning his life, Meng Hongchen ignored him and looked at Huo Yuhao with a smile. Let's go, Yuhao. I'll take you to find a soul beast that suits you. Huo Yuhao naturally wouldn't refuse, and of course, to make himself appear more normal, he still wrote it down in his diary. Oh no, I've really become a Swiss person. Meng Hongchen actually said that her martial soul, the Crimson Ice Toad, had reached the ultimate ice level because of her contact with me. She said that when she was with me, not only did she feel physically and mentally comfortable, but even her martial soul would subtly change. I only knew that Di Choer, that auspicious beast lady, could accelerate the cultivation speed of the soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest, and also increase the success rate of ferocious beasts undergoing tribulations. It seems that others, after interacting with me, the Chosen One, are also experiencing such wondrous changes. If the Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, and Douling people found out, wouldn't they try every means to kidnap me to their country? Looks like I'll have to be even more discreet from now on, and absolutely cannot reveal my identity as the Chosen One to others. Meng Hongchen was overjoyed after seeing the contents of the copy of the diary. This was a reason she had come up with great difficulty. I was worried that Huo Yuhao would notice something was wrong, but now it seems that Huo Yuhao's identity as the Chosen One of Destiny has provided the best patch for my lie. Hehe, now I can openly use my Crimson Ice Toad, upgraded to the ultimate ice level, in front of everyone. While Meng Hongchen excitedly dragged Huo Yuhao around searching for spirit attribute soul beasts, Xiao Hongchen followed behind them with a bewildered look in her eyes. Watching their backs, she couldn't help but murmur to herself. This isn't right. This really isn't right. If spending more time with Yuhao can cause such a significant mutation in one's martial soul, then why isn't my three-legged golden toad reacting at all? I'm Arlie, the greatest genius in the history of the Sun Moon Empire. Why is this happening? Can someone explain this to me? Chapter 48 3 months, heading to the far north. What did you say? Meng's martial spirit has been upgraded to the ultimate ice level. Inside the dean's office, after hearing Xiao Hongchen say that Meng Hongchen's martial soul had inexplicably become the ultimate ice, Ji Hongchen instantly lost his composure as the dean of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy and the head of the Ming Hall, and jumped up without being able to hold back. Despite his bulky appearance, he rushed to Meng Hongchen's side in an instant, staring wide-eyed at her with shock and disbelief on his face. He truly couldn't believe that such a miraculous thing could happen. Jing honk. Hen's lips trembled with excitement as she stared at Meng Hongshan in front of her and asked in a trembling voice. Dream, is what you said true? Has your Zhu Qing ice toad really reached the level of ultimate ice? This is the finest ice ever made. As a level 9 soul master and a level 94 title Douluo, few people understand better than Jing Hongshan what a martial soul with ultimate attributes truly means. Under Jing Hongshan's gaze, Meng Hongshan smiled and nodded in confirmation. It's true. Grandpa, if you don't believe me, I can verify it and let you see. As she spoke, Meng Honk. Hen involuntarily turned her gaze to Xiao Hongshan beside her. After realizing Meng Hongshan's thoughts, Xiao Hongshan jumped backward to the doorway and shouted at Meng Hongshan. Dream. What are you trying to do? Turn me into an ice sculpture again. Let me tell you. No way. You'd better let Grandpa experience your ultimate ice power firsthand, and then let me go. Jing Hongshan was slightly taken aback. Then slapped Xiao Hongshan on the head, laughing and crying at the same time. You brat, how dare you talk like that? Xiao Hongshan looked extremely aggrieved and pointed at Meng Hongshan, then launched into a frantic rant. Grandpa, you don't know, when we took Yuhao to hunt for spirit rings before, that girl Meng actually used me as a test subject, freezing me into an ice sculpture with her ultimate ice. It took me a long time to fully recover. Upon hearing this, Jing Hongshan's pupils contracted slightly, and he asked repeatedly. Huo Yuhao is level 20. Before Xiao Hongshan could speak, Meng Hongshan answered first. That's right. We helped Yuhao obtain his second spirit ring from a 1,000-year-old silver moon wolf, gaining a spirit skill called mental confusion. He's now a great spirit master. Speaking of which, Yuhao's physical abilities have improved even more than mine and Xiao's. We originally planned to find him a 100-year-old spirit beast, but he successfully succeeded in absorbing a 1,000-year-old spirit ring. Moreover, according to Yuhao, he did not consume all of those pills. He only consumed the 2 pills you gave him that could improve his innate talent. And he successfully broke through to level 20. By the way, Grandpa, actually, my martial soul mutation happened because of Yuhao. From the moment I met Yuhao, I noticed that my Artial soul would always subtly change when I was with him. Until yesterday, my martial soul suddenly underwent this mutation. Not only did it reach the level of extreme ice, but even the poison attribute didn't disappear. Jing Hongshan was stunned by this series of major news. Although he vaguely felt that Huo Yuhao was a genius who was almost buried by the White Tiger Duke's mansion, he never imagined that Huo Yuhao's talent could be so terrifying. He only became a soul master not long ago, but in the blink of an eye he has already advanced to a great soul master. If what Meng Hongshan said is true, and Huo Yuhao didn't rely entirely on pills to forcibly increase his soul power, then it means that he had already accumulated a lot of potential in his body, and those 2 pills only stimulated Huo Yuhao's potential. His accumulated knowledge and skills finally paid off, allowing him to successfully break through to the great soul master level. However, according to Jing Hongshan's speculation, Huo Yuhao may have had other extraordinary encounters. Otherwise, given the physical qualities he developed from his experiences in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to absorb a 1,000-year-old spirit ring as his second spirit ring. Based on Jing Hongshan's experience, only legendary immortal herbs could possibly enable Huo Yuhao to achieve such a feat. The pills he gave Huo Yuhao most likely activated the effects of those herbs, ultimately leading to Huo Yuhao's rapid advancement in soul power. The most outrageous thing is that having more contact with Huo Yuhao might actually improve one's martial soul. Could it be that Huo Yuhao possesses some kind of ethereal luck that would allow him to soar to great heights after leaving the White Tiger Duke's mansion? If I did the same, would my martial spirit also be able to reach its peak? Just as this thought crossed Jing Hongshan's mind, he heard Xiao Hongshan beside him complain with a resentful expression. I'm the one who has the most contact with Yuhao, so why hasn't my martial soul shown any reaction? Is this discrimination against me? Upon hearing this, Jing Hongshan immediately abandoned that delusional idea, casually reassured Xiao Hongshan, and then looked at Meng Hongshan with a smile. Meng, if you ever need anything in the future, be sure to tell Grandpa. We can't count on Xiao anymore. But you will definitely become the pride of our Hongshan family. Don't slack off. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan's eyes widened immediately. He had always been called the greatest genius in the history of the Sun Moon Empire, but now that Meng Hongshan's martial soul had just been upgraded to the ultimate ice level, he was saying that he couldn't be relied on. What kind of logic was that? However, neither Jing Hongshan nor Meng Hongshan paid any attention to Xiao Hongshan's protest, instead displaying a scene of grandfather and granddaughter enjoying each other's company. completely excluding Xiao Hongshan. After Jing Hongshan cheerfully saw the two out of the office and closed the door, he finally couldn't contain his emotions and burst into laughter. Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao. You're simply a lucky star. It's one thing to be a genius yourself, but you even helped Meng's martial soul reach the ultimate ice level. No way. I must thank Duke Dai. How of the White Tiger in person whenever I have the chance. After acquiring his second spirit ring, Huo Yuhao was summoned by Jing Hongshan once to inquire about the situation. He then told the story he had prepared beforehand, saying that when he was in the Stardo Great Forest, he was so hungry that he ate a plant that exuded a strong life force and looked as if it was radiating a sacred light. Since then, his body has been slowly changing, and his cultivation speed has become very fast. After consuming the pills sent by Xiao Hongshan of the Jing Hongshan sect, his soul power increased rapidly, finally stopping at level 20 due to the limitations of his soul ring. Jing Hongshan had no doubt about this statement. On the contrary, he was convinced that Huo Yuhao was lucky enough to Avenue eaten a legendary immortal herb that could make ordinary people soar to the heavens. From then on, besides attending classes diligently every day and constantly absorbing knowledge about soul tools, Huo Yuhao would occasionally use the number of times he reached the target in the diary dungeon to tease those beautiful girls for some fun. 3 months passed in this way. When a short holiday was approaching, Huo Yuhao finally invited Jiu Yuina to go to the far north together. Jiu Yuina, just as he expected, agreed without the slightest hesitation. Huo Yuhao wasted no more time and immediately set off on his journey to the far north with Jiu Yuina. He had been looking forward to his second martial soul with the ultimate ice attribute for a long time. Chapter 49 Teacher Kong Deming, Yuhao has become a national treasure of the Sun and Moon. During these 3 months, several major events occurred in the Sun Moon Empire. For example, Huo Yuhao has already successfully cultivated to level 50 entirely through his own efforts. He only needs one more soul ring to become a true soul king. This was Huo Yuhao deliberately concealing the fact that he had already reached level 50. But he held back and did not report it to Jing Hongshan. To be honest, Huo Yuhao's true soul power level at this moment has even reached the Soul Emperor level. However, considering that such a speed of improvement was too incredible, and that if it were to be revealed, there was a very high probability that it would attract the attention of the Holy Spirit cult hidden in the Sun Moon Empire, Huo Yuhao, who always took prudence as his motto, decided to temporarily refrain from acquiring a soul ring. In any case, the soul power he gained from writing in his diary would not disappear, but would continue to accumulate silently. 20 days after becoming a great soul master, Huo Yuhao explained to Jing Hongshan that he had reached level 30 and urgently needed a third soul ring to advance to soul master and level 3 soul master. When Jing Hongshan heard Huo Yuhao's words, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Even though she already knew that Huo Yuhao had been very lucky to eat a magical herb, Jing Hongshan did not expect that the magical herb would have such a terrifying effect. The ability to elevate a great soul master to the soul venerable level in just 20 days is something that occasionally happens in the Sun Moon Empire, but that requires excessive drug use. After several inquiries, and even after Huo Yuhao took out all the pills that Xiao Hongshan had given him before, untouched, Jing Hongshan finally believed that Huo Yuhao had not chosen that kind of cramming method for improvement. However, just to be on the safe side, Jing Hongshan still used various methods to examine Huo Yuhao's physical condition. The final conclusion was that all the meridians in Huo Yuhao's body were much stronger and wider than he had ever known. Under these circumstances, Huo Yuhao's cultivation speed is simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Jing Hongshan could only attribute this to the immortal herb he had eaten in the Stardo Great Forest, believing that the herb had brought about a dramatic change in Huo Yuhao's physical condition. After figuring out the situation, Jing Hongshan once again joined forces with several experienced experts to determine the age limit of the spirit rings that Huo Yuhao's current physical strength could absorb. Then, he personally took him to hunt for spirit rings, enabling Huo Yuhao to successfully become a spirit master. Jing Hongshan originally thought the matter was over, but a month later, Huo Yuhao came to his door again, saying that his soul power level had reached a bottleneck again and that he only needed a fourth soul ring to become a soul master. It was then that Jing Hongshan realized for the first time how fragile his heart was. Huo Yuhao's talent was far beyond Jing Hongshan's imagination. This time, he did not make the decision alone. Instead, he took Huo Yuhao to Kong Deming, the head of the Sun Moon Empire's Hall of Worship, and told him everything about Huo Yuhao in detail. As it turns out, it wasn't that Jing Hongshan's mental fortitude was too weak, it was simply that Huo Yuhao's rate of improvement was too abnormal. Even Kong Deming and the group of titled Douluos in the Hall of Offerings were shocked by Huo Yuhao's performance, and everyone dropped what they were doing to check on Huo Yuhao's condition. Ultimately, they came to the same conclusion as Jing Hongshan, unanimo. Sly believing that Huo Yuhao's incredible cultivation speed was due to the effect of that immortal herb. Moreover, Kong Deming discovered that Huo Yuhao's soul power was not something that someone who had just reached level 40 could possess. He then concluded that Huo Yuhao's strength would likely continue to increase at that incredible speed until he reached a certain level, at which point it would slow down. No one doubted the accuracy of Kong Deming's assessment. All the titled Douluo in the Hall of Worship had only one thing to do: to compete to make Huo Yuhao their disciple. They all envied Huo Yuhao's good fortune in encountering a magical herb in the Stardo Great Forest. If they had eaten that herb, they would definitely have been able to break through their limitations and become Super Douluo. But now that the immortal herb is gone, taking Huo Yuhao, who ate the herb, as their disciple has become their greatest desire. After all, according to Jing Hongshan, his granddog, Mang Hongshan had been in contact with Huo Yuhao a lot, and even her martial soul had been upgraded to the level of extreme ice. In their understanding, only auspicious beasts favored by heaven and earth can bring benefits to other soul beasts, and Huo Yuhao is practically a human-shaped auspicious beast. Jing Hongshan originally had similar thoughts and wanted to compete with these titled Douluo. But after Kong Deming personally stepped in and expressed his desire to take Huo Yuhao as his disciple, everyone else gave up. Huo Yuhao had no reason to refuse Kong Deming's idea of taking him as a disciple. Regardless of Kong Deming's status as the strongest soul master or his transcendent position in the Sun Moon Empire, being his disciple can be said to be entirely beneficial. As if to verify Huo Yuhao's idea, after he officially became a disciple, Kong Deming took out a large number of high-level soul tools, almost arming Huo Yuhao to the teeth. They even had all the ninth level soul masters in the Hall of Worship present a gift, and even Jing Hongshan reluctantly gave Huo Yuhao a blessing from the mortal world. As Jing Hongshan gave the gifts, she inwardly complained, "If I had known this would happen, I should have taken Huo Yuhao as my disciple before coming to the Hall of Offerings. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Fortunately, his granddaughter grandson have a very good relationship with Huo Yuhao. Not only has Meng Hongshan's martial soul undergone a positive mutation, but his soul power is now over level 40, and he will soon be able to advance to the Soul King level. Even Xiao Hongshan is now working even harder to learn about soul tools and improve his strength, showing no sign of slacking off. According to Jing Hongshan, the glow Rai of the Hongshan family can continue smoothly as things stand. Even though the ninth level soul masters in the Hall of Worship couldn't accept Huo Yuhao as their disciple, they all told him to come to the Hall of Worship whenever he had time, and to ask them any questions he might have. They felt that even without a master-disciple relationship, spending a long time with Huo Yuhao, this humanoid auspicious beast, might bring them some benefits. If the constraints imposed by drug use can be loosened, giving them a chance to break through to Super Douluo, that would be great news for the entire Sun Moon Empire. To this, Huo Yuhao could only think, "Oh no, I've become a national treasure." Besides that, some other minor incidents also occurred. The beautiful girls who were used to surrounding Huo Yuhao all day long, in addition to their soul power steadily increasing, also received rewards of varying degrees. After Shu Tianjun obtained a piece of life-giving gold that was gentle Eno. To only give back life force without consuming it, she immediately gave it to her father, the Sun and Moon Emperor, and successfully helped him, who was suffering from a serious illness, to fully recover. For a moment, all the princes who were openly and secretly vying for the throne were dumbfounded. After learning that Shu Tianjun was the biggest contributor to this, even Shu Tianren, who always doted on his younger sister, couldn't help but grit his teeth and give her a heartfelt thank you. However, when Shu Tianren learned that his younger sister was trying to see if her disabled lower body could be restored, Shu Tianren didn't say anything more. He simply waved for her to leave and sat alone in the study for a long time. Unlike the other girls, Chief Ji was still Chief Ji. Although she met the target many times over the past 3 months, she either only received the minimum reward or the other 2 rewards did not include the items she needed most to heal her injuries. The kind of life gold that Shu Tianjun obtained was simply a drop in the ocean compared to the injuries Ji Yuina had suffered, and it couldn't even compare to the vast amount of life gold in the Lake of El If at the center of the Stardo Great Forest. The reason Ji Yuina agreed so readily to go to the far north with Huo Yuhao was not only because she didn't want to see anything happen to him, but because she wanted to spend this time alone with him and try to get all three rewards. She refused to believe that she couldn't get the rewards she wanted. Huo Yuhao used the Diaries camera functio N to take a picture of Ji Yuina's beautiful back view and uploaded it directly to the diary. At the same time, he wrote in the diary with his mind. Images, images. The journey to the far north has officially begun. With Ji Yuina, the ruler of all soul beasts, accompanying us, will everything proceed smoothly now that the God Realm and Douluo continent have lost contact. Chapter 50 D Choer. Whoever likes Huo Yuhao is a dog. Damn it. My sister is so mean. It's obvious that going to the far north wouldn't affect me at all, but no matter how much I begged her, she wouldn't agree. She's so greedy. She just wants to take all the rewards for this period of time. Inside the dormitory, Di Choer looked at the contents displayed on the copy of the diary in her mind and began to angrily and strongly condemn Ji Yuina. Her words were met with unanimous approval from everyone present. Wang Donger nodded in agreement. That's right. Ji Yuina is indeed too greedy. The far north is so far away. And who knows how long it would take to travel there and back. We won't have a chance to get the diary dungeon rewards these days. As Wang Donger finished speaking, a sigh echoed in the dormitory. Life is really tough. The pretty girl sighed. 3 months of getting to know each other was enough for their relationship to become less tense than it was at the beginning. The initial rivalry and infighting had become much less frequent, and they had instead developed a very good relationship. That's why, as soon as they learned that Huo Yuhao and Ji Yuina had left the academy, they immediately gathered together and started ranting about Ji Yuina. Meng Hongchen smiled sweetly at the women around her, but spoke with extreme firmness. Don't forget what we agreed before. You can get the rewards from the diary copy. But you'd better not have any other ideas about Yuhao. I don't want you to disturb Yuhao's determination to focus on his career. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly became strange. The group of beautiful girls looked at each other, none of them responding. Just as Meng Hongchen was about to say something, Yi Gui, standing to the side, remained calm as always and said indifferently, "Are you trying to prevent us from affecting Huo Yuhao's career aspirations, or do you have some other thoughts about him?" In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Meng Hongchen, wanting to know how she would answer this question. However, to their utter surprise, Meng Hongchen showed no embarrassment whatsoever in the face of their gaze. Instead, she puffed out her chest, raised her chin slightly, and said proudly, "I do have feelings for Yuhao, so what?" Meng Hongchen's blunt words left all the women present speechless. Strangely enough, no one seemed to find this odd. It's just that in this world of love, everyone is precocious and falls in love early. It's perfectly normal for young people to develop strong feelings for the opposite sex. Of course, they still had some doubts about the truthfulness of Meng Hongchen's words. In their opinion, Meng Hongchen was very likely just using such words to appease them, and that her feelings for Huo Yuhao were definitely not strong enough to warrant any special relationship with him. Di Choer looked at Meng Hongchen opposite her and pouted. "Don't worry, I won't have any other thoughts about Huo Yuhao like you do. If I did, I wouldn't be a mythical beast, I'd be a dog." The hot-tempered Di Choer could never stand being provoked. Seeing Meng Hongchen turn her distrustful gaze towards her, she immediately made the harshest vow a mythical beast could make. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongchen's eyes filled with joy. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately seized the opportunity to ask the others. "Even Di Choer has said so, what about you?" The women exchanged glances, and they could clearly see the resentment they felt towards Di Choer in each other's eyes. Although they didn't have any other thoughts about Huo Yuhao at the moment, who could guarantee what would happen in the future? Unfortunately, Di Choer's words put them in a difficult position. Under Meng Hongchen's intense gaze, they had no choice but to reluctantly agree to Di Choer's so-called vow. After achieving her goal, Meng Hongchen was overjoyed and no longer felt unhappy about Huo Yuhao going to the far north alone with Ji Yuina. She left the dormitory happily. Before leaving, Wang Donger, Xiao Xiao, Zhu Zi, Shu Tianjun, and Yi Gui all looked at Di Choer and shook their heads with sighs. After spending more than 3 months together, they had long since realized that Di Choer was simply not very bright, so they left without saying much. Di Choer was left alone, staring blankly at the closed dormitory door, scratching her head in confusion. Did I say something wrong? Oh my. Huo Yuhao is finally coming to our far north. Honestly, I've been waiting for so long, staring at the diary copy every day. wondering when he'd finally decide to come. The Ice Emperor cheered and jumped for joy in the snow, eagerly awaiting Huo Yuhao's arrival. Ever since she obtained the copy of the diary and learned of Huo Yuhao's identity as the chosen one of destiny, she has been thinking about bringing Huo Yuhao to the far north. She had repeatedly suggested bringing Huo Yuhao from the Sun Moon Empire to serve as a sacred beast in the far north, but each time before she could actually put her plan into action, she was ruthlessly suppressed and prevented by the Snow Empress, leaving her no choice but to stay here and wait obediently. Now that Huo Yuhao has taken the initiative to come to the far north, let's see what the Snow Empress has to say. Seeing the extremely excited Ice Emperor, the Snow Emperor shook her head helplessly and asked softly, Hayote, have you made up your mind? Do you want to become Huo Yuhao's soul spirit? Hayote's movements suddenly froze, and she stiffly turned her head to look at Yuki Te. After a long silence, she finally spoke in a low voice. Are you trying to say that if I'm not willing to be his spirit, then you have to become his spirit and follow him forever? Quote. Snow Empress nodded slightly, watching the snowflakes dancing in the sky, and reached out her fair and delicate hand to catch them. A gentle light flashed in her eyes, which was completely out of place with the coldness around her. Becoming Huo Yuhao's soul will not only benefit us, but will also bring about earth-shattering changes to the far north. Quote. Although the special environment of our far north means that few people come here to hunt soul beasts, this situation will not last long. If we cannot make changes, our far north will eventually become a hunting ground for humans. Just like other soul beast gathering places. As the strongest beings in the far north, it is our inescapable responsibility to protect the soul beasts living here. Ice Emperor. When Huo Yuhao arrives in the far north, let me be his soul spirit. Hayote was initially moved by Yuki's words, but after hearing the last sentence, she felt something was amiss and shook her head, waving her large pincers in refusal. No need, Snow Empress, let me do it. You are the strongest in our far north. Even if we fail and do not succeed in changing the way humans and soul beasts interact, as Huo Yuhao said, you can still protect the far north from harm. Don't worry, once I become Huo Yuhao's spirit, I will definitely keep mentioning you to him and make him write your name in his diary. Snow Empress gently stroked Ice Empress's head with her icy palm, pursing her lips without answering. However, where Ice Empress couldn't see, Snow Empress's eyes unconsciously flickered slightly. Chapter 51 Zhang Lexuan, Shu Juju, and Vina, advance to the far north. The Heavenly Soul Empire, at the Zhang family ruins. Zhang Lexuan stared silently at the building in front of her, which had long since become someone else's family territory, without uttering a sound for a long time. After leaving that letter and departing from Shrek Academy, Zhang Lexuan first went to the Stardo Great Forest to check on the location where she had hunted for spirit rings before. Because Elder Zan said that they should train on their own, she ended up drinking fine wine and eating chicken legs somewhere, which ultimately led to 8 out of the 12 people in the group dying at the hands of a 100,000-year-old spirit beast. Although Zhang Lexuan obtained the soul ring and soul bone of that 100,000-year-old soul beast, she couldn't be happy no matter what. Then, based on his memory, he arrived at the ruins of the Zhang family and spent the last 3 months searching for the reason why his family was wiped out overnight. However, even though Zhang Lexuan had tried every possible method, she couldn't find any clues. No matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice but to give up now. Zhang Lexuan actually had another question that had been bothering her for a long time. There were indeed suspicious points in the matter of her family's extermination. So why had she never suspected anything all these years? It wasn't until Huo Yuhao pointed it out in his diary that she truly realized something was wrong. What exactly was going on? However, after seeing Huo Yuhao's words on the copy of the diary that he and Ji Yuina had set off for the far north, Zhang Lexuan took a deep breath, turned her head to look in the direction of the far north, and muttered to herself. The far north. Kong Deming, the Grand Elder of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family, is a moon martial soul just like me. What kind of relationship could there be between us? Huo Yuhao, I hope you, the chosen one, can give me a definite answer to these questions. Zhang Lexuan took one last look at the building that didn't belong to the Zhang family. The last trace of lingering affection in her heart disappeared. She took out the flying soul tool she had bought before from her storage soul tool and flew towards the far north. Although Zhang Lexuan has never contacted anyone else who has a copy of the diary since she obtained it, she can still roughly guess what it is. When Huo Yuhao said that soul tools represent the future, even the most stubborn people began to come into contact with soul tools. Given Zhang Lexuan's current age and cultivation level, it is indeed too late for her to learn how to make soul tools, but she will still have no problem using them. Moreover, after actually using it, Zhang Lexuan finally realized just how much convenience a soul tool could bring. Just as Yuhao said in his diary, those who only want to cling to old tradition and guard so-called glory are destined to be the first to be eliminated when the new era truly arrives. After learning that Yuhao had set off for the far north, Zhang Lexuan was not the only one who took action. Even Princess Xingluo Shujuju and Princess Tianyun Vina called upon their respective protectors and set off for the far north immediately. For the past 3 months, they have seen the list of winners published in the diary copy every day, and without exception, all of them are the names of the girls who went to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy to find Yuhao. Having longed for this for so long, and finally seeing a glimmer of hope, they were determined not to give up. The only thing that made them a little unsure was that Yuhao was accompanied by Jiyu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, on his trip to the far north. Their original idea of bringing Yuhao to their country at all costs has probably been completely shattered. After all, Yuhao once wrote in his diary that after the God Realm lost contact with Douluo continent, Jiyu Yuina was undoubtedly the strongest. Even though Jiyu Yuina's injuries haven't fully healed yet, her strength is definitely not comparable to that of a title Douluo. Even a limit Douluo would be no match for Jiyu Yuina. Therefore, if we want to win over Yuhao, we can't use force, we have to find other ways. But judging from Yuhao's behavior in his diary, he's just as he said before, a complete workaholic. Even Jiyu Yuina, the most beautiful woman in his Douluo continent series, couldn't sway him. The honey trap won't work. So what method can we use to win Yuhao over to our star Luo, heavenly soul? As Shu Juju and Bina each led their respective groups to the far north, their minds raced with thoughts of how to successfully win over Yuhao. As they began to act, some people within Shrek Academy also had strange ideas. At this time, the freshman assessment at Shrek Academy had ended, and the students were reassigned to classes and teachers. Ning Tian, the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also became a member of the freshman class 1. And her class teacher was still the original class teacher, Mu Jin. Even Ning Tian didn't expect that there seemed to be some unknown grudges between her teacher Mu Jin and the teacher Zhou Yi. During the freshman assessment, the two of them even made a big bet out of spite. That means that when the students from their two classes face off, whoever loses will not only have to give up their soul bone as a price, but will also have to leave Shrek Academy and resign from their position as a teacher at Shrek Academy. Not to mention Mu Jin, even Ning Tian couldn't understand where teacher ZH Yu Yi got the confidence to make this bet with Mu Jin. After Yuhao joined the Sun Moon Academy and Wang Donger and Xiao Xiao also dropped out of school, the so-called class 1 of freshmen was just an empty shell. The rest of them were no match for Ning Tian, Wu Feng, and Nanman Yuner's team. Ning Tian only knew that after their team personally sent away the last hope of class 1 of freshmen, Zhou Yi's face turned extremely ugly. In front of so many teachers and students, she actually said that those students were useless and even wanted to expel them all. Perhaps she was blinded by anger. Or perhaps Zhou Yi was used to this way of doing things, but as soon as she spoke, Mu Jin stopped her. Mu Jin stated that since she had lost the bet, Zhou Yi was no longer the homeroom teacher of class 1 of the freshmen and therefore had no right to expel students. Zhou Yi was speechless after being rebuked, while Mu Jin pressed on relentlessly, insisting that Zhou Yi fulfill her promise. What was most unexpected was that after Zhou Yi couldn't take it anymore and said that she would choose to resign and turned around and left, the students of class 1 of the freshman class were as if He had been reborn as class 1 of the freshman class, and they all couldn't help but shout and cheer loudly. Ning Tian didn't know what happened after that, but he heard that Zhou Yi's husband, an 8th level soul master, often came to chat with Mu Jin, seemingly wanting to invalidate the bet and continue having Zhou Yi as Shrek Academy's teacher. But now that he saw Yuhao had already said FF for the far north in the copy of the diary, Ning Tian hesitated, wondering if he should try his luck. Even if she couldn't go to the Sun Moon Empire to be with Yuhao because of her identity, if she could meet Yuhao in the far north, with her intelligence, she could at least get some reward, right? Ning Tian lay on the table, lost in thought. At the same time, Yan Xiaojie, the dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy, knocked on the door of Ling Luokan's room and pleaded sincerely. Luo Chen, the evil fire within Xiao Dao has flared up again. This time, we really can only rely on your help. Chapter 52. The weak don't even have the right to refuse. Shrek Academy, as the #1 academy in the Douluo continent with a history of 10,000 years, is admired. Not only by people in the original Douluo Three Kingdoms, but also by many people in the Sun Moon Empire, who yearn to come and experience the charm of Shrek. Shrek Academy's inner courtyard is a place that countless people dream of. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as you successfully enter Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, you have a pass to become a top-tier expert. Although this pass isn't very useful. Whether you can ultimately become a strong player still depends on your own efforts. As an inner court student and one of the current members of the Shrek Seven Devils, Ling Luokan, just like her ice element martial soul, was filled with coldness upon hearing the knock on the door and Yan Xiaojie's voice from outside, showing not a trace of gentleness. Having waited a long time for Ling Luokan's response, Yan Xiaojie knocked on the door again. Although he felt a little unhappy, he still patiently spoke. Luo Chen, I know that what I'm doing will cause you trouble. But I'm not giving you an order as the dean of the spirit department, but as an elder asking you for help. Xiao Dao desperately needs your help right now. Yan Xiaojie was somewhat anxious, because Ma Xiaodao's current situation was not optimistic. Apart from having an ice attribute Soul Master help suppress the evil fire in her body, even if a healing type Soul Master went all out, it could NLY slightly alleviate the situation and prevent her from going berserk for the time being. Just as Yan Xiaojie was about to say something, the door suddenly opened, and Ling Luokan, expressionless and pale-faced, looked at Yan Xiaojie and asked, Dean Yan, Ma Xiaotao said herself that she would never let me help her suppress the evil fire again, so why are you asking me to help her? Have you forgotten how she treated me after I helped her suppress her evil fire at all costs? By the way, Dean Yan, I'd like to know, you said you would compensate the families of the 3 outer court students who died at Ma Xiaodao's hands. How exactly did you do that compensation? Yan Xiaojie, who is usually very quick-witted, remained silent at this moment. Even if he wanted to say a few good words to help Ma Xiaotao, he simply didn't know where to begin. As Ma Xiaodao's teacher, Yan Xiaojie knew that the relationship between Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luokan had always been bad, even back when they were in the outer academy. Even now, as members of the Shrek Seven Devils, their relationship had not improved. When Ma Xiaodao's evil temper flared up some time ago, it was not controlled in time, which led to her accidentally killing 3 students from other colleges who were visiting Haishan Lake. After learning about this, Yan Xiaojie tried to cover it up while personally going to Ling Luokan's house to ask for help in using ice elements to suppress the evil fire in Ma Xiaodao's body. Ling Luokan initially refused very decisively, but after hearing about Ma Xiaodao's actions after being blinded by evil fire, he changed his mind and did his best to suppress the evil fire raging in her body. Ling Luokan did this not to save Ma Xiaotao, but simply because he didn't want to see more innocent and vulnerable people die at Ma Xiaodao's hands. However, to her utter surprise, when Ma Xiaotao woke up after the evil fire was suppressed, her face was instantly filled with disgust. She even questioned her with utter contempt why she had helped her, saying that she could control the evil fire in her body even without her help. At that time, Ling Luokan was in a state of lethargy in order to suppress the evil fire. And he was completely unable to argue with Ma Xiaotao. He could only watch helplessly as Ma Xiaotao, whom he had saved, turned around and bit him. Upon seeing this, Yan Xiaojie immediately reprimanded Ma Xiaotao in front of Ling Luokan and demanded that she apologize to him, but Ma Xiaotao refused without hesitation. Yan Xiaojie could only helplessly say that as a teacher, he would definitely make compensation to Ling Luokan on Ma Xiaodao's behalf. At that moment, Ling Luokan took a deep look at the master and disciple and left Ma Xiaodao's residence in silence. However, just as the door closed, he heard Ma Xiaodao's questioning from inside. She questioned why she should be compensated when it was Ling Luokan who wanted to help her, not the other way around. However, after hearing Yan Xiaojie say that she had killed 3 innocent students from the outer academy after being consumed by evil spirits, Ma Xiaotao immediately quieted down. From that moment on, Ling Luokan had already seen through Ma Xiaotao. Now that Yan Xiaojie had come to him again, Ling Luokan was determined not to help her no matter what. The farmer's encounter with the snake is enough once. Most importantly, according to what Ling Luokan overheard about the 3 innocent outer academy students, Shrek Academy's compensation was merely to give each of their Amelia's a spot to join Shrek Academy without having to take any exams. This so-called compensation method is indeed very Shrek-like. After all, Shrek Academy's motto has always been to recruit only monsters who are one level above geniuses. What kind of compensation could those 3 students, whose potential wasn't even enough to join the inner academy, expect after their deaths? Ling Luokan shook his head at Yan Xiaojie and said in a cold tone. Dean Yan, you should find someone else. I don't know if you know, but after that incident, I also met Ma Xiaotao. She not only showed no gratitude towards me, but even mocked me, saying that she had found the best person to help her get rid of her evil fire. Although she was just a student from the foreign languages department, she was much better than me. So, you should go find that person from the foreign languages department. Yan Xiaojie's face turned very ugly. As the dean of the martial soul department and a level 95 super Douluo, when had he ever been treated like this? Seeing that Ling Luokan was about to close the door again, Yan Xiaojie realized that she was determined this time to refuse to help Ma Xiaotao no matter what. Thinking of his disciple's agonizing state as she suffered from the evil fire, Yan Xiaojie could no longer care about anything else. The most important thing now was to suppress the evil fire in Ma Xiaotao's body at all costs. If left unchecked and allowed to continue burning, Ma Xiaotao, this exceptionally talented disciple, may very well have her consciousness consumed by the evil fire, completely losing herself and becoming an evil soul master. Shrek Academy has always been at odds with evil spirit masters. If even the inner academy produces an evil spirit master, where will Shrek's reputation stand? Thinking of this, Yan Xiaojie hardened his heart and directly raised his hand to stop Ling Luokan from closing the door. Looking at Ling Luokan's calm but slightly bewildered gaze, Yan Xiaojie took a deep breath, straightened his expression, and said in a deep voice, Ling Luokan, I am now ordering you, in my capacity as the dean of the spirit department at Shrek Academy, to come with me immediately to help Ma Xiaotao with her treatment. As the dean of the spirit department, I absolutely cannot allow any of our inner court students to suffer irreparable harm because of their spirits. After saying that, Yan Xiaojie didn't care whether Ling Luokan agreed or not. He grabbed her, took a step, and disappeared with Ling Luokan in a flash. As for Ma Xiaotao and Yan Xiaojie, the reason I think they are good is because Yuhao shares the same stance as them in the original work. But if you think about it carefully, you'll realize that they are just like that even in the original work. Please don't criticize me, I really didn't mean to bash you. Due to special circumstances today, the update was moved up by an hour. The update time will be the same tomorrow. Chapter 53. This is Shrek Academy. Ling Luokan leaves. A trace of sadness flashed in Ling Luokan's eyes as she was held in Yan Xiaojie's hand. She had thought that after becoming a 5-ring soul king, she was already a pretty good expert. However, in front of an unreasonable super Douluo like Yan Xiaojie, they didn't even have the right to refuse and could only let the other party do as they pleased. In just a few breaths, Yan Xiaojie brought Ling Luokan to the room where Ma Xiaotao was. The room contained not only Ma Xiaotao, whose consciousness had been clouded by the evil fire, but also the deans and vice deans of the Martial Soul Department and Soul Guidance Department, as well as the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. At this moment, they were surrounding Ma Xiaotao, whose evil fire had been temporarily suppressed by Elder Zhuang using the power of the Tree of Life, their faces filled with anxiety. Upon seeing Ma Xiaotao, Ling Luokan finally understood why Yan Xiaojie had acted in a way that went against his usual style, and why he was so insistent on bringing her over without even saying a word. The severity of Ma Xiaotao's backlash from the evil fire this time far exceeds any previous time. Ling Luokan was certain that without the help of an ice attribute soul master to suppress Ma Xiaotao's evil fire, it wouldn't be long before Ma Xiaotao completely lost herself, forever trapped in the burning evil fire, and became an evil soul master that no one could turn back. Upon noticing the arrival of Yan Xiaojie and Ling Luokan, all the Shrek executives present breathed a sigh of relief. Since Ling Luokan had come, it meant that Ma Xiaotao was finally saved. However, after noticing that Ling Luokan had been forcibly dragged over by Yan Xiaojie, Xian Linner, the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, glared at Yan Xiaojie and angrily rebuked him. Yan Xiaojie, what are you doing? We clearly agreed that you would ask Luo Chen to help Xiaodao suppress the evil fire. How could you do this? Even if Xiaodao is in a dangerous situation, you can't treat Luo Chen like this. After seeing Xian Linner's meaningful glance, Yan Xiaojie understood everything. Once he calmed down, he realized how foolish he had been. He immediately released Ling Luokan's arm, took a step back, and bowed deeply to Ling Luokan again, pleading with utmost sincerity. I'm sorry, Luo Chen. I was too impulsive just now. Xiao Tao's situation is really critical right now, it's absolutely urgent. Without your help, Xiao Dao might really lose her self-awareness completely. As an elder, I beg you. Please have pity on Xiao Tao and help her. By the end, Yan Xiaojie's voice had choked up, portraying a teacher who felt regretful yet helpless for the sake of his disciples' safety. Faced with his heartfelt plea, Ling Luokan simply lowered her head and remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, the Shrek executives present exchanged glances, as they were also aware of the feud between Ling Luokan and Ma Xiaotao. Ling Luokan already harbored resentment towards Ma Xiaotao, and now that Yan Xiaojie was treating her this way, it would be truly strange if she were still willing to help Ma Xiaotao suppress her evil fire. Xian Linner glared at Yan Xiaojie with annoyance, then walked over to Ling Luokan and comforted him. Luo Chen, why? Oh, you know how important you students are to us. It's just that Xiao Tao's condition was too critical, and Yan Xiaojie had no other choice but to resort to this measure. But don't worry, once you've helped Xiao Dao suppress the evil fire, I will definitely help you get justice. Xian Linner's words left many people present speechless. For example, her husband Qian Duoduo, Yan Xiaojie's wife Kai Meyer, and even Xian Linner's mother. Old Song, all felt that it was unwise for her daughter to stand up. These words should have been spoken by Kai Meyer. Why are you, Yan Xiaojie's ex-girlfriend, getting involved? While the Shrek executives had their own thoughts, Qian Duoduo comforted herself, saying that Xian Linner was doing this for Ma Xiaodao's sake, and definitely not because of Yan Xiaojie. Ling Luokan raised his head and stared at Xian Linner expressionlessly, speaking in an extremely calm tone. Dean, you should know that my ice element strength is no match for Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. Helping her suppress the evil fire will damage my body, right? Upon hearing this, Xian Linner's face stiffened, unsure of what to say. Of course she knew about this, or rather, everyone present knew. However, compared to Ma Xiaotao, a monster who is close to the ultimate fire, Ling Luokan, although a genius, still has an indelible gap between them. Moreover, the damage is just that, damage. It won't affect his very essence. It will only slow down Ling Luokan's cultivation speed, and he will need some time to recover. But if Ma Xiaotao is left unattended, her life could be in danger. In matters like this, the Shrek Academy executives certainly knew how to make the right choice, but now that Ling Luokan was unwilling to help Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire, they were at a loss. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense. After looking around, Elder Zan rolled his eyes, took a big bite of the chicken leg, and mumbled something indistinctly. What's there to refuse? You're all classmates. You should help each other. Xiao Dao is in such a dangerous situation, are you just going to watch her die? As Elder Zan finished speaking, Elder Zhuang, who was Yusen Ji the Tree of Life martial soul to help Ma Xiaotao control the evil fire, suddenly spoke up. I'm losing control. If this continues, Xiao Tao's soul will be completely consumed by the evil fire. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaojie suddenly looked up and glanced at Ma Xiaotao with concern, then looked at Ling Luokan with tears in his eyes and pleaded. Luo Chen, I'm begging you to help Xiao Dao one last time for our sake. Do I have to kneel down and beg you? At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed. Ling Luokan was clearly the one who was forced to come here, and even went so far as to help Ma Xiaotao suppress her evil fire at the cost of his own health, only to be bidden in return. At this moment, it was as if she had become the murderer who harmed Ma Xiaotao, and was forcibly placed on a moral high ground by a group of top experts from Douluo continent to condemn her, as if she would become a heinous murderer if she did not help Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire. Under their gaze, Ling Luokan unconsciously took a step back, his face turning even paler, his heart filled with humiliation and pain. Okay, I'll help her. Ling Luokan didn't say another word, but silently released his ice element to help Ma Xiaotao suppress the evil fire raging wildly within her body. After an unknown amount of time, Ma Xiaodao's condition gradually stabilized, while Ling Luokan's face turned deathly pale, showing no sign of life. Ling Luokan's body went limp, and she almost fell to the ground. Before Xian Linner could help her up, she forced herself to stand up, refused Elder Zhuang's offer to treat her, and staggered toward her room. Looking at Ling Luokan's retreating figure, Xian Linner shook her head and said, Yan Xiaojie, you've really gone too far this time. Yan Xiaojie gave a bitter smile, looking utterly helpless. I have no other choice but to let Ling Luokan save Xiao Tao first, and we can talk about other things later. But don't worry, once Xiao Tao wakes up, I will make sure she goes to thank Ling Luokan as soon as possible. What happened last time will never happen again. Ling Luokan was unaware of the conversation among the higher-ups, but even if she had, she wouldn't have cared. She only had one thought. She had already repaid all the favors she had received from Shrek Academy. She no longer owed Shrek anything, and she didn't want to stay there any longer. Surprisingly, after making this decision, Ling Luokan found that she was not disappointed at all. On the contrary, she felt that it was something to be happy about. She had come to understand what Shrek Academy was like so early. Ling Luokan looked in the direction of the far north and muttered to himself. Yes, Huo Yuhao already wrote it in his diary, this is Shrek Academy. I'm leaving too. Chapter 54 Gu Yuina's Contrast, a frank encounter. From the moment Huo Yuhao wrote down the news of his departure for the far north in his diary, he knew that his trip to the far north was destined to be anything but peaceful. Putting everything else aside, if Princesses Shu Juju and Vina could see the contents of the diary, they would definitely not miss this opportunity and would try every means to win them over to their country. Even so, Huo Yuhao didn't take it to heart at all. He really didn't believe that Shu Juju and Vina would be so crazy as to try to kidnap him in front of Gu Yuina. In front of the mighty Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, aren't those titled Douluo from the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire just like offering vegetables? However, at this moment, Gu Yuina was enjoying a candied hawthorn covered in thick syrup. After feeling Huo Yuhao's gaze, Gu Yuina hesitated for a moment before handing the candied hawthorn skewer in her other hand to Huo Yuhao. Do you want some? Huo Yuhao shook his head, a look of confusion on his face. Speaking of which, it seems like you've become a completely different person since you left the academy. Gu Yuina didn't explain, she just focused intently on the candied hawthorn in her hand. Ever since she was severely injured in the God realm and fled to Douluo continent, she has been sleeping in the lake of life in the center of the Stardo Great Forest to recover from her injuries. Now that she has finally transformed into human form and come to the human world, shouldn't she be able to enjoy herself? In any case, apart from Huo Yuhao, no one here knows her identity as the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts. Gu Yuina naturally doesn't need to have any worries. She has been craving the delicacies of the human world for a long time. As for Huo Yuhao, this guy already said in his diary that he's a love-obsessed person. So why should Gu Yuina restrain herself from being with him? However, Gu Yuina felt that after spending these 3 months together, although Huo Yuhao still hadn't realized that they could see what he had written through the copies of his diary, he had begun to suspect what his purpose was in getting close to him, along with Choer and the other girls who had copies of the diary. If they find a suitable excuse to dispel Huo Yuhao's doubts about their behavior, Gu Yuina really thinks that sooner or later he will realize that the contents of the diary will be exposed. It was precisely why for this reason that Gu Yuina decided to stop pretending and instead decided to be completely honest with Huo Yuhao. Do you already know who I am? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao was slightly taken aback. Then his pupils contracted slightly at just the right moment, and he looked at Gu Yuina with pursed lips without replying. Gu Yuina didn't pay attention to Huo Yuhao's reaction. Instead, she stuck out her pink tongue and licked the syrup on the outside of the candied hawthorn while speaking slowly and deliberately. Stop pretending. Although I don't know how you know my identity, judging from your behavior, you've already given yourself away. My true identity is actually the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, while Choer is the Emperor Beast of the Stardo Great Forest. The reason we went to the Sun and Moon Empire was due to an accident. I was sleeping and recovering from my injuries in the Lake of Life in the Stardo Great Forest, but more than 3 months ago I was awakened by DTN. The number 1 of the 10 ferocious beasts you humans talk about. He said that the auspicious beast might have a problem and was making a fuss about transforming into human form to go to the Sun and Moon Empire. After careful examination, I discovered that her soul had indeed been tampered with, and it was the work of one of the gods in the god realm. After seeing the fragments of that guy's divine consciousness, Choer returned to her original appearance. However, before I could fall asleep again, I discovered that the god realm and Douluo continent had suddenly lost contact. And the God realm could no longer suppress Douluo continent as before. I brought Choer to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy in order to find out what that god really wanted to do. The moment I saw you, I truly realized that the god's target was never Choer, but you. Choer was just a tool he originally wanted to use to scheme against you. At this point, Gu Yuina paused, gave Huo Yuhao a deep look. And only after noticing the shock written all over his face and eyes did she continue. As an imperial auspicious beast favored by heaven and earth, Choer naturally possesses auspicious fortune. However, in front of you, it is like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, with a huge gap. Perhaps, you are the one who is truly favored by the Douluo continent. In you, I see hope that can change the fate of soul beasts, and that is why I chose to stay with Choer at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. You can rest assured about my purpose. I will not only not harm you, but I will also protect you from being harmed by others. I hope even more than you do to see you become a true powerhouse as soon as possible. Just a heads up, this trip to the far north might bring you some unexpected surprises. Yuhao hadn't said a word, but now he seemed to have a dry mouth and stared blankly at Yuina before asking a question. Are you saying that I am the chosen one of destiny in Douluo continent? The chosen one. That's an interesting term. That's roughly it. Don't you think everything has gone exceptionally smoothly since you left the White Tiger Duke's mansion? After spending more than 3 months together, although Yuhao spent most of his time in the laboratory making soul tools, he also developed a very harmonious relationship with his classmates. Furthermore, since he had never concealed his identity, Yuina said that the existence of the diary copy would certainly not be exposed regarding the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Yuhao nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed as you said. Since I left the White Tiger Duke's mansion, whether it was the luck to eat a fairy herb in the Stardow Great Forest or the subsequent journey to the Sun Moon Empire, everything went smoothly without any setbacks. Yuina opened her cherry-like mouth and bit into the candied hawthorn, afraid that she might burst out laughing. Yuhao is still talking about immortal herbs at this point. Does he really think she doesn't know the truth? What kind of magical herb could enable a guy who had just become a soul master to grow to the Soul Emperor level in just over 3 months? However, the more Yuhao said this, the more reassured Yuina became. A lie mixed with the truth is more credible. This is a life skill that Yuina has learned in the past 3 months. It seems my plan worked perfectly. Revealing Yuhao's identity as the chosen one only made him trust me more. Now, I don't need to worry about the existence of the diary copy being exposed. Yuina was in a great mood, and her eyes unconsciously curved into a smile. With the candied hawthorn in her mouth, she looked exactly like a fairy descending to earth. Yuhao filmed this scene and uploaded it directly to his diary. At the same time, in order to make Yuina believe that she really believed what he said, he wrote it down in his diary with his mind. Image. I have to say, Yuina, the #1 beauty in Douluo continent who was originally so aloof and unapproachable, showed a completely different side of herself that almost made my heart flutter. After hearing Yuina's words, I finally understand why so many things didn't unfold as I remembered. It really is because of my actions as the chosen one that so many people's fates have changed. Even Yuina said my trip to the far north might bring unexpected surprises, which makes me really excited. After Yuina felt the diary copy in her mind start moving, she immediately checked it. The first thing she saw was a picture of herself smiling and licking a candied hawthorn. If she didn't have very strong self-control, Yuina probably would have round the candied hawthorn away without thinking. Yuhao captured this scene and uploaded it to his diary, where everyone who had a copy of the diary could see it. Didn't she, the Silver Dragon King, the dignified ruler of all soul beasts, have any dignity? However, after seeing the rest of the content, Yuina breathed a deep sigh of relief. It's all right. Just consider it a contribution to prevent Yuhao from finding out that they had a copy of the diary. However, what Yuina didn't know was that her so-called successful concealment of the existence of the diary copy was simply impossible. From the very beginning, Yuhao was simply going along with their enthusiastic performance, pretending to be completely unaware of what was going on. Chapter 55 Snow Emp. Res. I'm more suitable for you than Ice Empress. Yuina, assuming that Yuhao believed her words, did not notice anything amiss and happily led Yuhao into the far north. From the moment she entered the far north, Yuina reverted to her original aloof demeanor, making it impossible for anyone to recognize her as the soul beast lord who had previously stuck out her tongue to lick the candied hawthorn. Yuina could sense the auras of the soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old in the far north, and she could also clearly perceive that the most powerful of them, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, were gathered together at the very center of the far north. Just as I suspected, they both possess copies of the diary. I wonder if they've agreed on who should become Yuhao's soul spirit. In Yuina's view, the fact that Shuidi and Bingdi were able to suppress their inner desires even though they knew the diary dungeon could bring incredibly rich rewards, and instead of abandoning everything to rush to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy to find Yuhao like the others, already showed that their mentality was better than others. So, They must have made PR preparations for Huo Yuhao's trip to the far north, right? Although Ji Yuina didn't think anything unexpected would happen while accompanying Huo Yuhao to the far north, there was still one thing she needed to be wary of: Shui Di and Bing Di, who had never had any contact with Huo Yuhao before, absolutely could not reveal the existence of the diary copy. After entering the depths of the far north, Ji Yuina's purple eyes slowly transformed into vertical pupils, and a heavy and ferocious aura, like that of an ancient beast, erupted from her body, covering the entire far north in the blink of an eye. In other words, Ji Yuina only released the aura of the Silver Dragon King without any pressure. Otherwise, her pressure alone would probably have been enough to kill countless soul beasts in the far north instantly. Watching Ji Yuina's flowing, pure white hair dance in the air, combined with the constantly falling snowflakes, created a scene that could captivate anyone. Huo Yuhao seized the opportunity to snap a picture of it and immediately uploaded it to his diary. Images, images, images. After being completely honest with Ji Yuina, she no longer needs to hide her identity as the Silver Dragon King from me. But what is she doing now? Could she be using the aura of the Soul Beast Lord to summon the Ice Empress and Snow Empress to us? Could it be that there's really a chance to one of the Ice and Snow Empresses my soul spirit? As Huo Yuhao wrote these words in his diary, the two Ice and Snow Emperors, located in the very center of the far north, had already sensed Ji Yuina's presence. They knew that this meant Ji Yuina was calling them to come and meet her. Coupled with the content that suddenly appeared in the diary copy, Shui Di and Bing Di exchanged a glance and, without wasting any time, rushed towards the location of Huo Yuhao and Ji Yuina. With their speed, they naturally wouldn't keep Huo Yuhao and Ji Yuina waiting for too long. When they saw the Ice and Snow Emperors flying rapidly from afar, Ji Yuina also concealed her aura, causing the soul beasts in the far north who were originally trembling and uncontrollably lying on the ground with their heads buried in the ice and snow to return to normal. Ji Yuina used her immense spiritual power to directly communicate with Shui Di and Bing Di through their souls. If I'm not mistaken, you should also have copies of the diary. Remember, under no circumstances should you reveal the existence of these copies to Huo Yuhao. The two Ice and Snow Emperors nodded slightly without leaving a trace. After they landed, they bowed slightly to Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, to show their respect. Although Huo Yuhao had written in his diary long ago that Ji Yuina was love-struck. If things had continued along the original trajectory, she would never have changed the fate of the soul beasts at all. But no matter what, superficial respect is still necessary. However, in the eyes of the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, was merely a supporting character. The most important person was Huo Yuhao, the chosen one. Shui Di looked at Huo Yuhao, who was standing side by side with Ji Yuina, and slowly spoke. Yuhao, Bing-er and I know why you came to the far north. Even before you came here, we had already received guidance from the Ice God. The Ice God told us that your appearance will completely change the fate of the far north for the better. After discussing with Bing-er, we are both prepared. If you are willing to accept, we can choose to sacrifice ourselves and become your soul ring. We just hope that you will not forget the far north in the future. The Ice Emperor, still resembling the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, nodded vigorously and spoke in human language. The Snow Emperor is right. This was the story they had planned out, and only in this way could Huo Yuhao not notice anything unusual about the diary. Even Ji Yuina raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, instinctively concluding that the idea must have come from the Snow Empress, while the Ice Empress seemed to lack the brains for it. Under the gaze of the three women, Huo Yuhao's pupils contracted slightly, and his face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di all felt the diary and their minds begin to beat wildly. Hiss. It's a good thing there's no Zihu here, otherwise I would definitely ask what it's like to be simultaneously favored by both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, and discover that you can choose either of them as your second martial soul and soul spirit. Is this the power of the Chosen One? Although Tianmeng is gone, their treatment seems to have improved. And as far as I know, the Ice God's divine position has long been shattered and no longer exists. Yet the Snow Empress says they are guided by the Ice God. Could it be that the will of this plane is helping me? Before you even opened your mouth, the will of this plane has already fed you. Nothing more to say, I will absolutely not let you down. Once I'm strong enough, I will definitely not let that so-called divine realm suck your blood again. After seeing the contents of the diary copy, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di all breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is the advantage brought about by information asymmetry. Even if there are some loopholes in what Shui Di said, Huo Yuhao's status as the chosen one of destiny is enough to automatically fill in those loopholes, so that he cannot detect anything amiss. However, at this moment, Huo Yuhao looked at the Snow Empress and Ice Empress in front of him with a troubled expression. His eyes kept lingering on the two of them. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. Well, there's no need for a sacrifice. I have a better way to ensure your consciousness doesn't disappear. But for now, I only need one of you. With both of you standing in front of me, how am I supposed to choose? Upon hearing this, the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress exchanged a glance before the Snow Empress spoke first. Yuhao, there's nothing to hesitate about. Compared to Hyote, I'm definitely more suitable for you. Chapter 56. The Ice Emperor becomes a spirit. The Snow Emperor wants to take human form. As the Snow Empress finished speaking, Ice Empress felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. No, it should be said that her heart was colder than the marrow of 10,000 years of profound ice. In Hyote's heart, Yuki-Te has always been her best sister. In fact, if it weren't for the difference in gender, the term, friends, would not be enough to describe the relationship between the two. But now, when faced with the choice of becoming Huo Yuhao's soul spirit, Shui Di made Bing Di feel as if she had suffered an incurable wound. Most importantly, the wound she suffered was in her heart. Hyote looked at Yuki-Te with a mournful expression and whispered, Snow Empress, why do you have to do this? In your eyes, is Huo Yuhao more important than me? Snow Empress didn't even glance at Ice Empress, so naturally she wouldn't answer the question. Ice Empress felt she already knew the answer, but since Snow Empress wanted to become Huo Yuhao's soul spirit so much, she was determined to compete with Snow Empress for it. After taking a deep breath, Ice Emperor's eyes suddenly sharpened, revealing the majesty of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan's king. He stared at Huo Yuhao and said in a deep voice, Yuhao, I am the unique king of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Although my cultivation is only approaching the limit of 400,000 years, which is not as high as the Snow Emperor's 700,000 years of cultivation, the benefits I bring to you are absolutely incomparable to those of the Snow Emperor. After I become your martial soul, your physical strength will be greatly enhanced. Among all humans, there will be absolute. Why no soul master of the same level who can compare with you? Most importantly, the Snow Empress, as an ice goddess, might be able to appear as a martial soul in humans, but I can guarantee that they will all be female. If you make the Snow Empress your martial soul, it will become incongruous, especially when you reach the Soul Saint level and use your martial soul true form. There is a possibility that some negative changes may occur as a result. I think you wouldn't want to see that happen, would you? Hiss. Upon hearing Ice Emperor's words, Huo Yuhao gasped sharply. It wasn't because Hyote's words were so shocking, but rather because it sounded almost surreal coming from Hyote. Hyote, who always acts recklessly, can actually say something so reasonable. Huo Yuhao glanced at Shui Di beside him and found that she was just silently watching the scene without any intention of arguing. Huo Yuhao immediately understood. Perhaps, from the very beginning, Shui Di never intended to compete with Bing Di for the position of his soul spirit. Instead, he silently gave the opportunity to Bing Di. He was just worried that Bing Di would be too impulsive and might refuse, so he came up with this solution. After all, compared to the other women surrounding Huo Yuhao, it is clear that becoming a soul spirit gives them a greater chance of having infinite life. Not only Huo Yuhao realized this, but even Ji Yuina vaguely sensed Shui Di's thoughts. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Huo Yuhao looked at the Ice Emperor, who was 1.5 meters tall and had an exquisitely beautiful body, and spoke. In that case, Hyote, you shall be my martial soul. Upon hearing this, Hyote was overwhelmed with mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. On one hand, she had successfully snatched Yukito away from her. On the other hand, her relationship with Yukito might never be as harmonious as before. For some unknown reason, Ice Emperor didn't even look at Snow Emperor, but instead looked at Huo Yuhao and said in a deep voice, Get ready, I'm about to begin the sacrifice. Huo Yuhao almost burst out laughing. Even at this point, Ice Emperor still wouldn't give up on acting. Knowing full well that the soul contract existed and there was no need for sacrifice, they still pretended to offer sacrifice in order to avoid revealing that they could see what they wrote in their diary. For Hyote, who is always headstrong, to remember this matter so well, it's probably because Yuki-Te reminded her quite a few times. Huo Yuhao shook his head, took out the soul spirit contract stored in his diary, and began to create a soul spirit contract with Ice Emperor. Hayote could clearly feel the power within her body being mobilized, which made her feel inexplicably panicked. However, before she could resist, she heard Huo Yuhao's voice in her ear. Don't resist. As long as you are willing to accept it, you can not only become my second martial soul and soul ring, but LSO retain your self-awareness and continue to exist by relying on me. After hesitating for a moment, Bingdi decisively followed Huo Yuhao's instructions and signed the soul contract. The next second, the soul contract took effect, and Hayote's soul seemed to be directly extracted and slowly floated into Huo Yuhao's body, merging with his soul. Huo Yuhao could sense that his second martial soul, which originally only had ice attributes but was a blank slate, was beginning to merge with the Ice Emperor, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Thanks to the soul contract, the fusion was painless and incredibly fast, ending very quickly. At the same time, the emerald green, scorpion-shaped Ice Emperor shouted in Huo Yuhao's mind. Yuhao, my body contains the spine from the soul bone. After fusion, it will make your physique even stronger. However, you will experience excruciating pain during this process. I hope you can persevere. As soon as Bingdi finished speaking, Huo Yuhao responded directly in his mind. Don't worry, Hayote, we won't let you down. During the 7 consecutive days of writing in his diary, in addition to the soul spirit contract, Huo Yuhao also obtained a soul bone fusion card. With this soul bone fusion card in effect, why would he need to endure any more pain? As Huo Yuhao used the soul bone fusion CA road to fuse with the soul bone left behind by the Ice Emperor, Jiyu Yuina looked at the Snow Emperor beside her, used her powerful mental strength to isolate Huo Yuhao from them, and then said calmly. Quote, the Ice Emperor has become Huo Yuhao's spirit. What do you plan to do? Continue to stay in the far north. Shui Di glanced at Huo Yuhao, who was fusing with his soul bone, shook her head, and smiled. Despite being ranked 3rd among the 10 great ferocious beasts and representing the strongest and ultimate ice, Shui Di appeared so gentle at this moment. No, I'm leaving with you. Rather than staying here and waiting for your final fate, I'd rather participate myself. Since I'm destined not to survive the impending 700,000-year calamity anyway, I might as well take this opportunity to gamble. Jiyu Yuina frowned slightly and looked Shui Di up and down. You mean, shapeshifting? Shui Di nodded emphatically, reached out and caught a snowflake, and said softly. Transform. After saying that, the Snow Empress did not hesitate at all. She directly followed the decision she had made long ago, took out the 100,000-year-old snow lotus she had obtained before, sealed her own origin, and began to transform from the ice and snow maiden with 700,000 years of cultivation into a human. Jiyu Yuina's eyes twitched slightly. For a moment, she couldn't understand whether Shui Di made Bingdi become Huo Yuhao's soul spirit for Bingdi's sake or to give her the most suitable excuse to take human form. It's just unknown what Huo Yuhao's feelings and reactions will be when he sees the transformed S. Now Empress after he has fused with the soul bone and the Ice Empress appears from his body as a soul spirit. Jiyu Yuina felt that she might have been led astray by Huo Yuhao and the other girls. Now, seeing this situation, the first thought that came to her mind was to be a fun-loving person and watch an unprecedented spectacle. Chapter 57 White-haired Snow Empress, Twin-tailed Ice Empress. As time went on in the human world, Jiyu Yuina finally understood why many soul beasts would regenerate into human form after 10,000 years. Furthermore, he gradually understood what Huo Yuhao had saw it in his diary. When soul beasts and humans can become each other's most trustworthy partners, the growth rate of soul beasts will also increase dramatically. It takes nearly 10,000 years for a soul beast to develop intelligence comparable to that of a human child. Before that, it is just like a wild beast, with no other abilities besides the instinct for survival. However, if a soul beast can become a trustworthy and dependent partner with humans, its intelligence can be improved in the shortest amount of time through constant exposure, which will greatly shorten the time required for the soul beast to grow. I hope you won't disappoint me, Huo Yuhao. Jiyu Yuina looked at Huo Yuhao, who was absorbing the soul bone left behind by the Ice Emperor, and couldn't help but sigh. But at that moment, as if she had suddenly thought of something, Jiyu Yuina abruptly turned her gaze to Shui Di, who was transforming into human form beside her. Looking at Shui Di's long, smooth, and flowing white hair that swayed in the breeze, Jiyu Yuina's brows furrowed slightly. Why does it feel like this excitement is losing its original appeal after a while? When a soul beast transforms, except in certain special circumstances, it transforms according to its original appearance, and its appearance and characteristics are exactly the same as when it is in its soul beast form. With the Snow Empress's appearance as an ice goddess. Her looks could definitely be described as stunning, but that's not a big deal. I'm not exaggerating when I say Gu Yuina, but in terms of looks, there's no one in the entire Douluo continent who can rival her. But, Shui Di is also the white-haired girl that Huo Yuhao likes. There were already enough women surrounding Huo Yuhao when he was at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy. But now there is Shui Di, a powerful competitor. Gu Yuina felt that, given her luck, it would probably take much longer to obtain the reward from the diary dungeon that would allow her to fully recover from her trauma. Why does it feel like the difficulty is getting higher and higher? Damn it. This is so annoying. Gu Yuina's good mood vanished. She looked sullen and couldn't cheer up no matter what. Under these circumstances, Shui Di was the first to successfully transform. Her appearance did not change at all compared to before. However, she looked like she was he same age as Huo Yuhao and Gu Yuina at this time. She no longer had the cold and aloof demeanor of the previous mature woman, but was a cute little loli with white hair and blue eyes. Seeing Shui Di's current state, Gu Yuina knew that she was doing it on purpose, so that she could be in the same class as Huo Yuhao after going to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy. This way, they would spend more time together every day. And he would mention her more often in his diary. After Shui Di completed her transformation, she noticed Gu Yuna's unusual behavior and smiled sweetly at her. What went wrong? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. Gu Yuina was completely annoyed and waved her hand irritably. Nothing. Shui Di, who was well aware of Gu Yuina's change in attitude, did not take her reaction to heart. She simply turned her gaze back to Huo Yuhao, waiting for him to complete the fusion of the soul bone. From the moment Shui Di decided to transform into human form, she had already decided how she would treat Huo Yuhao. That cold, unapproachable attitude of the past is absolutely unsuitable. Doing so would only prevent her from ever obtaining the rewards from the diary copy. Although Shui Di had never had any contact with Huo Yuhao before, just by looking at the contents of his diary over the past 3 months and the daily list of winners, she already knew that ONL. Why by interacting and communicating with Huo Yuhao more could she have a chance to win a reward, and even then, it would be extremely difficult. After all, Huo Yuhao carries the expectations of the Douluo continents will and only wants to focus on his career and improve his strength as soon as possible so that Douluo continent can forever break free from the blood pressure control of the god realm. Even though Huo Yuhao would occasionally upload photos of those girls to his diary, his beliefs never wavered. Now that I've taken human form, I'll completely set aside my pride as the Snow Empress. One of the 10 great ferocious beasts, and experience the real human world firsthand. As Shui Di made up her mind to make changes, Huo Yuhao's fusion of soul bones was also coming to an end. After completely fusing the soul bone, Huo Yuhao felt that his strength had increased again because he had made Ice Emperor a soul spirit and fused with the soul bone she left behind. However, on the surface, he is just an ordinary 4-ring soul master, and even he himself does not know what his true soul power level has reached. The fusion of the soul bones had just ended when the Ice Emperor in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness started making a fuss. Yuhao, let me out quickly. Although I had some minor conflicts with Shui Di because of you, now that I have become your spirit and am about to leave the far north with you, I must say goodbye to Shui Di properly no matter what. As he spoke, Hayote's appearance changed rapidly. She quickly transformed from the Ice Jade Emperor Scorp Ion into a girl with fair and delicate skin, dark green hair tied in twin ponytails that swung on both sides. She lost some of the pride she had as the Ice Emperor, but possessed a lively and proud demeanor like a human little girl. Upon hearing Ice Emperor's words, Huo Yuhao opened his eyes. However, upon seeing Gu Yuina and Shui Di standing side by side opposite him, Huo Yuhao's expression immediately became extremely strange. After coughing twice, he responded to the little lowly Hayote in his mind. Well, I think it's very likely that you won't need to say goodbye to Shui Di. Huh, what do you mean? Hayote tilted his head, his small forehead covered with big question marks. However, at that moment, she realized that Huo Yuhao had released the restrictions on her sea of consciousness, allowing her to leave. Without any hesitation, Bingdi rushed out of it. Seeing a green-haired, twin-tailed loli suddenly appear beside Huo Yuhao, Gu Yuina and Shui Di both realized that this was Bingdi. This made them secretly sigh in their hearts. The soul spirit technique is indeed powerful. Hayote had indeed intended to say goodbye to Yukite as she had said, and after this parting, they didn't know how long it would be before they could meet again. However, What came into view was the Snow Empress, who had already successfully transformed into human form. You Snow Emperor, what are you trying to do? Snow Empress smiled at Ice Empress. I've chosen to take human form. Are you trying to say goodbye? I don't think so. Now that we have received guidance from the Ice God, and Yuhao can change the fate of the soul beasts in our far north, and you have become Yuhao's soul spirit, then of course I can't just wait here. Instead, I will work with you to achieve this. Hayote was dumbfounded, staring at Yukiteru in disbelief, completely at a loss for words. Although Hayote always liked to act recklessly and rarely used her brain, now that she saw Yukite had successfully transformed, she realized that she might have been tricked. Looking at the Ice Emperor who was standing there in a daze, the Snow Emperor smiled and said softly, Binger, don't call me Snow Empress anymore. Now that I have successfully transformed into human form and am about to enter the human world with Yuhao, I certainly can't reveal my identity. Chapter 58 External Ice Jade Scorpion Tail, Snow Emperor's brother Yuhao. Upon hearing Shui Di's words, Bing Di completely broke down. Her delicate face suddenly contorted, and she fell into an extreme state. She truly never imagined that the Snow Empress would transform into a human after she chose to become Huo Yuhao's soul. The Ice Empress felt that this thought must have already been on the Snow Empress's mind. Otherwise, how could a ferocious beast that has lived for 700,000 years successfully transform into human form? Unlike those soul beasts that have just reached the 100,000-year level, the higher the cultivation level of a soul beast, the greater the difficulty for it to transform into human form. Not to mention Ice Empress, even Huo Yuhao, who was always sixth in line, never expected that Snow Empress would do something like this. For a moment, Huo Yuhao found it hard to judge whether she made Ice Empress her soul spirit for Ice Empress's sake or whether she did it on purpose to give herself a perfect excuse to transform into human form. Snow Emperor, you're so awful. After breaking through the defenses, Hayote roared and stomped her foot hard, swinging her twin tails as she charged towards Yukite in front of her. Seeing this, Shui Di reached out and pressed her palm against Bing Di's smooth, white head, and chuckled softly. Calm down, Hayote. I'm not doing this for myself, but for the sake of our homeland in the far north. Although Yuhao is the chosen one, and his talent is more terrifying than any human we have ever seen, he still needs a lot of time to grow up. Moreover, the enemies he will face are those high and mighty gods. Under these circumstances, I cannot comfortably stay in the far north and enjoy the fruits of the future. As the strongest in the far north, fighting alongside Yuhao is an obligation and duty I must fulfill. Snow Empress's words did not quell Ice Empress's grief and anger. Instead, Ice Empress continued to yell as if she wanted to fight Snow Empress to the death. In reality, her little fists, which she kept waving, had no power to kill. After Snow Empress pressed her forehead down, she couldn't even touch the hem of Snow Empress's clothes. However, Ji Yuina, who was standing to the side, became extremely vigilant after hearing Shui Di's words. She looked at Shui Di with a serious expression and felt a slight threat. This girl, she's supposed to be the Ice and Snow Maiden representing the ultimate ice power, but after transforming into human form, her personality seems to have completely changed. Is she really going to be this desperate for the diary dungeon rewards? Ji Yuina only understood the meaning of the word Wan after seeing Huo Yuhao say it in a copy of the diary. But now she felt that using Wan to describe Shui Di at this moment was absolutely perfect. The Ice and Snow Maiden, ranked third among the 10 great ferocious beasts, made this change. Just as she said, she has put down all her pride. While Ji Yuina was secretly complaining about this, Huo Yuhao had already written down what he saw and heard here in his diary. In particular, the names of Shui Di and Bing Di were mentioned several times. He was just a little short of meeting the standard to receive the reward. The last sentence Huo Yuhao wrote in his diary, in particular, made Ji Yuina fall into deep thought. Huo Yuhao actually said that after the Snow Empress, who should have been cold and aloof, showed this cute and adorable contrast, it inexplicably made people feel very close and comfortable. Recalling how Huo Yuhao had taken several photos of her eating candied hawthorns and uploaded them to her diary, Ji Yuina frowned slightly, pondering to herself. The Snow Empress abandoned her former pride, transforming from a cold and aloof ice goddess into a young girl who looked no different from any other human woman. As the Silver Dragon King, the supreme ruler of all soul beasts, she couldn't possibly end up like the Snow Empress, could she? That would be truly shameful. Ji Yuina felt that she should maintain the dignity of the Silver Dragon King and absolutely not abandon her pride for the sake of the diary dungeon rewards. After taking a deep breath, She interrupted the playful fight between the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. Alright, Huo Yuhao, didn't you notice that there's something else on Hyote's main body? There's something else. Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow, glanced at Ji Yuina with surprise, but did not doubt the truth of her words, and directly chose to loot the corpse. When Huo Yuhao touched Bingdi's scorpion tail, his movements suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look at Bingdi with a strange expression and asked. Hyote, this is clearly your own body. Didn't you notice that besides the spine, there's also an external soul bone like a scorpion tail? Hyote flicked her emerald green twin tails, looking completely bewildered. I don't know. Not to mention Huo Yuhao, even Ji Yuina and Shui Di looked at Bingdi with strange eyes. Fortunately, this scorpion with 400,000 years of cultivation became Huo Yuhao's soul spirit. If the Snow Empress were to become a spirit and the Ice Empress were to take human form, they dared not imagine what kind of commotion the Ice Empress would cause in the human world. Huo Yuhao clicked his tongue but didn't say much. He just focused on fusing with the unexpectedly acquired external soul bone, the scorpion tail. Although he no longer had the soul bone absorption card, Huo Yuhao, who had fused with the Ice Emperor's spine, would certainly not have any difficulty fusing another external soul bone. Once the fusion was successfully completed, Huo Yuhao had a thought, and a scorpion tail that was entirely green, with a cold glint at the tip, and could make anyone's hair stand on end just by looking at it, appeared directly behind him. After experiencing the effects of this external soul bone, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but gasp. Ouch. Oh no. I've really become an evil spirit master. Seeing Huo Yuhao's reaction, Bingdi quickly asked. What's wrong, Yuhao? What's the purpose of this scorpion tail? Not to mention Hyote. Even Ji Yuina and Shui Di were very curious. Under their watchful eyes, Huo Yuhao grunted and explained. After this scorpion tail pierces the enemy's body, it allows me to absorb the soul power and life force within them. In addition to enabling them to grow continuously, it can also give a portion of it back to me. In the end, Huo Yuhao's expression became a little strange. Why did he feel that this ice-green scorpion tail was very similar to the function of a certain god king's 8 spider spears? If he is labeled an evil soul master because of this ice-green scorpion tail in the future, wouldn't that mean that Tang San, the dignified holder of the dual godhood of Sea God and Asura God, is also an evil soul master like himself? If that's the case, then things will get really interesting. Huo Yuhao didn't dwell on this matter too much. Now that he had his second martial soul and soul spirit, what he needed to do was acquire the 5th soul ring of the spirit eye and become a true soul king. Even the target is very clear. The ice silkworm that can bring simulated soul skills. While searching for ice silkworms of the right age, Huo Yuhao also looked at the little lowly like Shui Di and spoke earnestly. Snow Empress, although with your talent, and my current status in the Sun Moon Empire, no one will doubt your identity, you still need a normal human girl's name. Do you have any good ideas? Shui Di blinked her big, sky blue eyes, tilted her head, and smiled sweetly at Huo Yuhao. No, not yet. How about you help me come up with a name, and when we get to the Sun Moon Empire, I can say I'm your little sister, okay, brother Yuhao. Chapter 59 Snow Empress. I need your help with my cultivation. Shrek student. Hiss. 3 gasps of shock rang out simultaneously. Whether it was Huo Yuhao, Ji Yuina, or the Ice Emperor, they all involuntarily turned their gazes to the Snow Emperor, scrutinizing this undisputed queen of the far north, wondering if Somethi Ing had gone wrong during her transformation. Especially Ice Empress, who had always coveted Snow Empress, had her face contorted and shouted in a shrill voice. Shui Di, you call Yuhao brother. You're calling him brother now. But what do you plan to call him in the future? Hyote screamed and vented her dissatisfaction and anger. She really did not expect that the usually aloof and proud Yuki-Te would become like this after transforming into a human. Just as she said, Shui Di can call Huo Yuhao brother now, so what will she call Huo Yuhao in the future? I really don't even dare to think about it. Even Ji Yuina couldn't help but type a question mark. It's not that she's acting strangely, it's that she feels Shui Di is acting very strangely. Damn it. Was it really necessary to go this far? By making things so complicated, how much harder are you trying to make it for us to get the diary dungeon rewards? If I'd known it would be like this, I shouldn't have sent Huo Yuhao to the far north. Even if it meant letting the ferocious beasts of the Stardow Great Forest become his soul spirits, I shouldn't have brought him here. Ji Yuina regretted it. For the first time, she felt that she had made a wrong decision. Her mood was extremely complicated. She shifted her gaze from Shui Di to Huo Yuhao, wanting to know what this guy would do in this situation. However, at that moment, the copy of the diary in her mind suddenly popped up, causing Ji Yuina to unconsciously check the new content that appeared on it. It's hard to describe my current feelings. This time, the story definitely didn't follow the original plot. Although Shui Di still chose to transform into human form, she wasn't trapped on the conferred god platform, nor did she lose her memory, which is YT. He dignified Shui Di treats me like her father. However, Shui Di seems to have changed. She actually called me brother Yuhao. The most outrageous thing is, why do I feel inexplicably good when I hear this title? You vixen. How dare you disturb my Dao heart? I need your help in my cultivation. Cough cough, just kidding. Like I said, what I need to do now is focus on my career, and absolutely not let my romantic brain assimilate me. Fortunately, Shui Di isn't romantically driven, so it's not a big problem. After reading the contents of this diary, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di, though they did not show it on the surface, actually had completely opposite feelings. What the heck is calling me, Dad? At most, I'll call you, brother. I absolutely won't use anything else. In other words, Shui Di has a strong ability to manage her expressions. Although there was a hint of embarrassment and annoyance in her eyes, she controlled it very well and did not show it. Although Ice Empress seemed even angrier. Huo Yuhao didn't find it strange that she was angry because she had just been tricked by Snow Empress. However, Ji Yuina is different. She was increasingly convinced that she shouldn't have come to the far north with Huo Yuhao. It wasn't so bad that the Ice Emperor became Huo Yuhao's spirit, but watching the Snow Emperor transform into a human and leave with them was no different from inviting a wolf into the house. Calling someone brother or dad. Does Shui Di really know how to do that? In any case, Ji Yuina has been in the human world for more than 3 months now. Of course, she has heard that when human couples are alone together, some strange nicknames can add fun. In Ji Yuina's opinion, this was exactly the idea behind Shui Di. Compared to the girls at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, the Snow Empress was definitely her most formidable rival at this moment. While Huo Yuhao and his companions were hunting the ice silkworm and successfully obtaining their 5th spirit ring. On the outskirts of the far north, Shujuju and Vina's 2 groups also encountered each other. Both being princesses, and both having come to the far north for Huo Yuhao. Sparks seemed to fly between Shujuju and Vina the moment they saw each other. However, both of them were accompanied by 2 titled Douluos on this trip, and there was no difference in their strength. In addition, the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire were potential allies because of the huge threat of the Sun Moon Empire. So it was impossible for them to have a major conflict that would lead to war. Of course, it's inevitable that the 2 women will exchange sarcastic remarks and other taunts when they're vying for the same man. I never expected to encounter Princess Vin in this desolate and sparsely populated far north. I wonder what your purpose is in coming here. Shu Juju had already started working as an auctioneer at the Starfall auction house to train himself. Although he disliked Vina, his smile remained as polite as ever. Faced with the long questioning, Vina chuckled and asked in return. Sister Juju, shouldn't I be the one asking you that? The Star Luo Empire is currently busy suppressing the White Tiger Duke's mansion, yet you secretly crossed our Heavenly Soul Empire to come to the far north. You couldn't have come here just to admire the snowy scenery, could you? Shu Juju was speechless with shock. Even the 2 titled Douluo behind her were quite astonished. How did Vina, the princess of the Heavenly Soul Empire, know Abu T the royal family's suppression of the White Tiger Duke's mansion? How many spies did Tianyun plant in Xingluo? Although Vina's smile was bright, the longer she looked at it, the more irritating it became. After taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down and turned to the 2 titled Douluos who had escorted her to the far north. Grandma Manyi, Grandma Feng, you 2 should leave for a while. I have something I want to talk to Vina about alone. The 2 titled Douluo exchanged a glance, then looked at the 2 titled Douluo behind Vina, hesitating about Shujuju's decision. Seeing this, Vina didn't hesitate and also told the 2 titled Douluos to leave. She had long wanted to chat with Shujuju about the diary copy and, incidentally, mock the situation of their Star Luo Empire. After the 4 titled Douluo had truly left, the smiles on Shujuju and Vina's faces disappeared at the same time, and the 2 said in unison. Trying to pull Huo Yuhao to your Star Luo, Heavenly Soul. Don't be delusional. After a long while, Vina and Shu looked at each other, their eyes seemingly sparking with unspoken tension. On the issue of Huo Yuhao, the chosen one, they were determined not to back down. You know, if things had continued along the original trajectory, Huo Yuhao could have become a god. What's more, the god realm has now lost contact with Douluo continent, and Huo Yuhao also possesses a diary. An item so magical it makes people question reality. It's no exaggeration to say that any country that gets Huo Yuhao could simply win by worshipping him. Shu Jujua and Vina had been at odds for a long time over this issue, neither willing to back down on Huo Yuhao. But just then, Huo Yuhao slowly walked over from a distance with three beautiful girls, each with a different demeanor and temperament. Shu Juju and Vina's eyes lit up instantly. They quickly adjusted their state so that Huo Yuhao would not notice anything unusual and avoid exposing the matter of the diary copy. When Huo Yuhao saw them, he had already guessed their identities. With Ji Yuina and Shui Di present, Huo Yuhao naturally did not avoid them, but instead walked towards the two princesses. After a long while, he glanced at Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di without leaving a trace. He already knew their identities from what Huo Yuhao had written in his diary, so of course he didn't dare to do anything out of line. I didn't expect to meet other people here. Are you also here in the far north to hunt for spirit rings? Huo Yuhao nodded upon hearing this, a bright and sunny smile spreading across his face, making him look every bit the cheerful and outgoing young man. Yes. Vina, not to be outdone, said, are there only 4 of you? Why didn't your elders from the academy come with you? Although the far north isn't as famous as the Stardo Great Forest, it's still very dangerous. Huo Yuhao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and explained on behalf of his elder. We are students of Shrek Academy. The teachers are too busy, and hunting for spirit rings is not a big deal, so we didn't want to bother them. Chapter 60 Insulting Shrek. You've already committed suicide. Shu Juju. Vina. Shu Juju and Vina were speechless. They truly hadn't expected Huo Yuhao to say such a thing. Or are they students of Shrek Academy? You're kidding me. Every time Huo Yuhao mentioned Shrek Academy in his diary, he would avoid it like the plague, as if he were afraid of getting involved with Shrek Academy. And now they're saying something like this. Do they really think they don't know the truth? However, under the watchful eyes of Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di, Shu Juju and Vina, even though they knew Huo Yuhao was talking nonsense, could only grit their teeth and treat the 4 of them as Shrek Academy students. After a long while, he gave an awkward yet polite smile and nodded slightly in praise. Well, no matter what, Shrek Academy is the top academy on the continent. So it's understandable that the teachers there are busy. In the end, even Shu Juju herself couldn't continue. She knew that Shrek Academy didn't have a good impression of Huo Yuhao. But now she was praising Shrek Academy in front of him. Wouldn't the more she said, the more wrong she would be? Vina clearly realized this as well. She was looking forward to watching the show. But she didn't agree with Shu Juju at all. Instead, she looked at Huo Yuhao and his group and said something. Since we've met, shall we travel together? I'm also planning to leave the far north. Huo Yuhao blinked, his gaze lingering between Vina and Shu Juju, and asked with a blank expression. Weren't you together? Before Vina could deny it, Shu Juju grabbed Vina's arm, displaying a close friendship with her, and said with a smile, of course we'll go together. We're best friends. Vina struggled secretly, but couldn't break free from the long-held restraints. She could only manage a smile that was barely better than crying. Yes, Sister Juju is right. Huo Yuhao nodded knowingly, as if he hadn't noticed anything amiss. Then let's go together. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, the 4 people who had temporarily left, allowing the title Douluo who had been talking alone with Vina for a long time, returned to the scene. The Grandma Manyi, that Shu Juju had me. Enshin swept her scrutinizing gaze over Huo Yuhao, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di, and asked with a frown. Miss, who are they? When they set off from the Star Luo Empire, Shu Juju had repeatedly emphasized that under no circumstances should her identity as a princess be revealed, and there was no need to ask her why she was here. It was already suspicious enough that she encountered Princess Vina of the Heavenly Soul Empire in this desolate far north, but now 4 unknown little fellows have suddenly appeared. As Shu Juju's protector, she naturally had to find out the truth and not let Shu Juju be put in a dangerous situation. Most importantly, she sensed a sense of danger from Huo Yuhao and his group of 4. It was as if these 4 seemingly young guys were either extremely strong or possessed extremely dangerous soul tools. However, in either case, the best approach is to win the other party over to the Star Luo Empire's camp. If the other party is unwilling, then we absolutely cannot let them become an ally of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Killing them and taking their valuable items is naturally the best option. Before he could explain for a long time, Huo Yuhao took the initiative to speak. We are students of Shrek Academy, and our teacher is Zhou Yi, a Soul Emperor level expert. Shrek's student. Whether it was the two-titled Douluo who had followed Shu Juju to the far north, or Vina's two bodyguards, they all exchanged glances. Instead of lowering their guard, they became even more determined to kill them. As for Zhou Yi, a Soul Emperor level expert, what kind of trash is that? Unlike ordinary people who regard Shrek Academy, the so-called number one academy on the continent, as titled Douluo of Star Luo and Heavenly Soul, they are very clear about what Shrek Academy is really like. They constantly preach morality and righteousness, claiming that everything they do is for the benefit of the mainland, but behind the scenes they are full of evil intentions. Despite its name, it's no different from a sect. In fact, Shrek Academy's brainwashing skills far surpass those of most sects. For that so-called eternal glory, everyone at Shrek Academy seems to have gone mad. Most importantly, the power possessed by Shrek Academy alone is enough to threaten any nation, including the Sun Moon Empire. Back then, the war launched by the Sun Moon Empire and the Beast Tide in the Stardow Great Forest were indeed stopped by the Shrek Academy. However, the fact that Shrek Academy could rally the core forces of the three countries, Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, and Douluo, to follow them without any orders was astonishing. On the surface, it seems that Shrek saved them, but in reality, he made these three countries feel the terror of Shrek. Is Shrek Academy a peaceful and uncontested institution, or a supreme and aloof institution? If Shrek Academy is left unchecked, sooner or later it will surely rise above all other nations and sects. Hat's situation is no different from annihilation. One of the two bodyguards who accompanied Vina to the far north looked at Huo Yuhao and asked, feigning curiosity. At your age, even if you need an ice attribute spirit beast spirit ring, there's no need to travel this far to the far north, is there? Huo Yuhao had already sensed the killing intent emanating from these four titled Douluos, so he knew that they were asking him this question to find out just how good his talent was and whether it was worth risking being discovered by Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao, who was fully aware of this, pretended not to know and said with a proud smile. Don't underestimate the students of Shrek Academy. Although I'm just a freshman now, I've already become a true Soul King. Soul King. This can't be a joke, can it? The first thought that popped into the minds of these four titled Douluos was disbelief. A freshman, even a freshman from Shrek Academy, could never possibly reach the Soul King level. After a brief moment of shock, Grandma Manyi smiled kindly and looked at Huo Yuhao. Little one, lying is not a good habit. Especially as a Shrek student, you must not lie all the time. Huo Yuhao became furious upon hearing this. To prove he wasn't lying, he immediately activated all his spirit rings, revealing 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Upon seeing the 5 configuration, spirit rings surrounding Huo Yuhao, the 4 titled Douluos felt their breath catch in their throats, and they looked at Huo Yuhao as if he were a monster. Grandma Manyi, who was the first to react, unconsciously swallowed. What she wanted to do most was to bring Huo Yuhao, whose talent was more terrifying than any other strong person she had ever seen, to the Star Luo Empire at all costs. Hee, little guy, with your terrifying talent, you haven't received any attention from Shrek Academy. Even when it comes to something as important as hunting for spirit rings, you didn't have a teacher accompany you. Aren't they afraid that something might happen to you? Those guys at Shrek are still as arrogant as ever. How about this? You can all just drop out of Shrek Academy and join our Star Luo Empire. I can make the decision. Whether it's spirit rings or spirit bones, the Star Luo Empire will do everything in its power to meet your needs. Before Huo Yuhao could answer, Vina's 2 protectors quickly offered various generous terms to win him over. Keep in mind that Huo Yuhao is only a freshman now, and hasn't been brainwashed by Shrek Academy's so-called eternal glory. Just by seeing Huo Yuhao hunting for spirit rings without a teacher accompanying him, you can tell that those guys at Shrek probably don't know his talent yet. If we could win Huo Yuhao over to our country, that would be a huge win. Just as these 4 titled Douluo were arguing over Huo Yuhao's ownership and almost couldn't help but start fighting on the spot. Huo Yuhao suddenly became very angry, staring at them with wide eyes, and roared in a voice that seemed to contain boundless rage. How dare you insult Shrek Academy? Insult Shrek Academy's millennia-old glory. You already have. Do you think we Shrek people are easy to bully? Don't rush to criticize. Xingluo and Tianyun won't be deterred by their status as Shrek students. The stronger their talent, the more they want to kill them. For details, Please refer to chapter 275 of the original novel. This Grandma Manyi really wanted to kill Huo Yuhao. Chapter 61 The Pursuit of the Title Douluo. Go, Gu Yuina. After hearing Huo Yuhao's angry rebuke, everyone present was stunned, including Gu Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di. How could a disciple of the Grand Elder of the Sun Moon Empire's Hall of Worship be so adept at impersonating a student of Shrek Academy? They even went so far as to say that insulting Shrek's eternal glory was a death sentence. Although Huo Yuhao quickly changed his mind halfway through his sentence, Gu Yuina, Shui Di, Bing Di, and even the women who had copies of the diary, including Shu Juju and Vina, knew exactly what he was trying to say. The four title Douluo who served as protectors of Shu Juju and Vina, although unaware of Huo Yuhao's true identity, understood after hearing his words that it was impossible for them to abduct Huo Yuhao from Shrek Academy to their country. He's just a freshman. Yet he's already been brainwashed by Shrek Academy's so-called glory and become their most loyal follower. An academy with such terrifying brainwashing abilities, this is even more frightening than a sect. A guy with such terrifying talent, if allowed to grow unchecked, would definitely be stronger than Shrek Academy's gluttonous Douluo Xuanzi. He might even rival the legendary dragon god Douluo Muen. We absolutely cannot let Shrek Academy continue developing like this. Otherwise, even if we, Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, aren't defeated by Sun Moon Sect, one day Shrek will still ride roughshod over us. After making their decision, the four titled Douluo exchanged glances, all suppressing their murderous intent and relaxing. Although they had already decided not to let Huo Yuhao and his group continue to live, they certainly couldn't let their princess get involved in the mess that was turning against Shrek Academy. Huo Yuhao glanced coldly at Grandma Manyi, Who had just dared to speak disrespectfully of Shrek Academy's eternal glory, and said coldly, "We can't agree on anything. We're not on the same page, so let's not go our separate ways." After saying that, Huo Yuhao showed no hesitation and led Gu Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di forward. Seeing this, Shu Juju and Vina couldn't sit still any longer and immediately set off to chase after them. They had waited so long for this opportunity to finally have contact with Huo Yuhao. Even though Huo Yuhao had two super strong people, Gu Yuina and Shui Di, by his side, making it impossible for them to forcibly bring Huo Yuhao to their country. It was still worth the trip to get the reward of the diary copy. However, before they could take two steps, the four title Douluo level protectors grabbed the IR arms on either side and comforted them. "It's all right, Your Highness. Even the most talented need time to grow. Soul Masters have existed for countless years, and there are far too many geniuses who haven't matured. Even if this little guy's talent is indeed terrifying to the point of making people doubt life, he is only a 5-ring Soul King right now, which is not a big deal. Moreover, judging from his behavior just now, he has been brainwashed by Shrek's so-called eternal glory, and it is impossible for him to leave Shrek Academy and join our country." After a long time, Vina and Shu tried to break free. But they couldn't escape the restraints of the four titled Douluo. The two women looked at each other and could clearly see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Knowing exactly what was going on, yet unable to reveal the truth, was incredibly frustrating. However, at that moment, Shu Juju and Vina suddenly realized what their words meant. If you can't have it, destroy it. This is a thought that most people in positions of power would have. Now that they see Huo Yuhao, this Shrek newcomer, possessing terrifying talent that surpasses the entire Douluo continent. As titled Douluo nurtured by Xingluo and Tianyun, they are naturally unwilling to see Huo Yuhao grow up. However, Huo Yuhao was not like what he just said, coming to the far north to hunt for spirit rings without any powerful companions. He was accompanied by Gu Yuina and Shui Di, two top-tier experts. If they really dare to cause trouble for Huo Yuhao, their final fate will be extremely tragic. Let alone these four title Douluos. Even limit Douluos, it's questionable whether they could survive against Gu Yuina and Shui Di. Realizing this, Shu Juju and Vina quickly tried to persuade her. "Grandma Manyi, Granny Feng. Let's leave this matter here. Please don't lay a hand on them. With the Sun Moon Empire watching us like a hawk, we absolutely cannot afford to have any further conflict with Shrek Academy." After a long while, the two protectors looked at each other and then joked with each other. "Princess Juju, this is your first meeting. You don't even know each other's names. All you know is that they are freshmen at Shrek Academy and their teacher is Zhou Yi. Have you already taken a liking to him? Let me warn you beforehand, Princess Juju, that boy is always accompanied by 3 beautiful young women. He's clearly not a good person. Even if his talent is worthy of you, you'd better not have any other thoughts about him. He remained silent for a long time. She seemed like the kind of person who can't help but pounce on handsome guys whenever she sees them. Moreover, there were so many beautiful girls surrounding Huo Yuhao, none of whom were inferior to her, the star Luo princess. Especially Ji Yuina and Shui Di, who were peerless beauties who could topple kingdoms, made Shu Juju and Vina feel somewhat ashamed. Despite being bombarded by these beautiful girls, Huo Yuhao remained unmoved and focused solely on his career, practically dedicating all his time to creating and learning about soul tools. Would someone like Huo Yuhao change his mind about her after such a long time? Even if I slept with an extra pillow every night, I still wouldn't have such a dream. After much persuasion from Vina, the four-titled Douluo finally gave up their idea of hunting down Huo Yuhao. During this time, Huo Yuhao had long since disappeared. If they chased after him now and tried to get him to mention their name in his diary, it would only alert the perceptive Huo Yuhao to the abnormality. Shu Juju and Vina both knew very well that if Ji Yuina and the others could no longer receive rewards because of their actions, then the Silver Dragon King would probably go berserk. Thinking of the terrible consequences, no matter how unwilling they were, Shu Juju and Vina had no choice but to give up and return the way they came with their respective protectors. However, before they had gone very far, Shu Juju suddenly noticed something was wrong. I don't know when it started, but the only person who followed her was Grandma Manyi. After Shu Juju discovered this, she turned pale and her voice became sharp and urgent. She looked at the only remaining Grandma Manyi and asked loudly, "Grandma Manyi, where's Grandma Wind?" Grandma Manyi chuckled and reassured her confidently. "Don't worry, Princess Juju, nothing will go wrong. Those little brats dared to flaunt their terrifying talent without any powerful companions. It would be a miracle if they didn't die. Why are you in such a hurry, young people? You've run so far in such a short time. Don't you know how to take care of the elderly who have difficulty walking and wait for us? This isn't very Shrek's style." Huo Yuhao blinked and asked, puzzled, as he looked at the two titled Douluo-level old women who appeared in front of him at the same time. "Didn't we agree not to travel together? Why are you still chasing us?" The two titled Douluos exchanged a glance and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "Didn't those guys from Shrek teach you about the wickedness of human nature? Sending you naive kids to the far north is practically sending you to your deaths." Huo Yuhao looked as if he had just realized something. "I understand. You're here to kill us, right?" Before the two titled Douluo could answer, Huo Yuhao said with a half smile. "Go, Ji Yuina. Let those two old guys dump gold coins." Chapter 62. Let the old woman shower with gold coins. A mirage. Huo Yuhao's words caught the two titled Douluos off guard. The first thought that came to their minds was that Shrek Academy had sent someone to come to the far north with them. The reason Ey didn't notice was most likely because the opponent's strength far exceeded that of them, who were titled Douluos who hadn't reached level 95 Super Douluo. If that's really the case, then we're in big trouble. And if you think about it seriously, with Huo Yuhao's terrifying talent of reaching the Soul King level as a freshman, wouldn't even Shrek Academy treat him like a treasure? Wouldn't the? Why do everything in their power to protect him and prevent him from dying before he can grow up? Despite having no interaction with the other titled Douluo, Granny Feng made the same choice immediately. Looking around before shouting loudly, "Friends from Shrek, don't misunderstand. We originally thought these kids were alone, and we chased after them to prevent such geniuses from being killed by bad guys. Our goal was to escort them safely to Shrek City, but we didn't expect him to misunderstand and think we were here to kill them." Her words echoed in the air above the area, but received no response for a long time. Which made Granny Feng frown and feel displeased from the bottom of her heart. Although she always knew that Shrek Academy students were arrogant, was it really necessary to act like this? If the other party were truly a Super Douluo level powerhouse, all they would need to do is show their face so that the two of them could feel at ease and get lost. Pretending to be an expert by remaining silent. Cough. Just as Granny Feng was about to say something, another titled Douluo nudged her arm, signaling her to look at Huo Yuhao and his group opposite her. "Grandma." Feng turned her head and saw that the four little ones all looked very strange, as if she had said something funny. "Ha ha ha, this guy is so stupid." Hayote swung her twin ponytails, pointed at the wind granny opposite her, and burst into laughter, her eyes filled with mockery. Even Ji Yuina and Shui Di couldn't help but smile. After hearing Ice Emperor's merciless mockery, the two titled Douluo finally realized that they had been tricked by Huo Yuhao. What kind of nonsense is this, Shrek Super Douluo? It's all just something they made up in their own minds. Grandma Wind was so angry that her body trembled slightly. And she hardened her fists. You damned brats. You might as well just die. As soon as she finished speaking, Granny Feng and another titled Douluo simultaneously unleashed their respective martial souls. With 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, rising slowly from beneath their feet. Upon seeing this, Huo Yuhao did not hesitate at all, and immediately took 2 steps back to stand behind Ji Yuina and Shui Di. Ji Yuina, Shui, there's no need to hold back against these guys who are determined to hunt us down. So, let's take care of them and let them disturb your upcoming time of sightseeing and relaxation. Ji Yuina originally didn't want to take action, they were just too titled Douluo, not worth her personal attention. Since Huo Yuhao had said so, Ji Yuina thought it made sense. Rather than wasting time on these 2 suicidal guys, it would be better to just kill them instantly and then let Huo Yuhao accompany the 3 of them on a nice tour. Since there's still some time before the holiday ends, there's no need for them to rush back to the academy. You should know that right now, only Shui Di and Bing Di can compete with her for the diary dungeon rewards. But if she goes back to the academy, there will be too many women surrounding Huo Yuhao. Realizing this, Ji Yuina did not hesitate at all. She raised her arm and met her fair and delicate palm at the 2 titled Douluos opposite her, instantly stopping their forward movement. What is this? What's going on? Damn it! What have you done? Granny Feng panicked. Even if they were super Douluo, there was absolutely no way to prevent them from having any ability to resist and to bind them to the spot so that they couldn't move. What exactly is going on? Are there more experts? Ji Yuina originally intended to crush the 2 of them directly. Although her injuries had not yet healed, she was definitely not someone that 2 weak titled Douluos could withstand. However, she suddenly remembered the external soul bone, the ice jade scorpion tail, that Huo Yuhao had found on Bing Di's corpse, and turned to Huo Yuhao to ask him. Are you going to absorb their soul power and life force? Huo Yuhao thought about it and realized that Ji Yuina's suggestion was indeed a good one. However, he doesn't need the feedback from the ice jade scorpion tail. With the fixed soul power rewarded by the diary every day, Huo Yuhao would only make his soul power more mixed if he used this method to improve his strength. Instead, he planned to leave all of the other party's soul power and life force to this external soul bone, so that it could be improved. The other party had come all this way to kill him. Huo Yuhao was no saint, so of course he couldn't be indifferent to such a pursuit. When dealing with enemies, as long as innocent people are not harmed, no matter what means are used, it is not excessive. Of course, before that, Huo Yuhao still had one thing he wanted to verify. With the activation of his Spirit Eye Martial Soul, 5 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 purple, and 2 black, surrounded Huo Yuhao's body, leaving Granny Feng and the other person even more confused. Huo Yuhao's spirit ring configuration was bright yellow, 2 purple and 1 black before. How did it become so strange in the blink of an eye? Before they could get an answer to the question, they felt their souls suddenly be hit by a violent shock, and everything in front of them seemed to become somewhat blurry and chaotic. The next second, they suddenly saw the stunningly beautiful girl named Ji Yuina attacking them, the silver dragon spear in her hand pointed directly at her throat, and the restraints on her body were suddenly released. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 immediately unleashed their strongest 9th soul skill, unleashing their full power to blast towards Ji Yuina. Boom! With a deafening roar that shook the heavens, crimson blood spurted from their bodies. And intense pain that penetrated to the bone marrow allowed the 2 titled Douluos to break free from the illusion woven by Huo Yuhao's soul impact, mental confusion, and simulation soul skills. Only then did they finally realize that their soul skills had not hit Ji Yuina at all, but rather the other party who was their temporary ally. Granny Feng and another person clutched their hideous wounds. Their faces contorted with pain as they struggled to suppress their screams. At that moment, only one thought remained in their minds. Run. These 4 young men are too strange. Staying here will probably only lead to their deaths. Unfortunately, the moment this thought crossed their minds, the previously vanished restraints once again rendered them immobile. Ji Yuina, who was the instigator, raised an eyebrow as she looked at Huo Yuhao, who was deep in thought. Did Huo Yuhao really combine the various soul skills of his Spirit Eye Martial Soul in such an ingenious way? Just like he wrote in his diary. If I'm not mistaken, he probably created an illusion just now, which is why he made those 2 kill each other, right? Huo Yuhao strode towards the 2 titled Douluos, a cold, icy scorpion tail appearing behind him, a satisfied smile on his face. Let's call that previous move, illusory flower, illusory moon. Also, get ready to shower gold coins, you 2 old ladies. Chapter 63 Evil Soul Master. Murder and Arson at Shrek Academy. In Huo Yuhao's plan, the spirit skills of the Spirit Eye Martial Soul were meant to work together to produce amazing effects. And the reactions of Granny Feng and the other two titled Douluo clearly proved this point. However, Huo Yuhao also knew that if they hadn't been frightened by Ji Yuina's terrifying strength, with his current mental power, it would have been impossible for him to make a titled Douluo level expert fall into the illusion of illusion without him noticing. However, if it is a soul master of the same level, once they are trapped in the illusory world, they will lose half their life if they want to escape. During the Soul Master competition, this Mirror Flower Water Moon move could be used to its full potential. Of course, we must be well prepared for this Soul Master competition. Given the current lineup of Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, coupled with Shrek Academy's consistent style, those guys will definitely try to poach our talents. Huo Yuhao's idea was that, unless absolutely necessary, Ji Yuina's identity and strength should not be exposed. Holding on to he R as a trump card was what a sixth brother should do. While Huo Yuhao was pondering these things, the icy green scorpion tail had already pierced into the body of Venus' protector. Granny Feng watched helplessly as the titled Douluo's body rapidly withered away, clearly sensing his life force and soul power rapidly draining away. Seeing this, Granny Feng's pupils contracted slightly, and her eyes instantly filled with fear. What is this? What are you doing? Stop right now. Aren't you a student of Shrek Academy? Don't you know that only evil spirit masters use this method to increase their strength? Or are those rumors true? Has Shrek Academy been harboring bandits all along to bolster its own position? Using the so-called Shrek inspection team as a front, while you yourselves are secretly using the methods of evil soul masters to enhance your strength. Granny Feng felt that she had realized the truth. The reason why this little brat was able to become a soul king at such a young age was not because of his terrifying talent, but because he was an evil soul master. Under the influence of the ice jade scorpion tail, the title Douluo only lasted a few minutes before all his soul power and life force were completely absorbed, and all his power was absorbed by Huo Yuhao's external soul bone. Huo Yuhao didn't bother to waste words with Granny Feng. After pulling out the ice jade scorpion tail, he directly stabbed it into Granny Feng's body. Feeling her power rapidly draining away, Granny Feng's face instantly twisted into a ferocious grimace, and she roared hoarsely at Huo Yuhao. You will pay the price. Shrek Academy will pay the price. Sooner or later, Shrek Academy will be destroyed. It will. After completely eliminating Granny Feng, Huo Yuhao did not rush to leave with Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di. Instead, he looked at the two corpses in front of him with a thoughtful expression. Ji Yuina and Shui Di remained calm and silent, while Bing Di, after looking them over a few times, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Yuhao? Aren't those two guys already dead?" Huo Yuhao did not answer, but turned to Ji Yuina and asked, "Ji Yuina, do you know where those people are now?" Ji Yuina was slightly taken aback, then nodded. "I know. What are you going to do?" Huo Yuhao grinned and said, "Let's cause some trouble for Shrek Academy." After speaking, Huo Yuhao wasted no time and directly used the necromancy he had acquired over the past 3 months. He continuously chanted incantations, and the withered bodies of Granny Feng and another titled Douluo, who had been dead, slowly stood up. Their bodies, which should have been lifeless, once again radiated a trace of life. Upon seeing this, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di exchanged glances. They knew that this was Huo Yuhao's necromancy, but they pretended to be unaware and asked with blank expressions. Huo Yuhao, what happened? Did you do this? Huo Yuhao seemed to suddenly realize something. And a hint of panic appeared on his face, but he quickly recovered and turned to look at the three women, nodding calmly. That's right, this is also the effect of my spirit eye soul skill. Quote. Although we don't know the identities of those two girls, since they can have a title Douluo level powerhouse as their protector, their status must be quite high. Since they see us as Shrek Academy students anyway, let's just pin the label of Evil Soul Masters on Shrek Academy. After all, there really are evil spirit masters in Shrek Academy. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, Granny Feng and the titled Douluo rushed towards the two locations that Ji Yuina had mentioned, Shujuju and Bina. At the same time, Huo Yuhao smiled slightly as he looked at Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di. Let's go. If nothing unexpected happens, Shrek Academy will have some big fun soon, but unfortunately we won't be able to see it. Let's wander around for now. Ji Yuina and Shui Di could roughly guess Huo Yuhao's thoughts. Framing someone was very much in line with Huo Yuhao's old-fashioned style. Hayote blinked, her mind filled with questions. Just as she was about to ask, she suddenly felt the copy of the diary in her mind start to move. Hayote could no longer care about anything else and hurriedly began to check the newly appeared content. The identities of those two women were somewhat suspicious. From the conversation of their guards, it was clear one was a noblewoman from Xingluo, and the other from Tianyun. Their simultaneous presence here, could this be because I am the chosen one? Or, has something happened that I am unaware of? The deaths of those two titled Douluos are a good opportunity to verify this. If something went wrong, then after learning from those two titled Douluos had Shrek Academy had an evil soul master, they would definitely cause trouble for Shrek Academy. Conversely, if not, then I really need to find out the reason and see if there's a problem elsewhere. After seeing this content, Jiu Yuina, Shui Di, and even Bing Di all realized that something was wrong. Damn it. I knew Huo Yuhao, with his heightened sensitivity, couldn't possibly have remained indifferent when he saw those two women. So he already sensed something was wrong but held back, all to lure me in. Now those two titled Douluos have become bait. If those two women don't do what Huo Yuhao wants, he might really suspect that we might have seen the contents of the diary. Sigh, why can't Huo Yuhao be a little dumber? Why does he have to be so smart? HMPH. Since you caused this trouble yourselves, you'll have to clean up the mess yourselves. With a thought, Jiu Yuina immediately split off two strands of spiritual energy, which flew towards the locations of Shujuju and Vina respectively. Just as Shujuju was deeply saddened by the death of Granny Feng, who had cared for her for many years, Jiu Yuina's cold voice suddenly rang in her mind. Huo Yuhao has already seed something amiss because of your presence. If the copy of the diary is exposed because of you, I'm not sure what he might do. Do you understand? Shu Jujiu's expression changed back and forth, and he was caught in a dilemma. He knew that Huo Yuhao and Jiu Yuina were the murderers of Granny Feng. Should he really pretend to be unaware and push all the blame onto Shrek Academy, just like Huo Yuhao planned? Just as Shu Juju was struggling to make this decision, the withered old woman finally arrived late. Before the shocked Grandma Manyi could ask what had happened, the old woman roared in a hoarse voice like a broken bellows. Run! Shrek Academy has an evil spirit master. After saying that, Granny Feng collapsed to the ground and completely lost all signs of life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vina, who had also been warned by Jiu Yuina, looked at the corpse in front of her, remained silent for a long time, and then shouted out in grief and anger. Shrek, you've been secretly training evil soul masters. Our heavenly soul empire will make you pay for this. Chapter 64 Unveiling Shrek's True Colors. A storm is coming. From the moment she learned that her guard had gone after Huo Yuhao without permission, Vina was already mentally prepared to be killed instead. With Jiu Yuina by his side, there are probably very few people in the entire Douluo continent who could cause Huo Yuhao any trouble. They had clearly warned them not to even think about harming Huo Yuhao, yet she still insisted on chasing after him. Wasn't that just courting death? However, Huo Yuhao's behavior was somewhat unexpected by Vina. Although she knew long ago that Huo Yuhao wasn't so easy to fool, Vina still didn't expect him to be so difficult to deal with. After realizing something was wrong because of her and Shu Jujiu's appearance, they not only didn't show it, but even played along. If it weren't for the fact that they could see Huo Yuhao's thoughts through the copy of the diary, EY would have really fallen into the trap. Even Jiu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, couldn't sit still and personally came to threaten them, saying they absolutely couldn't let Huo Yuhao realize that there was a problem with the diary. Vina knew very well that if she dared to disobey, the consequences would be dire. That's why, no matter how unwilling she was, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and do as Huo Yuhao planned. Pretending not to know Huo Yuhao's true identity, they pinned the crime of being an evil soul master on Shrek Academy and then went to cause trouble for Shrek Academy. Vina looked sadly at the corpse in front of her, took a deep breath, and said in a cold tone. Go back first. After we get back, investigate thoroughly. If there really are evil spirit masters in Shrek Academy, then we must make them give an explanation. See if their so-called Shrek inspection group is really as rumored, using the guise of peace for the continent while actually using this method. Odd to eliminate families and forces that are dissatisfied with Shrek. Upon hearing this, the remaining titled Douluo level guard did not hesitate at all and immediately took Vina and the corpse and rushed towards the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire. At the same time, Shu Juju had also made a decision. Just like Vina, Shu Juju simply couldn't imagine what kind of revenge those people will Take if she caused the diary copy to be exposed, preventing Gu Yuina and the others from receiving rewards. Compared to Gu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, Shujuju would naturally prefer to provoke Shrek Academy. The most crucial reason that prompted Shujuju and Vina to make this decision was that Huo Yuhao had written in his diary a long time ago that Shrek Academy had trained 2 evil soul masters for the Holy Spirit cult. Although they had never heard of the Holy Spirit cult, they had already memorized the story of the evil spirit masters. After confirming that they wouldn't cause any more trouble, Gu Yuina withdrew the 2 strands of spiritual energy. After noticing this, Shui Di cast an inquiring glance at Gu Yuna beside her. Gu Yuna nodded slightly and used her powerful mental energy to make the voice resound in Shui Di's mind. I've already warned them not to let Huo Yuhao notice anything amiss. Shui Di did not doubt the truth of Gu Yuna's words. If she couldn't even handle something like this, then Gu Yuna would truly not be worthy of her title as the Lord of Soul Beasts. Now that everything has been arranged, what they need to do next is to explore the Wo RLD with Huo Yuhao before arriving at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, and see what the human world is really like. Gu Yuina and Shui Di, who thought they had disguised everything well, had no idea that from the very beginning, they had been acting according to Huo Yuhao's arrangements. At least for now, everything is under Huo Yuhao's control. During the few days that Huo Yuhao took Gu Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di on a leisurely stroll around. After returning to the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire respectively, Shujuju and Bina informed the 2 emperors of what had happened in the far north. Although the emperors of the original Douluo 3 kingdoms have always shown great respect for Shrek Academy, it was simply because they had no other choice. For thousands of years, the 3 royal families have been looking for ways to weaken Shrek Academy's prestige, and now that such a good opportunity has presented itself, they certainly won't let it slip by. Through their covert investigation, they discovered that just a few days ago, a bizarre incident occurred at Shrek Academy involving the deaths of 3 students from other departments. The matter was ultimately handled by a teacher surnamed Li, a 7-ring soul saint at Shrek Academy. According to the information Shu Jiawei obtained, when the teacher returned the bodies, he was extremely rude and kept saying that their deaths were just an accident and that Shrek Academy was already being very merciful by offering their family a place in the entrance exam. Even before leaving, the teacher warned the 3 unfortunate families that this matter involved something very important and must not be leaked under any circumstances, otherwise the consequences would be something that their small families could not afford. After hearing about what teacher Li had done, Shu Jiawei became even more determined to undermine Shrek Academy's prestige. Even a soul saint level teacher dares to threaten other families so arrogantly. Which shows just how high their status is in the eyes of those guys at Shrek Academy. However, Shu Jiawei really wanted to ask that teacher Li why he felt that someone else's child had died at Shrek Academy. Yet he received no explanation and was even threatened by him. In the end, all he was offered was a so-called exemption from the exam as compensation. Could it be that higher-ups at Shrek Academy think that these 3 families should not only not harbor any resentment, but should actually be grateful to these murderers? Those guys at Shrek Academy have been blinded by their so-called eternal glory. The so-called number 1 academy on the continent should no longer exist. 2 of these 3 families are in Xingluo, and the other is in Tianyun. After Shu Jiawei secretly contacted and discussed with the Emperor of Tianyun, he finally decided to send these 3 families to Shrek City to demand an explanation from Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, the 2 emperors secretly mobilized all the forces within the Star Luo and Heavenly Soul Shadows to spread the news throughout the entire continent in the shortest possible time. Even if the higher-ups at Shrek Academy realized what was happening and tried to control the news, it would be too late. Once everything was ready, Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire launched an attack on Shrek Academy. All the members of those 3 families gathered in Shrek City, shouting that their family members had been killed by evil soul masters hidden in Shrek Academy, and that they demanded an explanation from Shrek Academy no matter what. Meanwhile, with the secret encouragement of Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire, the news that Shrek Academy was secretly training evil soul masters had already spread throughout the entire Douluo continent, even when the 3 families were heading to Shrek City. All eyes were on Shrek, eager to see how he would respond to these accusations. A storm is quietly approaching. And at its eye is none other than Shrek Academy, the number 1 academy on the continent. Chapter 65. Kill everyone, then no one can question Shrek. Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. See God's pavilion. Damn it. How could this happen? Why did things suddenly turn out like this? What's wrong with that kid Li Chun? Didn't he confidently say that he had appeased those three families? Why are those three families all here in Shrek City now? The most crucial question is, why is everyone in Shrek City saying that Shrek Academy has been training evil spirit masters all along? Yan Xiaojie is almost going crazy now. After finally managing to completely eliminate the impact of Ma Xiaodao's previous incident caused by the rampage of evil fire within Shrek Academy, Yan Xiaojie was immediately confronted with the entire Shrek City discussing the matter of evil soul masters. How could Yan Xiaojie possibly accept this? The elders in the room were Rhea, Dai upset by the rumors circulating in Shrek City, and their frustration only intensified after hearing Yan Xiaojie's words. Xian Linner glared angrily at Yan Xiaojie and scolded him. Yan Xiaojie, how old are you? Don't you know you need to stay calm and rational when you encounter problems? Normally, no matter how much Xian Linner berated Yan Xiaojie, he would not complain at all because he felt guilty. But this time was different. Instead of calming down, Yan Xiaojie, who had already panicked, suddenly turned around and glared at Xian Linner, growling. Rationality. What rationality do you expect me to have? Don't you know that the evil spirit master those people outside are talking about is Xiaodao? Are you suggesting I hand Xiaodao over? Seeing his wife being rebuked, Qian Di Yuaduo couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood up to retort. Yan Xiaojie. Linner was clearly thinking of Xiao Tao's best interests. What kind of attitude is this? Apologize to Linner immediately. Yan Xiaojie looked at Qian Duoduo and sneered without answering, his eyes filled with mockery. He finally understood why, despite being married to his ex-girlfriend Xian Linner for so many years, Qian Duoduo's relationship with her was barely better than that of strangers. He only knows how to lick, but he doesn't realize that the more he licks, the less Shanliner will like him. Yan Sha. Ozzy felt that it was only because he didn't have any other thoughts on his mind that Qian Duoduo might have ended up with a hat on his head. The moment the thought crossed his mind, Yan Xiaojie quickly took 2 deep breaths, forcibly calming his agitated emotions. He felt that it was because his disciple Ma Xiaotao had encountered an injustice that some evil thoughts involuntarily appeared in his mind. These evil thoughts must never be put into action. However, although Yan Xiaojie would not take any action, Qian Duoduo still felt the full malice in his eyes just now, and immediately stared at Yan Xiaojie with a dark face and roared. Yan Xiaojie, what do you mean by this? Shut up, all of you. As Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Xuanzi's angry voice rang out. Enraged, Xuanzi didn't even bother to eat the chicken leg he was holding. After looking around, he shouted. When did Shrek Academy change its mind because of other people's opinions? They even dare to say that Shrek Academy has been training evil soul masters. I think those guys are tired of living. Shrek Academy could never have an evil spirit master. Little Peach only had a minor problem with her spirit. She wa NTS Shrek Academy to hand over the murderer. I'll go see for myself right now who dares to cause trouble on Shrek Academy's territory. After saying that, Xuanzi suddenly stood up, actually wanting to cause trouble for the 3 families of Shrek City, as well as those guys who kept spreading rumors outside, just as he had said. However, just as he was about to step out of the house, his movements came to an abrupt halt. Mu En's hunched figure slowly approached, accompanied by his voice, which revealed no emotion whatsoever. As members of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, is this how you deal with problems? When I die and hand Shrek over to you, will you be able to destroy Shrek Academy, which has lasted for 10,000 years, in a single day? Moon's voice echoed in the room, silencing all the Shrek executives present. Even though they were all titled Douluo, including several Super Douluo, they acted as obediently as children who had done something wrong in front of Mu En. Seeing that no one answered his question, Mu En turned his gaze to Zanzi, who was standing at the door, and said without any emotion. Xuanzi, the entire Douluo continent is now discussing Ether our Shrek Academy is secretly training evil soul masters. Are you planning to kill everyone to shut them up? Do you think that if you kill everyone, no one will question Shrek anymore? Xuanzi opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end his head drooped and he said weakly. I didn't think that way. Mu En glared fiercely at Zanzi and rebuked him angrily. If you don't have one, then sit down properly. Sensing the anger in Mu En's tone, Xuanzi's body trembled violently. Reluctantly, he sat back down and, to vent his frustration, took a big bite of the chicken leg he was holding. Mu En ignored Zanzi and instead looked at Yan Xiaojie in a deep voice. Xiaojie, what Linner said just now is also what I wanted to ask you. I've warned you many times before. So why are you still as impulsive as ever? Why do you panic when something happens? Is it because you haven't taken my words to heart? Under Mu N's calm gaze, Yan Xiaojie felt an extremely strong pressure. He no longer had the impulse to retort to Xian Linner, and quickly waved his hand to explain. No, teacher, it's because all those comments were directed at Xiao Tao, my only disciple. Teacher, as you know, Xiao Dao could never be an evil spirit master. That rampage was only because of her martial spirit, which caused her consciousness to be temporarily consumed by the evil fire, resulting in the sacrifice of those 3 students. It was not Xiao Tao's intention at all. If this counts as an evil soul master, then Ma Hongjun, one of the original Shrek 7 devils, as Xiao Tao's ancestor, was also an evil fire phoenix. Was he also an evil soul master? In order to protect his disciple, Yan Xiaojie has started to speak recklessly, even bringing up Ma Hongjun from 10,000 years ago. It was only after Mu En glared at him fiercely that Yan Xiaojie finally stopped. Otherwise, who knows what treasonous things he might have said next. Knock knock. Moon tapped the table with his fingers, drawing everyone's attention to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Xiao Dao is certainly not an evil soul master, she is almost a pre-selected member of the Sea God Pavilion. However, in order to prevent her from being blinded by evil fire again in the future, in addition to finding an ice attribute soul master who can help her suppress the evil fire, we must also do our best to search for the legendary immortal herb, the Phoenix Sunflower Coxcomb, so that Xiao Tao's martial soul can undergo a transformation like her ancestor, Ma Hongjun. As for what outsiders say about the existence of evil spirit masters in our Shrek Academy, I did indeed discover a deeply hidden evil spirit master in the academy during this period. Chapter 66 Scapegoat. Evil Soul Master Tang Ya. As Mu En finished speaking, all the members of the Sea God Pavilion looked at him in shock, completely bewildered as to who this evil soul master he was referring to was. However, the most important thing is not this. The most crucial point is that Shrek Academy absolutely has no evil spirit masters. Not to mention others, even Yan Xiaojie, who was always obsequious in front of his teacher Mu En, couldn't help but stand up abruptly after a brief silence and exclaimed in shock at Mu En. Teacher, you must be joking, right? How could Shrek Academy possibly have an evil spirit master? Other elders of the Sea God Pavilion echoed Yan Xiaojie's words, refuting Mu En's statement. Xiaojie is right. As the #1 academy on the continent and the Holy Land of humanity on the entire Douluo continent, Shrek Academy could never possibly have any evil soul masters. Elder Mu, you must be mistaken, or the person you found is definitely not a student of Shrek Academy. Yes, Elder Mu, how could there possibly be evil soul masters in our Shrek Academy? Quote. For a moment, the entire room was filled with the voices of these Sea God Pavilion members refuting Elder Mu. Even Xuanzi, who was in a depressed mood, couldn't help but say while gnawing on a chicken leg that Shrek Academy would never have any evil soul masters. In other words, it was Mu En, the head of the Sea God Pavilion, who said these words. Otherwise, these elders who have always valued Shrek's honor more than their own lives would probably have taken action directly. Moon shook his head slightly as he watched himself being besieged. He knew perfectly well what these guys meant. Even if there were evil spirit masters in Shrek Academy, they would expel them immediately and woo. LD never admit that the person was a student of Shrek. Shrek Academy's glory has been passed down for 10,000 years, and they absolutely cannot allow their generation to be tainted by the name of evil soul masters. However, Moon had already conducted a secret investigation before coming here. The claim that Shrek Academy has been secretly training evil soul masters has spread not only in Shrek City, but has also caused a great stir in the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire. Even the Sun Moon Empire and the Fighting Spirit Empire have heard the rumor and want to see what Shrek Academy will say in the end. With those 3 victim families still around, Shrek Academy is determined not to let this matter end peacefully. If they can't give a reasonable explanation, their reputation as the #1 academy on the continent, a sacred place in the hearts of all soul masters, will truly be shattered. They can't even understand such a simple principle, and they only can how to act rashly when faced with problems. How can I feel at ease leaving Shrek Academy in the hands of these guys? And where is Lazan now? She's been gone from Shrek Academy for over 3 months, why hasn't she returned yet? Moon looked at the group of Sea God Pavilion members who were arguing, his eyes filled with helplessness and disappointment. Moon knew very well that if he left this matter to them, they would only mess it up and make Shrek Academy the target of everyone's hatred across the entire continent. It's impossible to stay out of this mess. The final decision still needs to be made by him, the master of the Sea God Pavilion. Moon originally intended to reveal the identity of the evil soul master himself, but without explicitly stating his plan, leaving it to these guys to figure out on their own. In this way, his image as the master of the Sea God Pavilion remained as bright and majestic as ever, just like his martial soul, the Holy Dragon of Light, which would not be tainted by any filth and would remain as pure and immaculate as before. But now, with these guys' brains, it's clear we can't count on them. Mu En sighed inwardly, looked around, and then said in a deep voice. Quiet down, everyone. You still haven't figured out the situation. What are you thinking about all day? Does the current situation allow you to deny that Shrek Academy has evil spirit masters? Can you explain how those 3 students were brutally murdered inside Shrek Academy? Yan Xiaojie and the other members of the Sea God Pavilion were speechless upon hearing this, unsure of how to explain it. Mu En snorted coldly and then said in a deep voice. Hand over the real evil spirit master and admit that Shrek Academy's negligence allowed the evil spirit master to infiltrate. Those 3 innocent outer court students were secretly murdered by them. Our Shrek Academy has been investigating the truth ever since those 3 students died, and we've successfully uncovered it. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Sea God Pavilion looked at each other, finally understanding what Mu En wanted them to do. Ma Xiaota. O is not a member of the Evil Soul Masters, this is a consensus among all members of the Sea God Pavilion. But if they want to protect Ma Xiaotao now, they have no choice but to put forward a scapegoat. And make the other party take the blame for killing the 3 students. If an innocent person were to bear this crime, these members of the Sea God Pavilion might feel a little reluctant. But if he other party is really a true evil soul master as Mu En said, then there's nothing to worry about. Xiaojie, you are personally responsible for explaining this matter. I don't want to see any more complications like the one we had with those 3 families this time. Moon stood up and walked out, speaking slowly. Yan Xiaojie did not refuse. This matter was originally caused by his disciple Ma Xiaotao, and as a teacher, he naturally had the responsibility and obligation to help his disciple clean up the mess. However, he still doesn't know who the evil soul master Moon mentioned is. Yan Xiaojie hurriedly stood up and asked, looking at Mu En's hunched back. Teacher, who is this evil spirit master you mentioned? Moon paused, sighed deeply, and said with a hint of pity. Tang Ya, the current leader of the Tang clan. After saying that, Moon left the room, leaving the members of the Sea God Pavilion in shock. The Tang clan leader. Tang Ya has become an evil soul master. Numbness ensued. Even Xuanzi was so shocked by these words that he forgot to eat his chicken leg. It's easy to imagine how much of a shock Mu En's words had on them. It's important to know that the relationship between the Tang sect and Shrek Academy has been very friendly since 10,000 years ago, and for a time they were even the closest allies. However, since the emergence of Soul Tools, the status of the Tang sect has plummeted, and its strong members have gradually disappeared. Shrek Academy and the Tang sect have drifted further and further apart. The thriving Shrek Academy would not ally with the declining Tang clan. The fact that the Tang sect can offer one spot to join Shrek Academy without taking the entrance exam each year already shows that Shrek Academy hasn't forgotten their past kindness. But is it really a good idea to hand over Tang Ya, the leader of the Tang clan, as an evil soul master now? Moreover, if I remember correctly, Mu Lao's great-grandson, Bei Bei, is currently the chief disciple of the Tang sect, and he also has a romantic relationship with Tang Ya, his nominal teacher, right? However, between a genius with near-perfect fire who would dedicate his entire future to Shrek Academy and a Tang sect leader whose martial soul is only blue-silver grass and who will leave Shrek Academy after graduation, it's obvious which one to choose, right? Ya. En Xiaojie remained silent for a long time before finally standing up and letting out a deep sigh. Leave it to me. Even if Shrek Academy and Tang sect have a bond spanning tens of thousands of years. Since she has chosen to fall into depravity and become an evil soul master, she cannot be blamed for severing our past relationship. After all, we at Shrek Academy have always been sworn enemies with evil spirit masters. This isn't about those who criticize Shrek, but rather, based on their behavior in the original comics, if they were really in this situation, they would genuinely resort to scapegoating. Just to clarify, today is a special case. This update is being made earlier to accommodate students in the group who are about to start school. Everything else will be the same as before. Chapter 67 Confess. You fallen Tang sect master. Sigh. How did things suddenly turn out like this? The rumors about evil spirit masters in our academy are getting more and more rampant, and everyone in Shrek City is waiting for the dean and the others to come forward and give an explanation. Bei Bei, who had just entered the academy with Tang Ya, was speechless as she looked at the me. Members of the three small families gathered outside Shrek Academy's main gate, as well as the onlookers who wanted to watch the drama unfold. Anyone with a little common sense knows that it's impossible for a prestigious academy like Shrek Academy to have any evil spirit masters. If there really is an evil soul master, how could he possibly hide it from his ancestor, a level 99 limit Douluo? Do you really think those elders of the Sea God Pavilion are just sitting around doing nothing? Although Beibei had heard before that 3 unfortunate students from the outer academy had died unexpectedly, in Beibei's eyes, those 3 students could not possibly have been killed by evil spirit masters. While Beibei was complaining that the people in Shrek City only knew how to watch the show, shish. He didn't notice that Tang Ya's expression became somewhat subtle when the topic of evil soul masters came up, and her body even trembled slightly. Alright, Beibei, stop talking now and go back to rest. Hearing this, Beibei felt somewhat helpless. He had clearly made plans with Tang Ya to go shopping at Shrek Academy to strengthen their relationship and make them closer, but this happened as soon as he stepped out the door. And now he has no mood to enjoy the trip. However, before they had gone far, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Beibei looked at this disciple of her great-grandfather, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Dean Yan, is there anything I can help you with? Yan Xiaojie shifted his gaze from Tang Ya to Beibei, sizing up this girl who, along with Shu Sanqi, was known as one of the twin stars of the Outer Academy. In Yan Xiaojie's opinion, Beibei looked very similar to his teacher when he was young, and even their refined temperament was exactly the same. However, the only downside to Beibei is that she has the opportunity to marry Zhang Lexuan, a child bride with outstanding talent, impeccable looks and personality, but instead falls for Tang Ya, the already fallen leader of the Tang clan. And even joins the Tang clan for her. I really don't know what this kid is thinking. Although Beibei is currently just a student in the Outer Academy, he is still Elder Emu's great-grandson. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Yan Xiaojie shook his head slightly. I need to talk to Tang Ya about something. Could we have some space alone? A hint of doubt arose in Beibei's mind. What could the dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy possibly want with Tang Ya? However, Beibei didn't take it to heart. Just as she was about to agree, shish. He found that Tang Ya suddenly tugged at her clothes. Turning her head, she saw that Tang Ya's face was deathly pale, and large beads of cold sweat had appeared on her forehead. She was in a state of extreme panic. Ever since she was instantly defeated by Yuhao, a guy who had just become a soul master, in the Stardo Great Forest more than 3 months ago, Tang Ya has secretly fallen into a state of near madness. Even Yuhao, who had just become a soul master, could kill her instantly. What was she talking about in terms of revenge? What was she talking about in terms of making the Tang sect great again? That's why Tang Ya has been secretly using her mutated blue-silver grass martial soul to absorb the life force of those plants. She had always thought she had been very discreet and that no one would ever find out. But now that Yan Xiaojie had suddenly come looking for her, coupled with the rumors circulating in Shrek City, Tang Ya instantly realized that she had been exposed without her noticing. What's wrong? Xiaoya, startled, Beibei quickly checked on Tang Ya's condition, wanting to know what was wrong with her. Tang Ya glanced at Yan Xiaojie out of the corner of her eye, shook her head vigorously, and gripped Beibei's clothes tightly in her hand. Beibei, don't go, don't leave me. Beibei's heart skipped a beat. Although she still didn't know what had happened, she had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Just as Beibei was about to ask, Yan Xiaojie suddenly sighed and spoke slowly with a tone full of compassion. Why are you doing this? Bibe, I has always been thinking about you and revitalizing the Tang clan. Do you really want to drag Beibei into this mess? Tang Ya clenched her teeth and pressed her lips together. Her once pink lips were now pale and bloodless. A struggle flashed in her eyes. She didn't know whether she should let go of Beibei. Before Tang Ya could make a decision, Beibei stepped in front of her, staring at Yan Xiaojie without flinching, and said with unwavering determination, Dean Yan, Xiaoya's matter is my matter. If there's anything you need to say, just say it to my face. Yan Xiaojie gave Beibei a deep look. And after a moment of consideration, he felt that Beibei would have to know about this sooner or later, and there was no point in hiding it now, so he immediately spoke up. You probably don't know yet, but Tang Ya has already fallen into the trap of becoming an evil soul master, right? An evil spirit master. Beibei's pupils widened suddenly, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and she immediately shouted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaoya's martial soul is blue-silver grass, how could she possibly become an evil soul master? She is the leader of the Tang sect. And our Shrek Academy's most reliable friend. Yan Xiaojie raised his hand to interrupt Bei Bei's explanation, and instead looked at Tang Ya and gestured. Tang Ya, is there anything you want to? Oh, explain about the fact that you are an evil spirit master. Bei Bei turned her gaze to Tang Ya, hoping that she could explain herself clearly. As the leader of the Tang sect, she could never be an evil soul master. Tang Ya lowered her head and remained silent for a long time before finally mustering the courage to look up at Yan Xiaojie and speak. I am not an evil soul master. Although my Teal soul can absorb the life force of other creatures, I have only absorbed the life force of plants. I have never even absorbed the life force of soul beasts, let alone humans. Why do you have to call me an evil spirit master? I'm not. Quote. Upon hearing this, Bei Bei breathed a deep sigh of relief, turned to look at Yan Xiaojie, and shouted loudly. Did you hear that, Dean Yan? Xiaoya has never harmed anyone. She is definitely not the evil spirit master you're talking about. Yan Xiaojie was somewhat surprised by this, but considering that if Tang Ya was not made a scapegoat, his disciple Ma Xiaotao would be labeled as an evil soul master, he could not accept Tang Ya's explanation. Don't try to argue, Tang Ya. Even if you haven't harmed anyone yet, after experiencing this shortcut to power, you absolutely won't be able to resist. You are an evil soul master. Moreover, those 3 students from the outer academy who died under mysterious circumstances, you were probably the one who killed them, weren't you? As soon as Yan Xiaojie finished speaking, Tang Ya's expression changed drastically, and she roared at the dean of the martial soul department. I am not an evil spirit master. What makes you label me an evil spirit master based on things I didn't do? Just because my martial spirit mutated. Also, I didn't kill those 3 students. I've heard that their bodies are covered in burn marks. If I'm not mistaken, it was Ma Xiaotao from the inner courtyard, your disciple, who did it, right? Yan Xiaojie's pupils contracted slightly, and he began to curse Li Chun in his mind. He had clearly instructed that guy to appease the families of the 3 students and also dispose of their bodies, but this is what he did. They're utterly useless. The corpse had burn marks from flames. And given the rumors of evil spirit masters in Shrek Academy, anyone familiar with Ma Xiaotao would probably assume that she was the one who did it. That bastard Li Chun deserves to die. After deciding to settle accounts with Li Chun later, Yan Xiaojie chose to vent his anger on Tang Ya first, staring coldly at her and saying each word clearly. With such a strong reaction, how can anyone believe that you won't become even more depraved and completely degenerate into an evil soul master? It seems I was right after all. You, the Tang sect master, have become reckless in your pursuit of the ideal of revitalizing the Tang sect, even willing to become an evil soul master. As for those 3 innocent students from the outer academy, it's a pity I didn't discover your true colors sooner. Allowing you to kill them. You absolutely cannot escape the crime of murdering Shrek students. Chapter 68 Hatred and Rage will eventually consume Shrek. Bei Bei was dumbfounded. He had previously discussed with Tang Ya that the deaths of the 3 innocent outer court students were most likely caused by Ma Xiaodao's uncontrolled evil fire from the inner court. However, in Bei Bei's opinion, it was only because of the evil fire, and it was definitely not because Ma Xiaotao intended to kill the other party. But now, in the mouth of Yan Xiaojie, the dean of the martial soul department, it's his girlfriend Tang Ya who killed those 3 students. Isn't this blatant lying? Even if he wanted to exonerate his disciple Ma Xiaotao, this isn't how he should do it. Why should Hai's girlfriend be made a scapegoat for Ma Xiaotao? Enraged, Bei Bei stared intently at Yan Xiaojie in front of her and growled, each word distinct and enunciated. Dean Yan, you need to take responsibility for what you said. I can guarantee that Xiaoya is definitely not the evil spirit master you're talking about. And those 3 students were definitely not killed by Xiaoya. Bei Bei's words had no effect on Yan Xiaojie whatsoever. Even his facial expression remained unchanged, still bearing that compassionate look as he shook his head. You're too naive, Bei Bei. Do you think all evil all masters would admit that they are evil soul masters? You should know that in every part of the Douluo continent, evil soul masters are hated by everyone. Since Tang Ya has already chosen to fall, how could she possibly admit her identity as an evil soul master? Perhaps, even getting closer to you is just a way for her to cover up her identity as an evil soul master and achieve some unknown purpose. Yan Xiaojie's words were truly hurtful, causing Bei Bei to tremble. Deep down, she couldn't help but start to wonder if Tang Ya's increasingly warm relationship with her was part of a scheme. Sensitive Tang Ya noticed Bei Bei's change in mood, slowly loosened her grip on his clothes, her eyes filled with sorrow and anger, and shouted while crying and laughing. So you're like this too? Even you don't believe me, Bei Bei. Bei Bei could hear the despair in Tang Ya's words, and hurriedly defended herself for her hesitation. No, Xiaoya, it's not like that. I'll go find Xuanzu right now. With Xuanzu's intervention, there's absolutely no way anyone will say you're an evil spirit master anymore. Yan Xiaojie stopped Bei Bei. Mu En has already said that he will handle this matter. If even such a small thing requires Bei Bei to go to Mu En, then it would make him, the dean of the martial soul department, seem too useless. Yan Xiaojie knew that his teacher was already very dissatisfied with him because of the evil spirit master incident, and he absolutely could not afford to make any more mistakes at this time. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaojie carefully considered his words, looked at Bei Bei who looked puzzled, and said meaningfully, Bei Bei, some things aren't as simple as you think. Acting rashly will only affect how important people perceive you. Upon hearing this, Bei Bei's breath seemed to stop instantly. He understood the meaning behind Yan Xiaojie's words. Bei Bei finally realized that the one who really made the decision to make Tang Ya a scapegoat for Ma Shi Aoteo was probably his great-grandfather Mu En. How? How could this be? It's impossible. Ancestor Xuanzu would never do such a thing. Yan Xiaojie gave Bei Bei a reproachful look. These were things he could have just thought about in his mind. How could he have said them aloud? Didn't he know that this would damage Elder Mu's upright and dignified image? However, it's not a big problem. Anyway, when he appeared in front of Bei Bei and Tang Ya, he already used his super Douluo strength to prevent others from hearing their conversation. As long as he takes care of Tang Ya next, this matter will not spread. Tang Ya, like a blue-silver grass trapped in a quagmire of despair yet desperately struggling to escape her fate, clenched her fists and stared intently at Yan Xiaojie opposite her. Even knowing that he was a title Douluo-level powerhouse while he was merely a three-ring soul master, he had no intention of sitting idly by and waiting for death. Yan Xiaojie had no intention of wasting any more words with Tang Ya. He just wanted to get rid of Tang Ya as soon as possible, then announce that it was his oversight that he had failed to discover that Tang Ya, the leader of the Tang clan, had quietly fallen into the trap of becoming an evil soul master, and finally quell the turmoil in the outside world. Just as he was about to make his move, Bei Bei, who was questioning the meaning of life, suddenly sprang into action and stood in front of Tang Ya, his heaving chest revealing his inner turmoil. Even if the decision to make Tang Ya a scapegoat was made by Zhan Zhu, Bei Bei absolutely cannot stand by and watch Tang Ya die in front of her. In that case, he might never be able to escape this shadow for the rest of his life. It can only be said that Yan Xiaojie's attempt to kill Tang Ya in front of Bei Bei was something Mu En probably never expected. Dean Yan, please let Xiaoya go. I'm willing to vouch for Xiaoya. If you let her go, I promise I'll never let her appear in front of anyone again. I will never reveal the truth. Please, Dean Yan, for the sake of our ancestor, and for the sake of the millennia-old bond between Shrek Academy and Tang Sect, please spare Xiaoya. Even if her martial soul has mutated, she has never harmed anyone. Bei Bei tried everything she could to plead for Tang Ya's life, hoping that Yan Xiaojie would show her mercy and let her go. Most importantly, he actually threatened Yan Xiaojie with the attitude that if he didn't let Tang Ya go, he would die with her. Faced with this unexpected situation, Yan Xiaojie was at a loss and didn't know what to do. Yan Xiaojie's personality inherently contained elements of compromise, and he knew better than anyone else that the one who caused this mess was his disciple Ma Xiaotao. And that it had nothing to do with Tang Ya from beginning to end. They only brought Tang Ya out because Shrek needed a scapegoat. Seeing Bei Bei's willingness to give her life to protect Tang Ya, Yan Xiaojie couldn't help but feel a pang of pity. After a long silence, he finally let out a long sigh. Go explain it to your teacher yourself. Even if Tang Ya survives, from this moment on, she will no longer be a student of Shrek Academy and will have no further connection with the academy. Afterwards, I will announce in front of everyone in Shrek City that those 3 students were killed by Tang Ya, and that she, the Tang sect master, has fallen into the status of an evil soul master. And one more thing, if I ever hear any bad news about Tang Ya in the future, I will absolutely not give her another chance to live. When Bei Bei heard Yan Xiaojie agree, she was overjoyed and kept bowing to him to express her gratitude. She also said that she would go to Xuanzu to explain later. Yan Xiaojie didn't even glance at Tang Ya before walking away. Yan Xiaojie knew that Tang Ya must hate Shrek Academy to the extreme right now, but what could he do? There are plenty of people who hate Shrek Academy. Even the Sun Moon Empire doesn't dare to provoke Shrek Academy. The Tang sect master, who is left alone, is a soul master with a 3-ring blue-silver grass martial soul. Even if she really wants to take revenge on Shrek Academy, she would only be courting death. After Yan Xiaojie's figure completely disappeared, Bei Bei breathed a deep sigh of relief and turned to look at his girlfriend Tang Ya. Wanting to say something. But before he could speak, Tang Ya said coldly. Yan Xiaojie has already said that from now on, there is absolutely no relationship between us. After speaking, Tang Ya glanced in the direction of the Sea God Pavilion, her eyes filled with raging anger and boundless hatred. Shrek. One day, I will personally destroy your so-called Eternal Shrek Academy. Let me state up front that this is not meant to demote or lower intelligence. Although Yan Xiaojie wanted to kill Tang Ya, he never took her, this, useless, blue-silver grass, seriously. Since Bei Bei was willing to risk her life to protect her, Yan Xiaojie, who was good at scheming, didn't mind giving Bei Bei face. In his eyes, whether Tang Ya lives or dies will have absolutely no impact on Shrek Academy. He might even think that Tang Ya would thank him after he let her go. I feel like I've been cursed. I woke up this morning with a headache and throbbing temples. I slept from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. But it didn't help. In fact, it made me feel worse. I took my temperature and found I had a low-grade fever. I don't know if that means I'm positive for COVID-19. Is this what He mean by Tang Sect and Shrek Academy are inviolable? I'm scared. WDW. Chapter 69. Yuan was stunned. The Tang clan was universally hated. No matter how Bei Bei explained, Tang Ya ignored her completely. She knew that Yan Xiaojie had already gone to the three families gathered at the entrance of Shrek Academy, just as he had said, to explain to the onlookers who wanted to see the excitement. If we don't leave Shrek City soon, and others discover our so-called evil soul master identity, the consequences will be dire. After this incident, Tang Ya has come to a complete understanding that if she wants to take revenge, not be trampled underfoot, and control her own destiny, she must have enough strength to do so. Tang Ya had always told herself that even if she was eager for revenge, she must never fall into the trap of becoming an evil soul master and must not let the Tang sect be disgraced because of her. But now, Tang Ya has changed her mind. As long as she can become stronger, as long as she can have the power to take revenge, she is willing to do anything, no matter what she becomes. When she becomes powerful enough, that will be the day Shrek Academy pays the price for what they have done. In order to get rid of Bei Bei and stop him from following her, Tang Ya made a pact with him to meet outside the city, but in reality, she rushed to the former site of the Tang clan, which had been occupied by the Iron Blood sect, as soon as they parted. Meanwhile, Bei Bei had already approached Yuan, asking her ancestor to protect Tang Ya. When Yuan heard that Yan Ozzy had told everything in front of Bei Bei, and even let Tang Ya go in the end, he felt his blood pressure suddenly spike and his temper, which he had cultivated for 100 years, was suddenly broken. What kind of brain-dead operation is this? Is this the kind of bird he trained? Is there really no one in the entire Sea God Pavilion who can be trusted? For a moment, Yuan was speechless, and even had the urge to slap that idiot Yan Xiaojie to death. He was wrong. He really shouldn't have entrusted such an important matter to Yan Xiaojie. As if sensing the inner turmoil of her ancestor, Bei Bei knelt down in front of him with a thud, pleading tearfully. Ancestor, please, please spare Xiaoya. You know perfectly well that this matter has nothing to do with Xiaoya from beginning to end. Moreover, even though Xiaoya's martial soul mutated, she never had any intention of harming others. She only used the life force of plants to enhance her strength. She is not an evil soul master. Listening to Bei Bei's sobs, Yuan was at his wit's end. Even he was at a loss for what to do. Chasing after Tang Ya was not an option, but letting her go unchecked would create another unstable factor that might cause problems for Shrek Academy at any time, just like Ma Xiaodao's evil fire. For a time, the situation became a dilemma, with neither side able to advance nor retreat. Moon Ri called some of his own experiences from his youth, which were somewhat similar to Bei Bei's. After a long silence, he finally sighed and agreed to let Tang Ya go. Although it was quite different from his original idea. If it could completely sever the relationship between Bei Bei and Tang Ya, it wouldn't be a bad thing. In this way, Zhang Lexuan would still be Bei Bei's child bride. Compared to Tang Ya, the Tang sect leader whose talent was pitifully weak and who had even fallen into becoming an evil soul master, Yuan clearly preferred Zhang Lexuan more. Overjoyed, Bei Bei didn't hesitate at all. After thanking Yuan, she rushed to the place she had agreed to meet Tang Ya. Watching his retreating figure, Moon murmured softly, I don't know if this decision is right or wrong. The Sea God Pavilion is full of people like this. How can I close my eyes in peace? Even if I have to force myself to stay, I have to hold on until the younger generation grows up. When Bei Bei arrived at the agreed location, She searched the entire area but found no trace of anyone having been there. This caused the usually refined Bebe to close her eyes in anguish, her chest heaving as she tried to calm her agitated emotions. However, this behavior is completely futile. After a while, Bebe suddenly opened her eyes and shouted to the sky. Xiaoya, where are you? What will I do without you? After Yan Xiaojie, the dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy, personally stepped forward to explain and clarify, the storm that had just gathered seemed to vanish suddenly. Although he spoke with great conviction, saying that it was due to oversight that he failed to discover that Tang Ya, the leader of the Tang clan, had secretly become an evil soul master, which led to the murder of the 3 students. Moreover, Tang Ya fled Shrek Academy as soon as she realized that she might be exposed. But apart from a limited number of Shrek fanatics, few people are willing to believe such a perfunctory explanation. After all, they didn't see Tang Ya with their own eyes. How could they let such a harmful evil spirit master escape? Are Shrek Academy useless? Faced with such doubts, why? And Xiaojie said that he would have the Shrek Academy's inspection team, which specializes in targeting evil soul masters, take action to hunt down Tang Ya until she was killed and justice was served for those 3 families. Although Shu Jiawei and the Emperor of the Heavenly Soul Empire were disappointed with this outcome, they had no choice but to let it go in order to avoid exposing themselves and causing a falling out with Shrek Academy, a power full of top experts. Fortunately, their actions were not entirely fruitless, at least the people on the mainland no longer blindly trusted Shrek as they had before. If things continue like this, as long as Shrek Academy is proven to be connected with evil spirit masters next time, Shrek Academy's reputation will plummet to rock bottom, going from being revered by everyone to being hated by everyone. Just like the Tang clan now. To be honest, the Tang clan, which has long since declined, is actually known to very few people anymore. However, this incident brought the name of the Tang clan back into the public eye, only now its reputation was completely ruined. It's a pity that the God realm has lost contact with Douluo continent. Otherwise, I really want to know what kind of expression the founder of Tang sect would have after seeing the current state of Tang sect. This is the truest reflection of Huo Yuhao's inner thoughts right now. Huo Yuhao, it seems that the gift you gave to Shrek Academy has been handed over to the Tang sect by them, completely ruining your plans. After hearing the news, Ji Yuina raised her beautiful eyebrows and teased Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao didn't care at all and said casually, "It's all right. We never intended to ruin Shrek's reputation in one go. With this as a foundation, Shrek won't be a blade to get away with it so easily next time." In fact, Huo Yuhao really didn't expect that the people from Shrek Academy would completely sever ties with the Tang sect. Most importantly, if he remembered correctly, Tang Ya at this time should not have chosen to become an evil soul master because she felt there was no hope of revenge, right? According to Huo Yuhao's guess, the 3 students who died unexpectedly were most likely killed by the Fire Phoenix Saintess. After all, he wasn't at Shrek Academy this time. If Ma Xiaotao went berserk because the evil fire devoured her consciousness, just like in the original story, it would be perfectly normal for her to cause deaths. Shrek Academy, however, claimed that Tang Ya, who had secretly become an evil soul master, was responsible for the incident. Although this was somewhat unexpected, upon closer examination, it did indeed fit Shrek Academy's style of doing things. Shrek Academy can indeed use Tang Ya to cover up Ma Xiaotao's crimes. But what if Ma Xiaotao goes berserk in front of so many people during the Soul Master competition? How will you deal with that? Thinking of that scene, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but feel full of anticipation for the upcoming Soul Master competition. Having approached the border between the Sun Moon Empire and the Star Luo Empire, and with the fun of traveling in the human world gone, Semp Roar returned to Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness. As Huo Yuhao arrived at the border with Ji Yuina and Shui Di, he suddenly discovered that 2 beautiful women with completely different temperaments, but both stunningly beautiful, were having a picnic ahead. Chapter 70 Win-Win. Huo Yuhao wins twice. Huh, who is this again? Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 2 women in front of him. A hint of doubt rising in his heart. Huo Yuhao is no longer like he was at the beginning, always assuming that things are wrong because of his status as the chosen one. Instead, they subconsciously feel that the other person can see the contents of their diary, which is why they show a completely different reaction from the original work, and even change the other person's development trajectory. I just wonder who these 2 will be this time. Just as Huo Yuhao was pondering this question, the gentle and mature woman among the 2 stunning women looked at Huo Yuhao and his group of 3 and smiled slightly. Are you also heading to the Sun Moon Empire? Huo Yuhao's gaze swept over the face and body of this gentle and mature woman, and he asked in return. Also. Zhang Lexuan nodded, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, and whispered in a tone that seemed like a dream. Yes, I'll go to the Sun and Moon Empire to find my possible relatives. Upon hearing this, the name of this gentle and mature woman, Zhang Lexuan, instantly flashed into Huo Yuhao's mind. She has a gentle personality, stunning looks, and a perfect figure. Most importantly, she may have relatives in the Sun Moon Empire. In Huo Yuhao's memory, the only one who met these criteria was Zhang Lexuan, the senior sister of Shrek Academy's inner court. It's likely that she realized how coincidental it was that after seeing what she had written in her diary, she was the only survivor of her family's massacre, and was eventually rescued by Muan who happened to be passing by. In addition, Shi Ha Di also mentioned in her diary that the Moon Martial Soul was the inherited martial soul of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. Zhang Lexuan was likely to have some connection with her teacher, Kong Deming. Which was why she thought of going to the Sun Moon Empire to find out. Every time Huo Yuhao thought about the cringeworthy things he wrote in his diary, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. He was so embarrassed that he almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of his toes. Fortunately, over the past 3 months, he used the information gap to cause Ji Yuina, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, and Di Choer to have several unspeakable social incidents, which can be considered as revenge for their act of secretly reading his diary. Huo Yuhao turned his gaze to another girl. She was aloof and ethereal, quiet and elegant. She was with Zhang Lexuan, so she must also be a member of Shrek Academy. So, is she senior sister Ling? I wonder what happened at Shrek Academy that made Ling Luokan choose to defect, turn over a new leaf, and decide to join the Sun Moon Empire. However, Huo Yuhao was naturally happy to see this happen. The more geniuses who escape Shrek Academy, the fewer opponents he will face in the future. In fact, Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan will become his helpers in the future. It's a win-win situation. Why can't Huo Yuhao winning twice be considered a win-win situation? Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao did not resist Zhang Lexuan's desire to chat with him, but took the initiative to speak. Going to the Sun Moon Empire to find relatives. Aren't you people from the Sun Moon Empire? Zhang Lexuan thought about how she might have been a slave to the real enemy who destroyed her family for more than a decade, and a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. She nodded slightly. We are from the same academy, and we are all from the Heavenly Soul Empire. My family was wiped out when I was a child, and I was the only one who was lucky enough to survive. I was rescued by a powerful person who happened to be passing by. After he discovered that I had a high talent as a soul master, he agreed to help me take revenge on the condition that I would become a member of that academy for the rest of my life. After living in a daze for more than 10 years, I realized that the powerful person who saved me back then was very likely the real murderer who secretly plotted to destroy my family. Faced with this situation, I didn't know what to do, so I decided to go to the Sun Moon Empire to try my luck and see if I could find my relatives. As for Luo Chen, he was treated unfairly at the academy and was used as a tool by some people. In order to prevent this situation from continuing, she had no choice but to leave with me. In fact, Zhang Lexuan met Ling Luokan in the far north. It was at that time that she learned that Ling Luokan also had a copy of Huo Yuhao's diary, and through their conversation, she learned what had happened at Shrek Academy since she left. After seeing Huo Yuhao's diary entry about 2 women, one from Xingluo and the other from Tianyun, appearing in the far north, Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan changed their minds and instead went to the border of the Sun Moon Empire ahead of time to wait for Huo Yuhao, so as to avoid letting Huo Yuhao notice anything amiss. After saying this, Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan were unusually nervous. Afraid that their excuse was too crude and would expose the existence of the copy of the diary. It wasn't just the 2 of them. Even Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Bing Di, who existed in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, were all waiting to see Huo Yuhao's reaction. Under their gazes, Huo Yuhao remained silent for a moment before smiling and speaking to Zhang Lexuan. On behalf of the Sun and Moon Empire, I welcome you. Although I wasn't a member of Sun and Moon at first, Sun and Moon welcomes anyone with a dream to join us. Especially for those who have a grudge against the original 3 kingdoms of Douluo continent. If they want to join Sun Moon, the people of Sun Moon will really welcome them with open arms. Huo Yuhao's words made all the girls present breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Lexuan even composed herself and extended an invitation to Huo Yuhao and the other 2. Want to grab something to eat together? Looking at the tempting food in front of Zhang Lexuan, Huo Yuhao smiled brightly. The sunny and cheerful young man making a limited time return. Then I'll take my leave. Even Ji Yuina and Shui Di did not refuse Zhang Lexuan's kindness. After all, they could guess that these two women probably also had copies of the diary, so they would probably have to spend a lot of time together in the future. It would certainly not hurt to build a good relationship in advance. It can only be said that after Shui Di chose to transform and follow Huo Yuhao, even Ji Yuina's personality changed imperceptibly, and she was no longer as proud and aloof as she was at the beginning. After tasting Zhang Lexuan's cooking, Huo Yuhao didn't hold back his praise, constantly complimenting the deliciousness of the food she had prepared. After a brief conversation, Huo Yuhao casually asked if there was anything special about the relatives she was looking for, and if it was convenient, he could help her find them. Zhang Lexuan then took the opportunity to mention her moon martial soul, and that she had heard that the moon martial soul held a special status in the Sun Moon Empire, as it had never appeared anywhere else. Especially after hearing their names. Huo Yuhao's pupils contracted slightly. As if to hide this strangeness, he quickly lowered his head to drink the fish soup, while also writing in his diary with his consciousness. Hiss. Did I hear that right? Zhang Lexuan. Ling Luokan. Judging from what they just said, they defected from Shrek Academy. I can understand Zhang Lexuan leaving Shrek Academy after discovering the truth, given he likely blood feud between her and Shrek. But I'm genuinely curious how they managed to force Ling Luokan away. A trip to the far north not only damaged Shrek Academy's prestige but also made the Tang sect universally reviled. Now, they've even picked up two stunningly beautiful and talented women. Is this the true value of being a chosen one? Chapter 71 The Holy Spirit Cult welcomes the Blue-Silver Saintess. Both possess the moon martial soul inherited from the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. I wonder if Zhang Lexuan is related to my teacher by blood. I'll ask her when we get back. By the way, Zhang Lexuan is truly a model of a virtuous wife and loving mother. This fish soup she made is absolutely delicious. Picture attached. Whoosh. After seeing the latest contents of the diary copy, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, and Ling Luokan all glanced at Zhang Lexuan without leaving a trace. It was only then that they suddenly remembered that Huo Yuhao had mentioned in his diary that Zhang Lexuan could have been the best example of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Although Zhang Lexuan looks much older than Huo Yuhao, for a strong person, their appearance will not age too much with the passage of time. Not to mention the magical diary copy. If you can get some rewards from the diary copy to maintain your appearance, then that's no problem at all. Could this be another formidable opponent? Ji Yuina was very depressed. She had thought she could have Huo Yuhao all to herself when she came out, but now, with the addition of Bingdi hidden in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, she already had 4 competitors. When Ji Yuina returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, she couldn't even imagine how fierce the competition would be to obtain those 2 random rewards. She has been by Huo Yuhao's side for more than 3 months, and she has not yet received a reward that can heal her injuries. At this rate, the difficulty will only increase. Ji Yuina had lost her initial ambition and had come to a complete understanding of reality. Among the group of beautiful girls at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, her luck was truly at the bottom. Even during the few days of her trip to the far north, although she successfully met the daily requirements for obtaining the diary dungeon rewards, she only received the guaranteed soul power reward or some items that had no effect on her whatsoever. This filled Ji Yuina with a sense of frustration. Now, seeing Zhang Lexuan and Ling Luokan come to her door, Ji Yuina felt even more threatened. Looking at Huo Yuhao, Shui Di, Zhang Lexuan, and Ling Luokan chatting and laughing, Ji Yuina made a decision in secret. Looks like it's time for me to try a change. Ji Yuina stopped maintaining her aloof demeanor and instead chose to actively integrate herself into the group, just like Shui Di, at least temporarily setting aside her pride as the Silver Dragon King. Although Huo Yuhao, Shui Di, and the others were somewhat surprised by this, they still accepted Ji Yuina's transformation with equanimity. After a thorough exchange, Huo Yuhao expressed that he might know Zhang Lexuan's relatives and that they also possessed the moon martial soul. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexuan's expression of surprise seemed genuine. After realizing that Nguyen, who had saved her, was likely the real culprit behind the annihilation of her family, Zhang Lexuan felt as if she had completely lost the meaning of life and had no idea what she should do next. It was precisely for this reason that Zhang Lexuan aimed to the Sun Moon Empire to find Kong Deming, whom Huo Yuhao had mentioned in his diary, and wanted to know if he had a special relationship with her. Even Zhang Lexuan didn't expect that everything would go so smoothly. Huo Yuhao didn't waste any more time. After resting for a while, he grinned at the four women in front of him. Let's go. Let's head to the Sun Moon Empire. The capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire. Heavenly Do City. Tang Ya's petite and solitary figure was shrouded in a black hooded blouse, making her somewhat conspicuous on the bustling street. However, Tang Ya ignored the strange looks and headed straight for the Iron Blood sect, the former location of the Tang clan. Since leaving Shrek Academy, Tang Ya's only goal has been the Iron Blood sect. Although Tang Ya's hatred for Shrek Academy now surpasses that for the Iron Blood sect, she also knows how unrealistic it is to think she can take revenge on her own. Putting everything else aside, just look at Bei Bei's ancestor Mu En. According to Bei Bei, he is already a level 99 limit Douluo. In addition, the Sea God Pavilion's high-ranking members are all at least title Douluo, which is why Shrek Academy can maintain an arrogant and haughty attitude in front of the four great empires. Even so, Tang Ya's desire for revenge was not extinguished. On the contrary, she hoped even more that she could destroy Shrek Academy and completely destroy their so-called eternal glory. Since those guys are so keen to label themselves as evil soul masters, Tang Ya doesn't mind letting them have their way. Along the way, Tang Ya no longer suppressed her desire to devour life force. She absorbed all the life force of the plants she visited. This crazy behavior caused Tang Ya's soul power to reach the bottleneck of level 40. She only needs to obtain a fourth soul ring to become a true soul master. Acquiring spirit rings is indeed important, but for Tang Ya right now, the most important thing is to destroy the Iron Blood sect. The sect that destroyed the Tang sect in the past. Revenge is the most important thing. After all, in these past few days, Tang Ya had already learned how the Tang clan had been vilified. Those shameless bastards at Shrek Academy have pinned all the blame on her, the Tang sect leader, claiming that Shrek has expelled her from the Tang sect and that she has fallen into the status of an evil soul master. They even said they would send the Shrek inspection team to hunt her down. If she doesn't seek revenge against the Iron Blood sect soon, Tang Ya is worried that she won't have such an opportunity again. Looking at the gate that comes into view in the distance, in addition to the three big characters, Iron Blood sect, written on the plaque above the gate, there are TWO vertical plaques on the left and right sides. The left one reads, Iron Blood and Loyal Heart, and the right one reads, Proud Spirit Endures Forever. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Ya's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Her fists clenched tightly, and the veins on her hands were clearly visible. Iron-blooded, iron-blooded. Since you're so fond of the Tang clan's former site, then I'll let your blood stain this place. After taking a deep breath, Tang Ya did not hesitate for a moment and stepped into the door. The first thing she did was to slam the magnificent door shut. Her revenge has begun. However, what Tang Ya didn't know was that after she entered the Iron Blood sect, a figure quietly appeared. Scorpion Tiger Douluo Zhongpeng looked at the tightly closed door, stroked his chin. And a strange smile appeared on his lips. Although she doesn't have her fourth spirit ring yet, with the special mutation of her spirit, she shouldn't have any problem dealing with the Iron Blood sect. Which only has one trash spirit emperor, right? Tisk. What an ignorant little girl. Brazenly causing trouble in the capital of the Heavenly Soul Empire, doesn't she realize the consequences? You finally managed to escape from Shrek Academy. If you were caught by the Heavenly Soul Empire, you really wouldn't survive. So let me help you. You're just like me, labeled an evil soul master. By those guys from Shrek without any explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongpeng used his title Douluo level strength to completely seal off the vast Iron Blood sect. Not only was it impossible for anyone to escape from inside, but even their voices could not be heard. After doing all this, Zhongpeng wasted no time and quietly flew into the Iron Blood sect. He wanted to witness firsthand what kind of actions this little girl, who was worthy of becoming the Holy Maiden of the Holy Spirit sect, would take for revenge. Chapter 72 Sister Lexuan, give him a good show. Metamorphosis. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into our Iron Blood sect? Are you courting death? After realizing something was wrong, a group of Iron Blood sect disciples swarmed over and shouted at Tang Ya, who was completely shrouded in a black hooded blouse. Tang Ya glanced at the Iron Blood sect members opposite her, showing no interest in wasting words with them. A flash of bloodlust appeared in her eyes. And she suddenly raised her arms. Dozens of dark blue silver grasses burst from the ground and pierced into the bodies of the closest guys with lightning speed. PFFT. The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out. And warm, scarlet blood gushed out. After experiencing intense pain in their bodies, these lucky individuals uncontrollably let out a piercing wail from deep within their throats. Filled with boundless agony. You What terrified them most was that they could clearly feel their soul power and life force rapidly draining away, being quickly extracted by the dark blue-silver grass. Not only could he not remove the blue-silver grass inserted into his body, he couldn't even take a step backward. He could only watch helplessly as his body rapidly withered away, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Seeing this, the other Iron Blood sect members around them were filled with panic. They couldn't even think of dealing with Tang Ya. They just wanted to stay as far away from this woman who looked curvaceous but whose methods of killing were bizarre. In just a few breaths, Tang Ya devoured the soul power and life force of these lucky individuals. Feeling her strength increase slightly again, Tang Ya took off her hood, revealing her pale, cold-looking young face. Where's Tieli? Tell him to come out here. While controlling the mutated dark blue-silver grass to continue devouring the life force of the other Iron Blood sect disciples present, Tang Ya appeared with a strange and yandere smile on her face and shouted. Tai Li, if you don't get out here right now, everyone from your Iron Blood sect will be dead. Bang. As Tang Ya finished speaking, a deep, muffled voice rang out. Tai Li, the sect leader of the Iron Blood sect, and the two Soul King-level elders appeared at the same time. Looking at the withered corpses of his disciples, Tai Li's pupils contracted slightly, and his heart skipped a beat as he realized that this woman of Ankh known identity was definitely an evil spirit master. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, perhaps only evil soul masters would possess such a bizarre method of absorbing the life force of others. The saying, enemies are especially hateful when they meet, couldn't be more fitting for Tang Ya and Tai Li. The moment Tang Ya saw Tai Li, the scene of the Tang clan being slaughtered by Tai Lia, the Iron Blood sect flashed through her mind. Unable to control the anger and hatred in her heart, she screamed and abandoned the others, rushing towards Tai Li. Seeing this, Tai Li snorted coldly, and 6 spirit rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 3 purple, rose slowly from beneath his feet, circling around his body. Facing Tang Ya's attack, he not only showed no intention of retreating but LSO took the initiative to meet it head-on. Tang Ya was merely a 3-ring soul master, and even though she was a notorious but exceptionally powerful evil soul master, Tai Li didn't take her seriously at all. Anyone who dares to offend the Iron Blood sect will be defeated with all our might. While Tang Ya and Tai Li were fighting, the other members of the Iron Blood sect were not idle either. Although they did not know why this woman had come to their Iron Blood sect and gone crazy for no reason, since she dared to kill her fellow disciples, she had to pay a bloody price. However, just as these guys were about to support their sect leader Tai Li, they suddenly felt an invisible pressure fall on them, making it impossible for them to make any extra movements. They could only watch helplessly as Tang Ya and Tai Li fought. Sitting on the roof, Scorpion Tiger Douluo Zhongpeng waved his hand, not letting these flies disturb his holy maiden's path of revenge. Instead, he enjoyed watching Tang Ya's dark blue-silver grass and Tang sect hidden weapons work together to gradually put Tai Li, a Soul Emperor, at a complete disadvantage. Those guys from Shrek Academy are still as unreasonable as ever. They've forced people into becoming evil soul masters. Is that the result they wanted? Along the way, let alone using that mutated blue-silver grass to absorb the soul power and life force of soul masters. This little girl hasn't even absorbed the life force of soul beasts, she's only absorbed the life force of those plants. It's conceivable that even back at Shrek Academy, she never harmed anyone. Yet she was still labeled an evil soul master by the righteous Shrek Academy. That's quite something. Thinking back to the time when Yuan labeled him an evil soul master without any explanation, Zhongpeng's eyes immediately turned gloomy and cold. When the news of Shrek Academy secretly training evil soul masters was making headlines, Zhongpeng happened to be out on a mission for the Holy Spirit cult. He thought he should go and see what was going on, and that's when he discovered Tang Ya, the fallen leader of the Tang cult. Especially after learning the truth, discovering that she was a scapegoat pushed out by Shrek Academy, Zhongpeng felt a sense of kinship with her and immediately conceived the idea of recruiting Tang Ya into the Holy Spirit cult. Given the unique nature of Tang Ya's mutated martial soul, she would definitely be a strong candidate for Holy Maiden after joining the Holy Spirit cult. Those Shrek guys will definitely pay a bloody price for their arrogance and prejudice in the future. Seeing that Tang Ya had already cornered Tai Li and that the dark blue-silver grass was poised to pierce into Tai Li's body, absorbing all of He Soul Emperor's soul power and life force, Zhongpeng came to this conclusion. Sun and Moon Empire Temple. After Huo Yuhao brought Zhong Lexuan here, Zhong Lexuan finally understood just how popular Huo Yuhao was. Every one of the worshippers here is a title Douluo, but when they see Huo Yuhao, they all greet him with kind smiles and warmly invite him to come and ask them for advice on soul tools. Zhang Lexuan knew that this was not because Huo Yuhao was the disciple of Grand Elder Kong Deming, but because of his status as the chosen one. Getting to know Huo Yuhao better would bring many benefits. Even these level 9 soul masters, who had taken too many drugs to improve their soul power when they were young, found that their soul power bottlenecks had actually loosened a little after spending a long time with Huo Yuhao. If they didn't have any shame, these level 9 soul masters would probably have already tried to recruit Huo Yuhao as their disciple. When Huo Yuhao arrived at Kong Deming's laboratory, Kong Deming, who was making a soul tool, didn't even look up and spoke calmly. "Didn't I tell you to relax during this holiday and not be so tense? Why are you here again? Being too tense both physically and mentally will indeed improve your strength and knowledge of soul tools very quickly, but it is easy for you to have problems. Since you are a young person, you should do things that young people should do. I heard that Jing Hongshan's granddaughter, the princess from the royal family, and quite a few girls in your class are always surrounding you. Don't tell me there isn't a single one that interests you. Or are you just unable to choose?" Huo Yuhao looked slightly embarrassed and coughed twice before speaking. "Teacher, now is not the time to talk about these things. I've come to ask you a question." Kong Deming was still reluctant to put down the soul tool core he was inscribing, and said casually. "Go ahead, what's the problem? I remember that the Sun and Moon martial souls are the inherited martial souls of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. Is it possible that people in other places also have these martial souls?" Kong Deming coughed upon hearing this and replied without hesitation. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Huo Yuhao turned to look at Zhang Lexuan and grinned. "Sister Lexuan, give him the whole thing. Since the teacher doesn't believe it, let him see it." Chapter 73 Shattering Shrek's Eternal Glory. Zhang Lexuan gave Huo Yuhao a reproachful look. Although he didn't finish his sentence, Zhang Lexuan, Who had been secretly reading the diary for more than 3 months, knew what the strange words that followed meant. However, Zhang Lexuan did not refuse. Instead, she took a deep look at Kong Deming, who was sitting at the table with the core of the soul tool engraved on it, and with a thought, she directly used her martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, 8 spur. It rings emerged from beneath Zhang Lexuan's feet. The soft, bright moonlight illuminated the entire laboratory. A new moon rose slowly, standing above Zhang Lexuan's head, adding a touch of holiness to her and making her look as if she had suddenly become a dazzling moon goddess. Kong Deming finally stopped the action of engraving the core of the soul tool. His limbs were a little stiff as he slowly raised his head and looked at Zhang Lexuan standing next to Huo Yuhao. As a fellow possessor of the moon martial soul, Kong Deming was absolutely certain that this was the moon martial soul inherited by the Sun Moon Empire's royal family. But why has he never seen this little girl before? Kong Deming cast a questioning look at Huo Yuhao, hoping to get an answer from his disciple. However, Huo Yuhao did not choose to steal the spotlight, but instead gave Zhang Lexuan the opportunity to tell her own story. Huo Yuhao could clearly see that when Zhang Lexuan said that she came from a nor noble family in the Heavenly Soul Empire, Kong Deming's eyes trembled. Although he did not show it, his heart was obviously unsettled. He knew that Zhang Lexuan's family had been wiped out, but by sheer coincidence, she was the only survivor. She was even discovered by Yuan, who happened to be passing by. After rescuing her, he learned about her talent and offered to help her take revenge, only if Zhang Lexuan became a member of Shrek Academy forever and even agreed to be Beibei's child bride. Snap! A crisp sound rang out as Kong Deming crushed the core of the soul tool in his hand. Zhang Lexuan paused, looking at Kong Deming as if she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, Kong Deming said calmly. "I'm fine, please continue." For Kong Deming, the most outstanding 9th level soul master of the Sun Moon Empire and the most trusted Grand Elder of the Sun Moon Empire's royal family, to react in this way, one can imagine how much turmoil Zhang Lexuan's words had caused in his heart. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, both Huo Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan were certain that there was definitely some kind of relationship between her and Kong Deming. Most importantly, everything else can be faked. But a martial spirit cannot be faked. As the strongest person in the Sun Moon Empire on the surface, Kong Deming understands better than anyone else what the Moon Martial Soul truly means. Although Zhang Lexuan participated in the Soul Master competition, she first appeared as a substitute player and only made 2 appearances. The second time, although she was the captain of the official team, the opponents she encountered were not too strong, and Shrek Academy was full of geniuses, so Zhang Lexuan gave the opportunity to stand out to others. Althaug. She attracted the attention of some people, it eventually came to nothing under Muen's secret guidance. After Zhang Lexuan finished telling her everything, Kong Deming remained silent for a long time before finally looking at her with gentle eyes and speaking of memories that had been buried for many years. Although Yuhao had long suspected that there was a high probability that the two of them were related by blood, he did not expect that Zhang Lexuan would be Kong Deming's great-granddaughter. Yuhao learned from Kong Deming's account that Kong Deming's son and daughter-in-law had died in an accident, leaving only his granddaughter as his only family member. Kong Deming's granddaughter, who is also Zhang Lexuan's mother, chose to travel around the mainland to relax in order to get over the loss of her parents as soon as possible. By chance, she met Zhang Lexuan's father and they eventually fell in love. Although Kong Deming was very dissatisfied with Zhang Lexuan's her status as a minor nobleman of the Heavenly Soul Empire, he ultimately did not try to separate the couple, but instead offered his blessings as an elder. Since then, Kong Deming has been silent, keeping an eye on the Zhang family's situation. However, a coup occurred in the Sun Moon Empire that year. The current Sun Moon Emperor, who was a prince at the time, rebelled, causing considerable turmoil throughout the Sun Moon Empire. As the Grand Master of the Imperial Household Department, Kong Deming didn't care which member of the Shu family became emperor, but he wouldn't ignore the matter either. He needed to observe whether the other party had the ability to become a qualified emperor. During that time, Kong Deming had no time to worry about anything else. Only after everything settled down did he learn the news that the Zhang family had been wiped out. Enraged, Kong Deming personally went to the Heavenly Soul Empire to investigate, practically turning the place upside down. But still couldn't find the slightest clue. At this point, Kong Deming, having lost all his relatives, returned to the Sun Moon Empire in grief and despair, no longer concerning himself with anything outside, but only focusing on soul tools and fulfilling his duties as the Grand Elder of the Hall of Worship. The problem that has troubled me for a long time is that the Zhang family clearly didn't have anything worth exterminating. Yet they were wiped out overnight. Now I can say with certainty that the extermination of the Zhang family was orchestrated by those hypocritical beasts from Shrek Academy. I've heard quite a bit about that Muan. As the limit Douluo of Shrek Academy, he was severely injured after the great battle with Dubisi of the Body Sect. And none of the guys in their Sea God Pavilion could be relied on. So he was eager to find a genius to inherit his mantle. After all, with Shrek Academy's inherent arrogance, they have offended all the forces on the continent. If no limit Douluo succeeds Muan after his death, Shrek's fate will definitely be terrible. Kong Deming paused here, looked at Zhang Lexuan who appeared calm on the surface but whose fists were actually clenched tightly, and sighed. That's why, after hearing about your talent from somewhere, he secretly plotted all of this, and then appeared as your savior to completely bind you to Shrek Academy. He even claimed to be helping you get revenge, but in reality, he killed everyone who might reveal his plan, so that you would never discover the truth. The Holy Dragon of Light. The Dragon God Douluo. Bah, I've known for a long time that Shrek Academy, the so-called #1 academy on the continent, is full of these hypocritical scoundrels. Seeing the teacher's emotions gradually escalating, Yuhao clicked his tongue inwardly. The teacher's insults were so weak, his aggression needed improvement. However, as if he could hear Yuhao's thoughts, Kong Deming slammed his hand on the table in front of him. His eyes filled with anger, and said in an extremely cold tone, I'm going to Shrek City right now. I want to see if those Shrek guys can still keep up their discus. After being bombarded by hundreds of level 9 fixed-position soul-guided cannons. Upon hearing this, Yuhao's pupils widened suddenly. He was wrong, terribly wrong. Kong Deming isn't just lacking in aggression. He's a true man of few words and ruthless tactics. With hundreds of level 9 fixed-position soul-guided cannon shells, the entire Shrek City would be nuked to death, wouldn't it? Seeing that Kong Deming was really going to take action, Zhang Lexuan quickly grabbed his arm and said repeatedly, I begged you not to do that. Not everyone in Shrek Academy deserves to die. There are many innocent people there. Zhang Lexuan pursed her lips, her eyes becoming somewhat complicated. She lowered her head slightly to avoid meeting Kong Deming's gaze and spoke softly. Moreover, if you really do that, you will instantly become the target of the entire continent, besieged by everyone, and your situation will definitely be very difficult. Although Shrek Academy's prestige has been somewhat damaged by the Evil Soul Master incident, they are still the #1 academy on the continent and are respected by the world. Kong Deming knew that Zhang Lexuan was thinking of him, and what she said was all true. Going to Shrek Academy to bombard them would indeed be a way to get revenge, but the price would be that the entire Sun Moon Empire would be dragged down an AC. Crazy counterattack from the original Douluo Three Kingdoms would be launched. As the Grand Elder of the Sun and Moon Empire's Hall of Worship, Kong Deming absolutely did not want to see that situation happen. But Shrek Academy is the #1 academy on the continent, right? They have this so-called eternal glory, right? Well then, I'll have my disciples personally shatter that glory that you value more than life itself. Kong Deming suddenly turned to look at Yuhao beside him and said, word by word. Yuhao, I want you to shatter Shrek Academy's millennia-old glory in the upcoming Soul Master competition. Can you do it? Chapter 74. Kong Deming is stunned. This is Huo Gua. Since becoming Huo Yuhao's teacher, Kong Deming has been paying close attention to his last disciple, wanting to know if he was indeed carrying great fortune, as he thought. As it turned out, his earlier guess was indeed correct. The immense fortune that Huo Yuhao carries not only makes his talent exaggerated to the extreme, but also makes his classmates in the same class all possess extremely high talent. Especially the girls who often surrounded him, they were all incredibly exaggerated. Without exaggeration, Kong Deming felt that when the Soul Master competition officially started a few months later, there was no need to send out any so-called regular members. In fact, it would be enough for Huo Yuhao from Class 1 of the freshmen to be the regular members of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Tool Academy along with those girls to sweep the Soul Master competition. Feeling Kong Deming's gaze, Huo Yuhao nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, teacher, our academy has already secured first place in this Soul Master competition. Kong Deming nodded in satisfaction. Thinking that the Zhang family, into which his granddaughter had married, was secretly plotted to destroy by Shrek Academy, he wished he could rush over right now and throw hundreds of level 9 fixed-position soul-guided cannons at them. Just as Kong Deming was about to say something, Huo Yuhao suddenly spoke up. By the way, teacher, when the Soul Master competition comes, we may need a strong person to protect us. After all, if we perform too well in the competition, it will attract the attention of some people. Some people might even resort to shameless acts like kidnapping people. Although Huo Yuhao had not yet come into contact with the higher-ups of Shrek Academy, he had a general idea of their ways of doing things. If Huo Yuhao and the beautiful girls from the first freshman class really shone in the competition, Shrek Academy would definitely not sit idly by. Kidnapping someone. Can the Shrek Academy incident be called kidnapping someone? This is clearly because I see that you are destined to be with Shrek Academy. And I am letting you receive the divine light of Shrek Academy, okay? Huo Yuhao wasn't exaggerating. In the hearts of the Shrek Academy members, only by becoming one of them could one represent the side of justice. Conversely, it means that one has already found a way to die. Upon hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Kong Deming didn't hesitate at all and immediately snorted coldly. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Kong Deming had also heard about Shrek Academy's style, so of course he couldn't just stand by and watch the situation Huo Yuhao described happen. He wanted to see what kind of trouble those Shrek Academy guys would cause during the Soul Master competition. Huo Yuhao did not doubt the truth of Kong Deming's words. Although he usually kept a low profile, his teacher was a ruthless person who would throw hundreds of level 9 fixed-position soul-guided cannons at Shrek Academy at any time. Child, what are you planning to do next? Kong Deming looked at Zhang Lexuan. Although he tried his best to control himself, a look of pity still appeared in his eyes. He thought that he had no relatives left in this world. Now that he suddenly knew that he had such a great granddaughter, even Kong Deming, with his temperament, found it difficult to calm down for a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lexuan subconsciously glanced at Huo Yuhao beside her, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "Can I enroll in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy where Yuhao is? These past few years have made me used to being in an academy. Although I don't understand soul tools, I do have some experience as a soul master, so I should be able to become a teacher, right?" Kong Deming waved his hand and said decisively, "Of course, no problem. I'll have Jing Hongchen arrange it for you right away, and you can just relax and be a teacher at the academy. If you want, when the Soul Master competition starts, I can make you the official team leader. And then expose the true colors of those Shrek students in front of everyone." Yuhao and the others shattered Shrek Academy's millennia-old glory. You exposed their true colors, and I will personally guarantee your safety so that nothing goes wrong. Although Kong Deming was old, his mind had not become dull. He immediately thought of a way to deal a devastating blow to Shrek's prestige. If this plan is successfully implemented, Shrek Academy will no longer be universally admired. Instead, Every family will be extremely wary of Shrek Academy, fearing that they will repeat the mistakes of the Zhang family. Without this source of students, how will Shrek Academy maintain its reputation as the #1 academy on the continent? With those Sea God Pavilion members who are already half buried and not quite right in the head. Zhang Lexuan did not reject Kong Deming's suggestion, and instead started talking about Ling Luokan, who had come to the Sun Moon Empire with her. When Kong Deming heard Zhang Lexuan say that it was the higher-ups at Shrek Academy who had forced Ling Luokan to the point where he couldn't stay any longer, he almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. So, apart from Moon, who's somewhat intelligent, all the other high-ranking members at Shrek Academy are idiots. The Sun Moon Empire has always been troubled by the lack of outstanding talents in Soul Masters. Yet Shrek Academy is actually driving such talents away. What an astonishing move. Kong Deming immediately approved the decision to let Ling Luokan join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy along with Zhang Lexuan. But not as a teacher. Instead, he would continue to be a student. Kong Deming was even willing to give Ling Luokan a chance to personally slap Shrek Academy in the face, provided she was willing. When the Soul Master competition started soon, he would make Ling Luokan a formal member and let her face Shrek Academy, who had brought her so much pain and torment. After everything was arranged, Yuhao gave Kong Deming another surprise, looking at Kong Deming with a smile. Teacher, I did go out for a walk as you suggested, and I did have an unexpected gain. I am now a Soul King. As he spoke, Yuhao released the 5 spirit rings from his spirit eye. The 5 spirit rings, white, purple, black, and white, circled around his body, adding a touch of charm to the laboratory. Kong Deming's pupils contracted slightly, his mouth involuntarily opened slightly, and his face was filled with shock in addition to the light reflected from the soul ring. You've already become a Soul King. Originally, Yuhao's trip back with his great-granddaughter Zhang Lexuan and a genius who had defected from Shrek Academy had already shocked Kong Deming with the fortune he carried. Now, seeing that Yuhao had become a Soul King, confirming his earlier statement that Yuhao's soul power growth rate would not slow down in the short term, Kong Deming was completely stunned. Even if Yuhao did eat a magical herb in the Stardow Great Forest, there should be a limit to the effects of magical herbs, right? Is it really possible for someone to advance from a 1-ring Soul Master to a 5-ring Soul King in such a short time? For a moment, Kong Deming felt as if he had wasted all these years of his life. If things continue like this, even if the difficulty of increasing soul power level gradually increases in the future, it won't be long before Yuhao breaks the record of the entire Douluo continent and becomes the youngest title Douluo in history. Keep in mind, this kid is only 12 years old. However, the shock Yuhao brought him was far from over. Looking at Kong Deming's shocked expression, Yuhao grinned. There's another thing. After I arrived in the far north, I inexplicably awakened my second martial soul, and it seems to be quite powerful. Chapter 75 Teacher, I picked up a Snow Empress as my little sister. Kong Deming. Kong Deming slowly typed a question mark. It wasn't that he had any problems, but rather that he felt his closed-door disciple really had a big problem. Kong Deming was certainly familiar with the concept of twin martial souls, as he himself possessed 2 martial souls. However, having lived for so many years, Kong Deming had never heard of anyone being able to awaken a second martial soul after the age of 12. The shocking news made Kong Deming's voice become somewhat shrill. Are you telling the truth? You've awakened a second martial soul. Faced with Kong Deming's questioning, Yuhao decided to replicate his previous ruthless and taciturn performance. Without any hesitation, he directly released the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul. Of course, the spirit martial soul was not dispelled at this point, but was maintained. At the same time, Yuhao also secretly used his 5th soul skill, simulation. As the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial soul appeared, a terrifying aura, as if from an ancient ferocious beast, surged out from its body, sweeping through the entire hall of worship in the blink of an eye. Cold. This was the first thought that came to Kong Deming's mind. Besides the feeling of facing a ferocious beast. Looking at the single black spirit ring surrounding Yuhao, Kong Deming unconsciously swallowed, his gaze gradually becoming dazed. What on earth is going on? Quote. Although Zhang Lexuan already knew from the copy of the diary that Yuhao had obtained a second martial soul, and that the martial soul was the Ice Emperor Scorpion, one of the 10 great ferocious beasts, she still managed to show her shock on her face in order to avoid being exposed. Just as Yuhao was about to say something, a loud bang came from the laboratory door. And several figures rushed in. Bang. Master Kong. What happened? Has a ferocious beast descended? Several titled Douluo from the Hall of Offerings crowded into the laboratory, all looking ready for battle. Their martial souls were already activated, with 9 soul rings surrounding them, and the light pollution was already at its maximum without them even realizing it. They were all doing their own thing. Either teaching disciples, making soul tools, or even taking a nap. Suddenly, they sensed the aura of a soul beast, or even a ferocious beast, causing these Lev. L9 soul masters to disregard everything else and rush over to check the situation immediately. However, the scene that came into view left them instantly stunned. Elder Kong, what happened? Didn't Yuhao already become a soul master? How come he only has 1 soul ring left? The group of level 9 soul masters were all shocked. They had even made a bet in private to see how long it would take Yuhao to advance from soul master to soul king. But now, he hadn't even reached the soul king level, so how did he become a 1-ring soul master? Furthermore, did Kong Deming create some kin D of soul tool that can change temperature? Why is this laboratory so cold? Before they could press further, Kong Deming, who was not much better off than them, said in a low voice with a blank look in his eyes. He awakened his second martial soul, and what you see now is his second martial soul. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire laboratory fell into an extremely eerie silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yuhao, who was surrounded by black spirit rings, completely bewildered. After a while, the sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell, and a series of exclamations began to ring out. He's awakened his second martial soul now. You're not kidding, are you? Am I still dreaming or something? Quote. Everyone present was numb. As titled Douluo and level 9 soul masters, the most powerful group in the entire Sun Moon Empire, what kind of scene haven't they seen? But after hearing Kong Deming's explanation and seeing what they were seeing, all they could say was, I've never seen anything like this before. Yuhao was already a complete monster in their eyes, and now that he has awakened a second martial soul, he is simply the most suitable successor to Grand Elder Kong Deming. No. Why must a disciple be inferior to his master? With Yuhao's terrifying talent, it's probably only a matter of time before he surpasses Kong Deming. What a pity, what a real pity. It's a shame we didn't snatch Yuhao as our disciple right away, letting this monstrous genius, far beyond their comprehension, benefit Kong Deming. For a moment, the gazes of the level 9 soul masters toward Kong Deming became extremely resentful. But just then, one of them stared at Yuhao for a long time and finally couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yuhao. At exactly as your second martial soul that you've awakened. Why do I feel so cold even though it's old man? Could it be that you're also the ultimate ice? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. Kong Deming even grabbed Yuhao's hand and felt it for himself. Go all out, let me see just how far you can go with your ice. Yuhao had no reason to refuse such a somewhat strange request. With a thought, the ultimate ice he obtained from the Ice Emperor suddenly erupted, and the biting coldness made all the 9th level soul masters present shiver. Even they had this reaction, let alone Kong Deming, who was directly involved. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a transparent layer of ice began to spread from Kong Deming's palm to his body. In just a few breaths, Kong Deming's entire body was completely covered in solid ice. Gulp. Looking at the lifelike ice sculpture of Kong Deming, the level 9 soul masters couldn't help but swallow their saliva again, their hearts already numb with shock. Now they can be certain that the second martial soul that Yuhao has awakened must be the ultimate ice. If it were just ordinary ice attribute, even if Kong Deming deliberately relaxed his defense, he would absolutely not be able to achieve the feat of turning him into an ice sculpture. You must know that Kong Deming, the Grand Elder, is the strongest person in their Sun Moon Empire. Click clack. Unlike Xiao Hongshan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture by Meng Hongshan and unable to break free, Kong Deming shattered the ice on his body himself. Although he tried his best to control it, others could still see that his body was trembling slightly due to the biting cold. Kong Deming's lips were frozen purple. He wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he realized that he really didn't know how to describe this last disciple. Meanwhile, Ice Empress, who existed in Yuhao's sea of consciousness as a spirit, was very unhappy to see Kong Deming break free of the ice. She grabbed her green twin tails hanging down on both sides of her body with her 2 small hands, hummed twice, and complained. Yuhao, you're still too weak. If it were me before I became a spirit, I could definitely make him stay frozen forever. As long as Shui Di and I don't take action to break free, no one can make him escape from the ice sculpture alive. Yuhao rolled his eyes inwardly and responded telepathically. All right, Hayote, Master Kong is my teacher, not an enemy you need to seal forever in the extreme ice. But speaking of Yuki Te, just as Ing Deming was pondering how to evaluate Huo Yuhao's second martial soul, Huo Yuhao suddenly spoke again. By the way, teacher, when I went to the far north this time, I unexpectedly picked up a little sister. Although her martial soul is different from mine, its strength should be at the same level. Chapter 76 Sibling Affection. It'll degenerate sooner or later. As Huo Yuhao finished speaking, the laboratory fell silent again. The next second, everyone, including Kong Deming, erupted in excitement. Kong Deming's gloom from being frozen into an ice sculpture vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. He looked at Huo Yuhao and asked loudly, Yuhao, are you serious? There's even extreme ice. But what do you mean by, you picked up a little sister? Kong Deming didn't understand what Huo Yuhao meant by those words. The other level 9 soul masters were also eager to know the answer to this question. The ultimate ice. They had missed out on Huo Yuhao, this freak. If there was another ultimate ice, they would never let Kong Deming take it away from them. Huo Yuhao didn't keep them in suspense and answered their question directly. I met Shuiye in the far north. Her family was slaughtered by evil soul masters. And she was the only survivor. I rescued her from soul beasts when I went to the far north to hunt for soul rings, and she has been by my side ever since. After learning about her situation, I had no choice but to bring her back. Later, I discovered that her martial soul was called Ice and Snow Maiden, which was at the same level as my martial soul. By the way, Shuiye forgot her name. So I named her Huoning Shuei. She is only a few months younger than me, but she has already become a soul king. Teacher, with Shuiye's talent, joining the Sun Moon Royal Tool Academy like me shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing this, before Kong Deming could respond, the other 9 level soul masters on the other side eagerly chimed in. No problem. Of course, no problem. If that guy Jing Hongshan doesn't agree, I'll personally smash his head in. Yuhao, since she's your sister, shouldn't you think more about her? How about this? I'm willing to step in and become your sister's teacher. I'll teach her about soul tools from now on, how about that? No sooner had this guy finished speaking than the 9th level soul master next to him shoved him aside and hurriedly said. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. What qualifications does a level 92 trash like him have to be the teacher of a genius like your sister? Without a doubt, in the entire hall of worship, I am the only one qualified to be your teacher. Whether she needs a spirit ring or a spirit tool for self-defense, I can provide it all. I will absolutely not let her fall into the slightest danger. Huo Yuhao took 2 steps back, watching these level 9 soul masters argue and shout at each other like the old men and women in the vegetable market in his previous life. No one was willing to back down on the question of who was qualified to be Shui Di's teacher. A 12-year-old soul king, and his martial soul is the ultimate ice. What kind of concept is that? Let alone in the Sun Moon Empire. Even in Shrek Academy, which is known as the #1 academy on the continent, if they encountered such a genius, they would definitely make a decision on the spot to make him the successor of the Sea God Pavilion Master. Oh, no, that's not right. Even a genius of this caliber still needs to pass the test of History Lake. Who knows, some people might doubt her identity and suspect that she might be an undercover agent planted by someone else. Seeing that the argument between these guys was getting more and more heated, Kong Deming coughed twice and tried to calm them down. However, to Kong Deming's surprise, his actions seemed to have provoked public outrage. Everyone glared at him angrily, telling him, the Grand Elder, to shut up and not to let Kong Deming join the battle for disciples. The fact that Huo Yuhao, this monster, became Kong Deming's disciple was already enough to make these level 9 soul masters green with envy. If even Huoning Shui were to be snatched away by Kong Deming, they would really go ballistic. For a moment, even Kong Deming was at a loss. These guys went crazy after learning about the talent that Huo Yuhao's adopted sister possessed. In the end, it was Huo Yuhao who stepped forward and said that Shuiye needed to make the decision herself, and only then did these level 9 soul masters finally calm down. However, this calmness was only a facade. They were unwilling to waste any time and immediately said that Huo Yuhao should take them to find Shui Di right now. They understood all too well the principle that delay could lead to unforeseen changes. If any guy were to lack martial ethics and sneak off to find Shui Di while the others weren't looking, then the rest of us would be in deep trouble. Huo Yuhao would certainly not refuse this. Although with Shui Di's abundant resources, she could still become a top-tier title Douluo even without anyone's help along the way, since these people were willing to become Shui Di's teachers. Huo Yuhao would certainly not mind making the background even more powerful. This will only be more helpful to his future plans. When Jing Hongqian learned that the worshipers of the Hall of Worship had all gone to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Academy, he was dumbfounded. As the dean, why was he completely unaware of what had happened that warranted such a large-scale operation? However, even a fool could guess that the fact that so many level 9 soul masters had mobilized meant something big was about to happen, and that's why Jing Hongqian immediately decided to join in the fun. When he learned that Huo Yuhao had brought Huo Ningxue, such a peerless genius, from the far north, he immediately became restless and joined the battle to recruit her without the slightest hesitation. Originally, Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, Shu Tianjun, Yi Gui, and others were observing, the arrival of Shui Di and Ling Luokan, the two new owners of the diary copy. However, unexpectedly, such a thing happened in the blink of an eye, making them outsiders who could only watch helplessly as this group of 9th-level soul masters standing at the Pi Nakli of the continent fought each other for the title of Shui Di's teacher. Kong Deming did not participate in the matter. Having Huo Yuhao as his last disciple was already enough to satisfy him. What he needs to do now is to appease Ling Luokan, the genius who defected from Shrek Academy, and to make sure she doesn't feel any psychological pressure. Even if Shrek wants to take her back, the Un-Moon Empire will definitely not let them have their way. Moreover, just as he said in the Hall of Offerings, when the Soul Master competition comes, Ling Luokan can participate as a regular member of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy, personally humiliating Shrek Academy and making them pay the price for their previous actions. Ling Luokan did not refuse, and she was also looking forward to the scenario described by Kong Deming. Ling Luokan could never forget the ugly faces that Shrek Academy's higher-ups showed when they wanted her to help Ma Xiaotao suppress her evil fire. Meanwhile, the dispute over Shui Di's teacher has finally come to an end. Apart from one of the female 9th-level soul masters from the Hall of Worship, everyone, including Jing Hongqian, looks unwilling to accept defeat. It is clear who the final victor is. After the formal apprenticeship ceremony, Shui Di walked up to Huo Yuhao with a bright smile, her fair and delicate hands tugging at the hem of Hai's clothes as she said with a cheerful smile, "Brother, I have a teacher now." Huo Yuhao had an idea, so he immediately reached out and rubbed Shui Di's little head, and said with a smile, "With your talent, Shui, it's no accident that something like this happened." The harmonious scene between Huo Yuhao and Shui Di was pleasing to Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and others, but it was a completely different story in the eyes of the beautiful girls present. It seems like they are very close siblings, right? But in the eyes of Ji Yuina, Meng Hongqian, and Wang Donger, who knew the truth, if things continued like this, sooner or later their brother-sister relationship would change. Ji Yuina, this so-called Silver Dragon King, is utterly useless. She just watches such a powerful competitor join her team. Chapter 77 hasn't even started yet, and Shrek Academy is already on the verge of collapse. The Ice and Snow Maiden, ranked 3rd among the 10 great ferocious beasts and the undisputed strongest being in the far north, would have turned into what she is now after choosing to transform into human form, something no one could have imagined beforehand. Even Hyote, who had spent the most time with Yuki Te, never expected things to turn out this way. Seeing Huo Yuhao stroking Shui Di's pure, snow-white hair, Bing Di, located in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, instantly bristled. She leaned forward slightly, grabbed her almost life-sized emerald green twin tails with both hands, and shouted wildly with wide eyes. "Damn it! Snow Empress is so awful. Why did she do this? Where is the dignity of a ruler of the far north now? I'm going crazy." Just as Bing Di said, seeing Shui Di's obedient behavior in front of Huo Yuhao, Bing Di was really going crazy. She Di known Shui Di for hundreds of thousands of years, yet she had never seen Shui Di show this side of herself before. But now, Shui Di had only been Huo Yuhao's sister for a few days. And she had already started to change like this. Was this the contrast Huo Yuhao had mentioned? Damn it! Shui Di tricked me. Huo Yuhao ignored Bing Di's impotent rage in her sea of consciousness, letting her vent her frustrations by throwing a tantrum. However, the reason why Ice Empress could vent her frustration in this way was because she became a spirit was indeed due to the deliberate guidance of Snow Empress. But the other girls present could only force a smile in order not to reveal anything unusual, and suppress all their dissatisfaction in their hearts, watching helplessly as Huo Yuhao and Snow Empress, the brother and sister, were enjoying each other's company. Noticing their reaction, Huo Yuhao deliberately provoked them by writing something in his diary. "Very good, everything has been arranged. Zhang Lexuan is indeed related to the teacher by blood, and can even be considered a direct relative. Through the teacher's friendly exchange with Jing Hongchen, she became a teacher at the academy. And Ling Luokan was also successfully admitted. Now even Shui Di, whose status was originally difficult to arrange, has become one of the disciples of the Hall of Worship, and a student in class 1 of the new students. Allowing us, brother and sister, to study together. Having Shui Di as a sister is indeed quite good. After all, she is not like some love-struck individuals who only affect my work. Speaking of which, the title of Evil Spirit Master is really useful. What surprised me most was that after hearing that Shui Di's family was murdered by an evil spirit master, everyone, Fr. the teacher to Jing Hongchen and the other elders, absolutely insisted that Shrek Academy was the mastermind behind the Shui Di family's destruction. Given the previous incident of Zhang Lexuan's family being wiped out, it's easy for such a strikingly similar event to be attributed to Shrek Academy. If, as the teacher suggests, Shrek Academy's true colors are revealed during the Soul Master competition, then if similar incidents occur again, the entire Douluo continent will subconsciously assume it was Shrek Academy's doing. Why does it feel like Shrek Academy is already on the verge of collapse even though I haven't done anything yet? After seeing what Yuhao had written in his diary, Jiu Yuina, Meng Hongchen, and the other girls were convinced that Shui Di's strategy of appearing as Yuhao's sister had succeeded. If things continue like this, Shui Di will become the person who is most likely to obtain the diary dungeon rewards among all the people. This is an achievement they've worked so hard for and still haven't been able to reach. How infuriating. Why didn't I think of this method? I've been with Yuhao for over 3 months, and I'm still not as good as Shui Di, a newcomer. This was the sentiment of all the girls present, except for Meng Hongchen. Unlike others who envied Shui Di, Meng Hongchen decided to cultivate a good relationship with her. Since Shui Di wanted to be Yuhao's sister, she would let her be. This would not conflict with Meng Hongchen's own thoughts. Meanwhile, after seeing the contents of the diary, the others were no longer able to calm down. Both were freshmen in class 1, but when Ning Tian of Shrek Academy saw Yuhao confirm in his diary that Zhang Lexuan's family had been secretly wiped out by Shrek Academy, while on the surface they pretended to be good people and allowed Zhang Lexuan to serve Shrek Academy forever, his pupils suddenly contracted and his face became extremely solemn. The homeroom teacher, Mu Jin, noticed her unusual behavior and asked her with concern. What's wrong, Ning Tian? Are you feeling unwell? Ning Tian was slightly taken aback, realizing that not only Mu Jin was looking at him, but also Wu Feng and the other students in class 1 were watching him. Given her background in the 9 treasure glazed tile school, she has always been a charming and shrewd person, and had long since developed very friendly relationships with her classmates. Now that they saw Ning Tian's face suddenly turn so ugly, the others naturally wanted to know if something had happened. Seeing this, Nin Tian quickly shook his head and forced a smile. I'm fine. Mu Jin looked at Ning Tian strangely. Although she didn't know what was wrong with her, she still comforted her with concern. If anything happens, you can tell the teacher. And the teacher can help you solve it. Ning Tian simply nodded slightly and said nothing more. The truth behind the annihilation of Zhang Lexuan's family is probably unknown even to those in Shrek's Sea God Pavilion, let alone to Mu Jin, a teacher in the outer courtyard. Ning Tian was well aware of the serious impact this matter would have on Shrek Academy. The number 1 academy on the continent, once it was exposed. It would probably transform from the most admired academy on the entire continent into a force that everyone was wary of. Even their treasure glazed tile school can no longer trust Shrek Academy as before. As the young master, she will probably be recalled by the family to prevent any accidents from happening here. Ning Tian did, and even dare to imagine what the situation would be like when the Soul Master competition started. It seems, just as the elders of the sect said, Shrek Academy isn't as glamorous and prestigious as it appears on the surface. The only uses for coming here are to gain prestige and make connections with some geniuses. But now, all the real geniuses at Shrek Academy have left one after another. And 2 have even been expelled by the teacher Zhou Yi. If this continues, Shrek Academy will completely decline before long. It seems I need to make plans early and prepare to leave this place. Knowing that under Yuhao's leadership, the chosen one of destiny, the Sun Moon Empire will inevitably sweep across the entire continent, what role should our 9 treasure glazed tile school play in this? Ning Tian didn't care whether Shrek Academy's status could be maintained. What she cared about most was the future of the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Tian wasn't the only one shocked by the contents of Yuhao's diary. As princesses of the empire, Shu Juju and Vina's feelings towards Shrek Academy instantly plummeted to freezing point. What they were most concerned about now was whether, apart from Zhang Lexuan's Zhang family, there were any other families in their country that Shrek Academy had secretly destroyed and recruited their geniuses to Shrek Academy. If so, then Shrek has truly been secretly undermining the most important foundation of their country all along. Chapter 78 Make Me Your Brother-in-Law. The map of Yan is too short. After a long time, Vina and I couldn't sit still any longer. They never imagined that Shrek Academy would do something like this. In their eyes, even if Shrek Academy wasn't as virtuous and noble as the rumors suggested, they should at least have some sense of shame. In Shu Juju and Vina's memory, Shrek Academy did indeed enjoy brainwashing those genius students. As long as the other party's talent reached a certain standard, Shrek Academy would use a series of methods to make them owe Shrek Academy a favor, step by step making them unable to repay it, and in the end, they could only choose to serve Shrek Academy forever. However, for someone like Zhang Lexuan, because her talent is so outstanding and she comes from a wealthy family, the difficulty of winning her over is extremely high. The dragon god Douluo Yuan, who was rumored to be a limit Douluo long ago, actually secretly instructed others to destroy her family. He even used the reasonable excuse of helping Zhang Lexuan take revenge to kill all the people in the know, burying the truth forever. If Yuan had handled the previous evil spirit master incident, even if they knew the truth, they probably wouldn't have been able to find any evidence. Unfortunately, Shrek Academy had already lost its true talent pool of both strength and wisdom when Zhang Lexuan defected and Yuhao didn't fall into the trap. Even if Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan don't expose Shrek Academy's true colors during the Soul Master competition, Shrek Academy is destined to decline after Yuan passes away. Even though they knew that Yuhao and Zhang Lexuan's actions would deal a devastating blow to Shrek Academy's reputation, Shu Juju and Vina really wanted to see this happen. After all, the best Shrek Academy is one that is half dead, possessing NLY high-end combat power but lacking its previous unparalleled reputation. Seeing that there were no new entries in her diary, Shu Juju, who was in her boudoir, blinked and began to carefully analyze the current situation. The operation to weaken the power of the White Tiger Duke's mansion has been proceeding in an orderly manner. Although the people of the White Tiger Duke's mansion have now noticed something amiss and want to send someone to inform Dai Hao, even if Dai Hao knows that it was done by our royal family, he can only grit his teeth and bear it. After all, he doesn't have a son who has become a god yet. If Dai Hao chooses to rebel at this time, it will give us the best excuse to completely eliminate the unstable factor of the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Moreover, in that case, we might even gain the gratitude of Yuhao, the chosen one of destiny. Thinking about that possibility, Shu Juju became even more eager to see Dai Hao lead all the forces of the White Tiger Duke's mansion in a rebellion. Yuhao, can you tell me exactly where you found the immortal herb you ate? I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. When Xiao Hongshan saw Yuhao, he rushed to him, grabbed Yuhao's shoulder, and said these words with a moved expression. It's no exaggeration to say that Yuhao even saw a few tears in Xiao Hongshan's eyes, which made Yuhao even more puzzled. What exactly happened that made Xiao Hongshan, this tech geek, so eager for immortal herbs? Forehead. Yuhao looked at Xiao Hongshan and tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly bring up the immortal herb?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongshan seemed to have triggered some special mechanism. His handsome face suddenly became somewhat distorted, and he spoke with a mournful tone, almost as if he were about to burst into tears. Yuhao, you really have no idea what I've been through these past few days. Do you know, Meng has already become a soul king, only a few levels below me. And she's now at the ultimate ice level. I'm no match for her anymore. Especially since her martial soul was upgraded to the extreme ice level, my grandfather has become a completely different person. He no longer cares about me like before. In fact, every time he sees me, he can't help but sigh, and his words are full of regret. He says that if he had known this would happen, he should have focused all his energy on Meng from the beginning. Yuhao, this is so hard for me, bro. Yuhao understood, and realized why Xiao Hongshan had become like this. Before he came to the Sun Moon Empire, Xiao Hongshan was known as the #1 genius in the Sun Moon Empire for thousands of years, and became a Soul King and a level 5 Soul Master at a young age. But now, the sudden emergence of so many geniuses has made him question his existence. It wasn't just because Yuhao became a Soul King in just over 3 months. All the beautiful girls in Class 10F the freshmen were geniuses whose talents were even more terrifying than Xiao Hongshan's. Most importantly, his sister Meng Hongshan, who has always been inferior to him, is about to surpass him in terms of soul power level. And even her martial soul has been upgraded to the ultimate ice that Xiao Hongshan can only dream of. This sense of disparity is something most people cannot bear. The fact that Xiao Hongshan can still complain to Huo Yuhao shows how strong his mentality is. Huo Yuhao coughed twice and said, I already searched for it back then, but I didn't find any other immortal herbs. However, if I have the chance to encounter immortal herbs again in the future, I will definitely try to get one for you. Huo Yuhao has roughly figured out what conditions are required for Somio. Nay, to see his diary and receive a reward from it. The first point is that they must be women, and then they must have a certain importance in the original work to have a chance. Unfortunately, the first condition, Xiao Hongshan, could never meet. However, given Xiao Hongshan's help and care for him, if he were to receive a reward he could use in the future, or if he had the opportunity to obtain the immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin yang well, Huo Yuhao would not hesitate to give them to Xiao Hongshan. After all, Huo Yuhao would never do something as ungrateful. When Xiao Hongshan heard Huo Yuhao's words, he unconsciously pursed his lips, looked Huo Yuhao up and down, and said with a serious expression, Yuhao, you're really something. If it were before, I could have taught you about soul tools. But now you've become a level 5 soul master just like me, and you even have a level 9 soul master like Elder Kong, who's even more powerful than my grandfather, as your teacher. How can I ever repay you for all this? As Xiao Hongshan finished speaking, Huo Yuhao instantly became alert. Feeling Xiao Hongshan's gaze, Huo Yuhao took 2 steps back without making a sound. Could it be that Xiao Hongshan has some kind of unusual fetish? Huo Yuhao's look puzzled Xiao Hongshan, but he did not forget his sister's instructions. Although I was very annoyed by Meng Hongshan's behavior of not having any girlish modesty and actively throwing herself at someone, I thought that this day was bound to come sooner or later. Compared to those clueless rascals, it's obviously better to have Huo Yuhao. A unique genius whose temperament and personality are very much to my liking, as my brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongshan coughed twice and then spoke. How about this, Yuhao? Why don't you become my brother-in-law and we'll be family? Hearing this, Huo Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, at least Xiao Hongshan didn't have any special fetishes as he had just thought. But is your map of Yan really that short? You're just showing your true colors like this, asking me to be your brother-in-law. You little brat, were you sent by Meng Hongshan, the Grand Lady Meng, to test my intentions? Chapter 79 Soul-Guided Firearms, used to drug Huo Yuhao. Senior Xiao, are you kidding? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Huo Yuhao looked at Xiao Hongshan, who had revealed his true intentions, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face, as if he despised Xiao Hongshan for betraying technology and becoming such a matchmaker. Xiao Hongshan's face fell, and he said indignantly, Do you think I wanted this? It's all Meng's fault for forcing me to come here. She said that as a brother, I can't just sit idly by for my sister's happiness, and she ends. I said that I come here to test your feelings and see what your impression of her really is. Huo Yuhao clicked his tongue. That made sense. He knew that Xiao Hongshan was a hardcore sister-obsessed person. And anyone who wanted to get close to Meng Hongshan would have to be driven away by Xiao Hongshan to prevent his most beloved sister from being hurt. But Xiao Hongshan never expected that Huo Yuhao would raid his home. To be more precise, based on his understanding, it was entirely his younger sister who was actively pursuing him. When Xiao Hongshan heard that Meng Hongshan wanted him to test Huo Yuhao's intentions, he almost couldn't help but give Meng Hongshan a good beating. I consider Huo Yuhao my best brother, and you actually want him to be my brother-in-law. Xiao Hongshan admitted that Huo Yuhao's appearance did indeed match his sister's aesthetic standards, which were highly skeptical of looks, and that his talent was unparalleled, as well as his personality and temperament, which were very pleasing. No, this is all good stuff, why can't I find any fault with it? Although he was very unhappy with Meng Hongshan's overly affectionate behavior, Xiao Hongshan had already realized that even looking at the entire continent, he probably couldn't find a better match than Huo Yuhao. Especially after hearing that a group of beautiful girls in Class 1 of the freshmen were all pursuing Huo Yuhao. Xiao Hongshan did not hesitate at all and immediately came to test Huo Yuhao's words. Whether or not he's paying for her is no longer important, the most important thing now is not to let anyone else take Huo Yuhao away from us. In response to Xiao Hongshan's idea, Huo Yuhao blinked and said, Senior Xiao, you know what I'm carrying right now. Before I achieve my goal and avenge my mother and myself, I don't want to be held back by this. I just want to focus on my career. Xiao Hongshan thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Ever since Huo Yuhao How came to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy? He had spent far more time with him than with anyone else. He had never slacked off and became a level 5 Soul Tool Master in just over 3 months. Oh, Nay can imagine how much effort he had put in. Realizing this, Xiao Hongchen didn't say anything more. Instead, he put his arm around Huo Yuhao's shoulder, patted his chest, and shouted loudly. Don't worry, Yuhao. When you want to take revenge on the White Tiger Duke's mansion, I will definitely be your best assistant. If you are worried that the title of patricide will have a bad impact, you Jew Saint need to turn on your mental detection and sharing and watch me perform a bombardment. Alright, forget about Meng's love-struck mind, let's keep making soul tools, brothers. Speaking of which, you're already a level 5 soul tool master now, so you should be able to try making those soul tool ideas you mentioned before, right? Xiao Hongchen learned the term, love-struck, from Huo Yuhao, Bu. He felt that it was the perfect way to describe his sister. Knowing full well that Huo Yuhao carries an indelible hatred, it is utterly incomprehensible that they would try to use romantic feelings to hold him back. Huo Yuhao did not refuse Xiao Hongchen's suggestion. Just as he said, now that he had become a level 5 soul master, it was time to try it out and see if he could make a batch of all guidance firearms to arm his teammates who would soon participate in the Soul Master competition, as well as the Sun Moon Empire's army. Especially for something like a sniper rifle, you can try making one. The caliber doesn't matter. As long as it's single shot, has a scope, and can kill with one shot, then it's definitely a sniper rifle. To avoid being disturbed, Huo Yuhao walked towards the laboratory with Xiao Hongchen while writing in his diary using his mind. Good heavens. Seriously. Meng Hongchen has gone to such lengths to get me, even having Xiao Hongchen test the waters, dire. CTLY asking if I'd become his brother-in-law. He's practically driven this seasoned Siskin to the point of handing his sister over himself. That shows just how determined Meng Hongchen is. Although, I do have a strong liking for Meng Hongchen, this white-haired, red-eyed, and understanding senior, I really only want to focus on my career. But, if I keep ignoring Meng Hongchen, won't she eventually try to give me some kind of special drug? With the extreme ice, those kinds of things like the little blue pills shouldn't have any effect on me, right? No, I can't be careless. There's precedent for this. In the original story, when I was drugged by Zhu Zi and used to do bad things, I was stronger than I am now, and I still fell for it, didn't I? We must take precautions from now on. We absolutely cannot let that happen. We must not let ourselves be swayed by romantic notions. When the beautiful girls who had gathered together saw the latest content on the copy of the diary, the atmosphere instantly became eerie. Di Choer, who had the most fiery temper and always acted in a straightforward manner, suddenly stood up, glared at Meng Hongchen opposite her with her beautiful red eyes, and loudly questioned him. Meng Hongchen, is this why you gathered us all here? You said you wanted to discuss how to amicably obtain the rewards, but behind our backs you actually sent your brother to find Huo Yuhao. You despicable woman. Di Choer was furious. She had thought that after living in the human world for so long, she had adapted to the environment and was no different from anyone else. But now she finally realized that compared to a cunning woman like Meng Hongchen, she had wasted her life as a soul beast and was far too naive. Di Choer wasn't the only one with this idea. Ji Yu Yuina, Wang Donger, Shu Tianjun, Zhang Lexuan, Ling Luokan, and others all sighed. Meng Hongchen really has ideas. He actually chose to take this route. Although it still didn't change Huo Yuhao's mindset of focusing on his career, it confirmed that Huo Yuhao did indeed have a great liking for her. His name was even mentioned 4 times. In addition to the previous ones, Meng Hongchen has become the only one who meets the criteria so far. Feeling the unfriendly gazes of the beautiful girls present, Meng Hongchen quickly looked at Zhu Zi to divert attention. I told you long ago that I have feelings for Yuhao. And you all agreed with what Di Choer said back then. Whoever likes Yuhao is a dog. Have you changed your minds now? Besides, what did I do? Didn't you notice what Yuhao wrote in his diary? Zhu Zi is capable of drugging Yuhao. Whoosh. As Meng Hongchen finished speaking, everyone involuntarily turned their attention to Zhu Zi. They could now confirm that Zhu Zi, who looked weak and vulnerable, was actually a ruthless person with a dark side. However, deep down, all the beautiful girls present harbored a question. That is the kind of medicine that Zhu Zi used, which could even affect Huo Yuhao, the owner of the ultimate ice martial soul. What exactly is that medicine? Chapter 80. Bear it in. Don't be so thirsty. Special training plan. With just one sentence, Meng Hongchen shifted everyone's attention to Zhu Zi. Feeling those unfriendly gazes, Zhu Zi stiffened, her heart suddenly turning bitter, and at the same time, her fair and delicate cheeks involuntarily turned red. What nonsense is Huo Yuhao writing in his diary? Orange waved her hands somewhat frantically as she explained. How could I possibly do such a thing? Huo Yuhao must be lying. I absolutely could not have drugged him. Orange was completely numb, especially after seeing the contents of this copy of the diary. Some inappropriate images kept popping into her mind, making her feel as if she were actually there. And her heart was instantly filled with shame and anger. Meng Hongchen snorted unhappily. According to you, Yuhao knew we could see what he wrote in his diary. So he deliberately used this method to frame you. That's not what I meant. What I meant was, Orange wanted to explain, but the contents of the diary were irrefutable evidence in everyone's eyes, leaving no room for her to question it. Even Zhu Zi herself couldn't help but start to fantasize. If things had gone according to plan, would she really have used drugs to get Huo Yuhao? Before Zhu Zi could get an answer to the question, Wang Donger calmly said, "Don't forget, when Huo Yuhao first met you, he mentioned in his diary that there was some kind of special relationship between you. It seems that's what he meant back then. You were willing to drug him to get him, which indirectly proves just how important Huo Yuhao is to you, right?" Everyone present nodded slightly in agreement with Wang Donger's words. The only exception is Shui Di. Shui Di simply watched this scene with a smile, showing no intention of getting involved. After all, she was now Huo Yuhao's sister and had a perfectly legitimate reason to approach Huo Yuhao to obtain the reward from the diary copy. She didn't need to worry like they did. Although Zhang Lexuan wasn't as calm as Shui Di, she wasn't too bothered either. To be precise, given Zhang Lexuan's gentle and indifferent personality, even if she wanted the rewards from the diary copy, she wouldn't be as excited as they were. Seeing that everyone was wary of Zhu Zi, Meng Hongchen coughed twice and asked the question that she was most concerned about. Zhu Zi, to avoid the situation that Yuhao described in his diary, I think you should hand over the drug that can knock him out. So that you won't do anything irrational at any time. Orange was about to cry. Why didn't anyone believe her? Just as Zhu Zi was about to explain with a red face, he suddenly realized that there was a crucial point in Meng Hongchen's words, and immediately looked at Meng Hongchen angrily. Don't tell me I don't have that kind of medicine. Even if I did, I would never give it to you. I think you want to keep that medicine for yourself so that one day you can use it on Huo Yuhao, right? For a moment, the women's gazes toward Meng Hongchen became quite strange. Could it be that this woman sees she can't get Huo Yuhao in a short time through normal means, and Huo Yuhao, burdened by hatred, only wants to focus on his career, so she wants to take a different approach and replicate Zhu Zi's crazy tactics? Just as Meng Hongchen was about to explain something, Ji Yuina suddenly spoke up. Alright, let's leave it at that. Don't forget the most important point. Huo Yuhao is only 12 years old. Even if you really have those kinds of thoughts, you'd better hold back for now. Ji Yuina's words made Meng Hongchen and Zhu Zi's faces turn extremely red at the same time. Why did she say that? It made it sound like they were very thirsty. Seeing that everyone had finally calmed down, Shui Di smiled slightly. As you all saw, my brother said in his diary that he is going to start putting his ideas for those soul tools into practice. In the coming period, unless there is something necessary, it is best not to disturb my brother. We all know that. The enemy we will face in the future is never the other 3 countries and Shrek Academy, but the high and mighty gods who regard all living beings as ants and whose fates can be manipulated at will. Shui Di looked around at the group of beautiful girls with different expressions and continued speaking. None of us can guarantee how long the God Realm and Douluo continent will remain cut off. If they recover before my brother and we have fully grown up and are strong enough to face those gods, then we will all be in big trouble. After all, my brother wrote in his diary a long time ago that the God King wanted to take over the Douluo continent and would never allow us variables to continue to exist. Ji Yuina naturally understood Shui Di's words the most deeply. As the Silver Dragon King, no one understood better than Ji Yuina what these soul beasts meant in the eyes of the gods of the divine realm. The Golden Dragon King is still trapped in the God realm. She had been hiding in the Lake of Life in the center of the Stardow Great Forest to recover from her injuries. If the God realm knew that she had left the Lake of Life and gone to the human world, she would not only have to face Tang San, but also the other God Kings, who would definitely not let her continue like this. Even people like Meng Hongchen and Shu Tianjun, who belong to the Sun Moon Empire's families, were unwilling to see that situation happen. The gods of the divine realm generally don't interfere in the affairs of humans in the Douluo continent, but Tang San is one of those who will personally intervene. Wang Donger suddenly stood up, her beautiful face filled with solemnity. Looking at the group of beautiful girls around her, she said in a deep voice. Tang San won't let me go, and I won't submit to him either. So, apart from the rewards from the diary copy, I won't slack off in the slightest. I won't be the kind of person who only knows how to depend on Huo Yuhao for survival. Just like I said before, Wang Donger is Wang Donger, not a substitute, and definitely not a vassal. Looking at the resolute and unyielding Wang Donger, Di Choer raised her eyebrows, stood up, and looked at Wang Donger, saying something. Wang Donger, you're quite good. But that bastard Tang San didn't just scheme against you, he schemed against me too. So, when it comes time to fight Tang San in the future, I won't miss it. But don't misunderstand, I'm not doing this to help you. Wang Donger pursed her lips and didn't say much. After spending more than 3 months together, they had already figured out each other's temperaments. Of course, Wang Donger knew that Di Choer was just too proud to say anything caring, but in reality, she did have the idea of helping her. Zhang Lexuan, the oldest person present, also stood up and expressed her opinion with a smile. To defeat an enemy, in addition to having sufficient strength, combat experience and skills are also essential. Otherwise, if you have great strength but can only sit and wait for death when facing a crisis, you will end up like those people from Shrek Academy. So, starting today, I will be your sparring partner and help you hone your combat skills. Quote. As the designated successor to the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, Zhang Lexuan's combat experience and skills are beyond question. Not to mention that she is now an 8-ring soul Douluo. So guiding them in training combat skills is a piece of cake for her. However, Ji Yuina on the other side also stood up and said calmly. I can also help you with this kind of training. Don't worry about hurting you, I will control my strength. Upon hearing this, Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, Di Choer, Xiao Xiao, Yi Gui, and the others immediately looked at each other with strange expressions. Could it be that Ji Yuina is trying to settle a personal score and retaliate against them for criticizing her for being love-obsessed and useless? To be continued.